Let's start the live. What's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? We're gonna get the debates going. I think Dean already hopped off. Jesus, that was quick. What's up, everyone joining in? How's everybody doing? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? We're gonna get the debates going here in a second. Only do send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria that'll be listed here on the TikTok screen here in about 30 seconds. Do give me a second, everyone. Let me make sure to get everything real quick up here so that we have the full stream set up. Let me let Instagram know that we're live as well. Stream set up. Let me let Instagram know that. There we go. We got a little bit of echo there. I'm sorry, everyone. That was me opening up my YouTube stream. What's up, everyone joining in? How's everybody doing? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Let me let the Instagram know that I'm live, and we'll get everything going. I'm live. Boom. Alrighty. What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing? Sin, thank you so much. Really appreciate the membership subscription. Lincoln, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much, Fry Parker. What's up? What's up? What's up? Alrighty. I got everything set up. We're going to start getting the debates going right now. Only do send a guest request if you meet that sort of criteria here listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's just get it going. Let's get off the debates real quick. Libby, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Well, don't worry about that. Don't worry. All right, let's go into the next individual. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. It helps get out to more people. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes, everybody. We'll help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Super, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Ryan, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you so much. I honestly might. Creed with the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said W. Dean milk is great. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
I don't believe you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. Let's get the next individual up here. Do give it a second, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. Alrighty. Do give it a second. We don't have anyone up here. I do see, like, what was that? One guy, his name. I forget his name. Was it Brock? I see his friend in the guest box. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 20 years old.
What's your birth year?
2005.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would rather vote for Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Trump mostly due to abortion.
Have I talked to you before?
I think that... No, I've talked to Dean though.
Okay. So like, what about abortion?
Yeah, I think it's just one of the biggest kind of downfalls that we've seen in a society. I think society is being accepted of this just because they've labeled it as women's rights, and I don't think it's women's rights at all. I think it's the murder of innocent humans, and I think that's wrong, and I think it's really catastrophe that we've seen in America.
Okay. And why do you think it's murder?
I think it's murder because it's innocent life. And I think that you guys always, or Dean always gives this hypothetical where if you could save frozen embryos or, I don't know, one human, who would I rather save? And I would say I'd rather save the human. So I have a question for you. If you could save, because you value life at 20 to 24 weeks, so once you start to value this life at 20 to 4 weeks, if you had a scenario where there's this frozen egg that's 20 to 24 weeks old, would you rather save one of those frozen eggs?
What? It's not an egg at 20 through 24 weeks. It'd be a fetus.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was thinking of your hypothetical.
A frozen fetus?
I have to switch.
I don't think you can do that at 24 weeks, man.
So would you rather save a 24-week-old infant, 20 to 24-week-old, or 10 humans? Which one would you rather? I mean, would you rather save 10 of those or one human living?
What you mean, like a living? By living, do you mean like a person?
Just someone outside of the womb. Yes, like
So would I rather save 10 people or one person? I would rather save 10 people.
Would you rather save 10 20 to 24 week old embryos,
They
or
aren't
would you
embryos, they're
rather
fetuses
save
to that point.
fetuses, or would you rather save one person outside of the womb?
Would I rather save 10 people or one person? I'd rather save 10 people.
Okay, so your logic's flawed then.
How?
Because that's just not the case. You went against the logic. I remember watching a couple weeks ago, and someone asked you the same hypothetical, and you answered it differently.
No, I didn't. No, I wasn't asked the same thing. And what? What are you talking about? Why would
So you would
I
rather
never
save
answered that question differently.
you would rather save 10 fetuses that are 20 to 24 weeks old than someone outside of the womb.
Yeah, obviously. They're sentient, right? Would I rather save 10 people or one person? That's the question you're asking me.
Okay, so when they're 20 weeks old fetus, can they sustain life outside of the womb?
Yeah, I mean, there are fetuses that have at that point.
That have, or is this on a regular basis? Because if you save someone that's 20 weeks old, 20
viability
weeks old
heavily
face,
increases after 24 weeks.
but you value at 20 to 24, or do you value at 24 weeks?
I value it once it's sentient, which is 20 through 24.
Yeah, so again, you're kind of disproving my point, because if you value something at 20 weeks but it cannot sustain life outside of the womb, then why would you value it according to your own logic?
Because it's sentient.
Because it's sentient. So you'd rather save a sentient fetus that contains human DNA simply because it's sentient, even though it could not sustain life outside of the womb.
10 people that are like that? Yeah. I mean, I don't think whether or not you can sustain life outside of like being upheld by someone else means that you have less value. My standard isn't viability.
So then,
like I don't think that people that rely on machines in order to keep them alive are less valuable. Like that's absurd.
given the fact that they don't have sentience,
Given that they have sentience. What's confusing to you?
given that they have
Can I
sentience.
ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Would you rather save 2 zygotes or 1 newborn baby?
I'd rather save one newborn baby.
Okay, but aren't zygotes a person under your view? You would save 1 life
Yes,
over
but
2 life?
I'm holding to accurate logic. I think that depending on the circumstances, like if we were the last surviving organisms on Earth and we were in space, and there was 10 frozen zygotes, or I had to choose one person, I would choose the 10 frozen zygotes, because it could, like, it depends on the circumstances that you're given.
I think I think that'd be a pretty crazy thing to say, but like in this context, I think we're talking about like in typical society right now. Like, which do you value
Okay, I can
more?
give you another scenario. If
Right?
I could save
I'm
like
asking you,
two
which
super old
answer
people.
the question? You said that you would value 1 sentient being, newborn baby, over 2 zygotes, and I asked you why would you protect 1 life over 2 lives under your own perspective? In this context, in typical society.
Yeah, I think the reason I would prefer the one is because it is continuing to progress and has life. I think that if a frozen zygote, for example, it's no longer continuing to develop as a person, whereas a person outside of the womb is continuing to develop,
Okay,
and they're
so let's say we
progressing.
had this machine to take care of zygotes and ensure that they will become people in the future. And this zygote is in the machine. You could save 2 zygotes in these machines, right? Or you could save 1 newborn baby. Which would you rather save?
Yeah, I'd still rather save the baby, and I'll tell you why. I think that just because you value something more compared to another thing less, doesn't mean that that gives them the right to go ahead and murder that thing.
No, I'm not
Even
claiming
though
that.
I value
We're not
something,
even claiming that at this point. We just claim that you don't value them the same as a person. Because otherwise, you would
yes,
say
that's
2
true.
is more than 1. What's more valuable, 2 or 1 person?
And I'll tell you why I don't value it the same. And I think that just because you do not value something the same doesn't mean that you have the right to murder that thing. I think that a
We're not even
zygote is
claiming
still
that yet.
valuable.
We're not even there yet. We're not there yet. I'm not claiming that. I'm just acknowledging that you do not value them as the same as a person.
Yes, and I've already acknowledged that, and now I'm
Okay,
telling you why.
so let's see how far this goes. 100 zygotes in these machines or 1 newborn baby?
I don't really like answering things that just aren't accurate to the real
Aren't
world.
accurate to the real world. This is you pivoting and not trying to answer the question after you asked me a question similar to this earlier. Did you not? Was this
Yeah, I
not
did.
the
I
first
think I
question you
was
asked me? So you can ask me the question, but I can't ask you it?
because you see how mine's more realistic because a 24-week
No.
fetus can sustain life outside of the womb, whereas zygote cannot. So
Wait,
again,
by
I
the
would
way,
still
yours
say
yours
that.
wasn't you were assuming the machine existed, by the way. We're talking about this. So again, this machine exists, it takes care of zygotes and ensures that in the future there will be people like us as well. Now, can you acknowledge this point? Okay?
Yeah, I would still value the life outside of the womb more.
Okay, so you would value one person over 100 people?
Yes, because I value it more than the zygotes.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that I don't
Okay, so
value the zygotes at
and
all. It
why?
just means that I
No,
value
but
the
I'm
human life
asking you
more.
why.
Why? Because I think that we have this value of life depending on certain circumstances. For example, if we had someone that on their deathbed who was about to die, or we had a newborn, I would choose the newborn over the person that was about to die on the deathbed. I think depending on the circumstances, we're going to value life more depending on the stage of development.
Sure,
I think that
sure,
zygotes are not
sure.
fully developed as infants. That's why I value the infant more.
Sure. Can I ask you this point though? We're assuming it's at particular stages of life that you're saying that you value the life at conception at least 100 times less than once it's sentient. So again, the point that I would make is that how much could we extrapolate this? If it was 100,000 zygotes or one newborn baby, which would you rather save?
I'm not sure. I would
You're
have
not
to
sure?
be a real life circumstance. I would probably save the 1,000 zygotes.
You would save you would save the 1,000 zygotes over one newborn baby?
I probably would. I feel like no matter what answer I give you, you're going to critique it. So this is just a bunch of false
Of course I would. Of
hypotheticals. The
course I would.
reason I
500.
gave you,
What about 500?
why are we stuck on this stupid like logic?
It's
I
not
would.
stupid.
I
I
don't know.
promise you, I
Depending
will
on the
wrap it in and
circumstance.
explain.
If I was running into a fire and I saw 500 zygotes in a machine or one human newborn, I would go ahead and choose the one human newborn, the newborn,
Okay.
and run out of the fire.
Okay, so it's at least one out of every 500. Okay, so then here's my point. If the zygote is 1/500th of the value of a pregnant individual, why do you say it's wrong to get access to an abortion?
Because here, I'll tell you, there's multiple things on why I think it is wrong. For number one, when you engage in an activity, despite certain circumstances like rape or incest or life with a mother, I think that they go into this activity knowing that it could lead to a pregnancy. That's number one. Number two, I think that even though I don't value it as much as someone outside of the womb, I think that the zygote still has life that should be valued. I think that it is human life, has human DNA. I don't think it is much valuable life as someone outside of the womb. I do think that it still has value. So when we combine these different factors together, I feel like it presents a case that with all of these things together, someone who engages in this activity and then goes and has an abortion, it's not just this thing that people should have easy access to. I think that they chose to make the decision, and the zygote is still valuable enough that these people should not be making these decisions, and that's
Okay.
why I think that they should go
Watch
ahead
this.
and have the pregnancy.
Do you think IVF should be banned?
Do I think IVF should be banned? No, I don't think it should be banned. No.
But many zygotes and embryos are discarded as a part of the process. Push the galaxy.
Yeah, that's an interesting argument. I've heard a lot of people on the Republican side think that it should be banned. I don't think that it should be banned, though. I think that it should be supported.
I think it proves my point, though. If you just said that zygotes were valuable enough insofar as that just based upon your own choices you couldn't unalive them, then why is it the case that you would consider it justified to discard multiple of them as a part of the IVF process per patient?
Yeah, it's a good point. I would have to consider that more. I think that the purpose of it, though, is to help someone become pregnant, whereas I think abortion is the exact opposite. So I think it's almost like the mindset of it in and
What's
of
the
itself.
purpose of discarding them, though?
How many of them are discarded?
Well, it's multiple per patient, actually, on average.
multiple per patient. So if I
Yeah, and
claim that
there's
that's
hundreds
not
of
the best,
thousands,
then that
and there's actually hundreds of thousands of patients per year. So actually, did you know that you could categorize more lives to be lost in that process than through the process of abortion on a yearly basis?
I don't think that that's true at all. I'd like to see the numbers on that.
Well, yeah, if there's 3 to 400,000 patients in a year and they discard multiple, do the math.
Yeah,
That's
I
that's
would just
that's
like to
more
see
than
the
over a
numbers on
million.
that.
That's more than a million per year.
Yeah, I mean that could be the case. I'd have to see the numbers on that, so I'm not sure. But even if I recognize that flaw and I think that that might not be the best for society, that doesn't mean that I support abortion. That just means that I see a flaw in the system and that I think that should be fixed. I don't think that it should be accepted by society, and I think that abortion is being accepted by society as a good thing.
Well, I think there's nothing wrong with it in the same way that I don't think there's anything wrong with IVF. In the same way I view that IVF is a good thing, I think that abortion is as well, for people to have access to it. I'm not saying people should do these things. I'm saying that if they want to do these things, they should have the ability to.
So you think that sentience is what is valuable to humans?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and there's also questions people ask. By the way, don't play with the coins because it's just like we can still hear it.
I'm sorry.
We value human plus sentience. So that some people ask questions about that. I think that's obviously like pretty known in the conversation. But there's conjunctions. There's two separate ones: human plus sentience, and then within the context of sentience, it's past or present and future subjective experience.
So if there's a hypothetical and someone is born outside of the womb that does not bear any sentience, would you value it?
If they're out, so you actually do think in those circumstances we would place value, right? Just in these circumstances, one thing that you'd have to take into account is that there is nothing that would be specifically removing from your, there's nothing saying that you have to give your internally bodily resources specifically to an individual in that circumstance. But I would say that you could say that they have a right to there's no reason why you would want to unalive them.
But why?
Again,
Because they don't
the
bear
only
sentience
reason the only
individually.
reason you would have to unalive in the circumstance of abortion is it's a necessary thing in order to maintain bodily autonomy for an individual, because you're getting internal bodily resources. So there's a distinction in the level of obligation that would apply there, where you could still say that there'd be some value, but it's nowhere near the value of like a sentient, like a newborn or something. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense a little bit, but I'm a little confused. So if it's inside of the womb and it doesn't bear a sentience, you have no problem unaliving it. However, if it's outside of the
Because
womb
that's
and it does not
necessary.
bear sentience,
Listen, because it's necessary in order to be able to terminate the pregnancy. If it wasn't necessary to terminate the pregnancy, such as the points after viability when you can just induce labor without it leading to the death of the fetus, in that circumstance, you would do the gentlest means necessary and do whatever's not going to lead to the death of it, because it's not necessary to terminate the pregnancy. Do you understand the point there?
yeah. So if something's outside of the womb, in my mind, or in just ordinary life, if I don't think it's valuable at all, I would have no problem unaliving it or getting rid of it. Under your view, however, you think that something that does not bear sentience is not valuable. So why would you then not be willing to unalive it?
It's not that they're not valuable at all. Now, for me in this context, I think I view it very similarly to like how we're going to view, like for example, like dead bodies. I don't think you should be able to do certain things to dead bodies, right? Like because we have some sort of attachment to like the physical presence of like what like a human looks like. Does that make sense? But that doesn't mean that I value it in the same as I value a person. It just means that like again, you just like in this scenario wouldn't want to kill it without reason.
Okay, so do you have any kind of hold value to ants, like ants?
No.
No. Okay.
I
So
mean, I
would you
guess
have
I guess to
if
some degree, sure.
so if you were walking and you saw ants and you accidentally like stepped on it, would you feel bad?
No, I wouldn't feel bad. No.
Okay, so if there's a non-sentient infant outside of the womb and you saw it there, would you feel bad stepping on it?
Would I feel bad? I place more value on like non-sentient, like humans than I would place
But
on
why?
ants.
Because it doesn't bear sentience, so why would you place more value on it, according to
Uh,
your logic?
Part of the human species.
Part of so so now you're starting to value the human species, and you're
Hmm.
starting to value that it doesn't have sentience. So I'm kind of confused that if you combine these two, that they're human species and they no longer bear sentience, but you still value it more than something
Yeah,
um,
so
that you would
here's
place
the
more
issue
value
here
on.
that you're not understanding is that there's distinctions in the levels of value that you place upon these things where you're going to have different thresholds of caring or matterance or whether or not there certain types of actions are justified in certain contexts, right?
Do you see how
Like
this
I
is
would
kind of
say that it
comparing
has
back to
an
when
what's up?
this is kind of
Like I
comparing
told you
back.
before, there are some level of value that you place upon ants, but it's not going to be some level of value where you're going to care if you accidentally step on an ant.
Do you see how this is kind of like the logic that you were providing me with before that I didn't know how to answer when you were saying, would I rather save 1,000 zygotes or one human? Would I rather save 500 zygotes or one human?
Mm-hmm.
You don't know how to value a non-sentient infant outside of the womb who does not bear sentience. But now, when I ask you the same question, I'm trying to see how you value it, but you can't give me an exact kind of replication of how you value it. So
What do you
how
mean?
would you
What
value a non?
exact replication did you ask for that I did not provide?
Yeah, so something in the real world, how would you value a non-sentient infant outside of the womb compared to something that we see in the real world that you would not want to kill, but you still bear value to?
I'm confused what your question is.
I'm just trying to see how much you value a non-sentient human outside of the womb. Since
Um,
you
not like outside of the womb. Like how much do I value it? Enough to say that you
yeah,
shouldn't kill it
non-sentient.
for no reason.
But under but here again, under your own logic, you think that it has no value.
I never said none.
Then why do you think that people should be having access to abortion? Simply because it is the bodily autonomy of a woman. However, there's two distinct persons
It's
with
not a
unique
person. It's
human
not a
DNA.
person. By the way, in the context in which it's non-sentient, there, it's not a person. I already clarified this in this conversation. So
You
yeah,
don't
a
think it's a
person has
person?
rights. Yeah, it's not a person. A person has rights over their
Wait,
body.
wait. You don't think that a baby in the womb is a person that has unique human DNA and is alive? You don't think it's a person? Or do you just think it's non-valuable person
Prior to sentience, it's not a
prior to
person.
sentience? Then what is it?
Then what is it? It would just be like a human embryo.
So it's alive with human DNA, but you don't think that it's a person?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. I think what you're meaning to
I
say
mean,
is
I
it's
don't.
a
Do you think a
person that you
zygote's
give
a
value
person?
to because it's not
Do you think a
sentient.
zygote's a person?
Yes, I think a zygote is a
Okay,
person.
but
I
so
just
you
don't think
said
it
it was
places much
totally
value.
okay to discard people in the IVF process, right?
Because I don't value it the same as a human
Okay,
outside of the
well, I
womb.
mean, when you say people, I think you're going to be saying that you value it to a greater extent. But maybe you don't tie the level of value that you're talking about to the idea of personhood. I just think that's a pretty absurd thing to say, man.
I have another question to ask you. So you always
You can,
or
but do you understand my point here? Like that, like it's nowhere near the level of value they're gonna be placing upon like the sentient pregnant individual. We're gonna say that the sentient pregnant individual, their right to determine specifically what they want to do with their body, is gonna be valued so much more than the individual at that point. Does that
no,
make sense?
but
Where
they
it would
put
make
themselves
sense where it
into
should
that
be legal.
circumstance.
What's that?
You can't knowingly do an action, regret your actions, and then go do a procedure to take away the life that you chose to happen. Like I think that's just flawed logic. I think that just because you engage in an
Wait, by the way,
activity
no,
and
hold
regret
up. Let
it,
me clarify.
you have to have
When you engage in sex, every single time you do that, do you want kids?
no, but that's
Okay,
just
so then
an
what's your point? What's your point here? Like, I don't think they wanted to have kids in this scenario, and that's why they want to get an abortion. So, I mean, although you could say they knew that it's possible that they could have had a kid, that doesn't necessarily mean that was their goal. That's what they desired to be the case. And even so, that doesn't mean that they should have a restricted access to abortion, even if they did desire that to be the case.
I just think until science further proves that life does have sentience, because at first it was saying that infants in the womb don't have sentience until like 30 weeks, and then it keeps getting earlier and earlier and earlier and earlier. At first,
It's
they
not
didn't
that
think
much.
that it.
It's not that much change in the difference of time. But yeah,
No,
of course, we're gonna have a greater
I'll go ahead and
understanding
tell
of
you.
neuroscience over time.
So at first it was consciousness, which is a little different than sentience, and then they found out that a few months old babies might not even bear full consciousness. So then they had to kind of rearrange their ideas on what gives value to human life. So then they said,
I don't
okay,
even
let's look
think
for
that's
sentience.
necessarily the case. But by the way,
It is the case.
you can't say that this is categorized by like say one individual. This is just our understanding of science at the time. So our understanding of science has changed over time. What's the issue?
the issue is that as science continues to progress, and then we're going to see later down the road that, oh, it's not 20 to 24 weeks, they actually bear sentience at 17 weeks, and then you're going to have to rearrange
If
your
that's the
position. You're like,
case,
okay,
wait, if
I
that's the
value
case,
sentience
then
at
we can
17
we can
weeks.
adjust our understanding, but our evidence does not indicate that right now. And also, how do you know that that's going to happen? There isn't evidence that that's necessarily
Because it
going to
has
happen.
happened time
You
and
can
time and
only
time and time
hold up.
again.
You can only say things based upon what you have evidence to indicate.
But you can also have.
And by the way, viability could also be earlier then. Like it could be at an earlier point because of increased technological advancement. And then the change, there could be a change in viability. I don't know what your point is here. Saying that there could be a change in the understanding of science over time or in our access to technology is not a contradiction within a worldview, or to say that like someone can't have a specific worldview. If you found out that life began earlier, right, or at a different point in which you're referencing, does that mean that like it would be unreliable for you to be able to value life at the moment you do right now?
Life begins at conception.
I
So you
agree.
mean if
I agree, but like if it was the case that you could make a determination that because there was a change in the understanding of when life began over time, because it wasn't always conception that was understood to be the beginning of life, that means that you can't hold a standard based upon the beginning of life because it could possibly be at a stage in which you're referencing earlier, right? Now that's obviously not a standard that you would always apply because you do not apply it to your own perspective, right?
because I
Just
have
because
evidence
there's
to
been
back
a
up the claim
changing in
doesn't
the
make me feel.
understanding of cellular life over time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that was kind of the basis of I was giving you evidence for why I said that that could be a plausible thing to happen, whereas you're just providing a baseless claim that has no evidence to back it up.
What do you mean? There's evidence to back up that there's sentience at 20 through 24 weeks.
No, you said that if life began before conception. I gave you a list of reasoning for why the scientific community might change their reasoning as to why sentience may develop earlier than 20 to 24 weeks. Because they have done it multiple times in the past.
And again, I use that same reasoning. They've also changed when they've designated there to be a beginning of life.
Can you give me evidence for that? I don't
Yeah,
really see
like
that.
there, you know, we used to have an understanding that the beginning of life happened at birth.
Okay, I'm talking about like kind
That's
of
what,
recent.
you know, the
like,
Bible. The Bible even makes the claim
No, it doesn't.
that life begins at first breath. Yes, it does.
No, that's like a metaphor. It says that before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. I called you by name.
You were given the breath of life.
It is very clear in the Bible that they value life from the womb. It is very, very clear in the Bible that they value
Okay,
personhood in the womb. I just gave you a verse. I don't know word for word. It says,
what's the verse?
"In the womb, I created you. I called you by name." And
If you're saying in the womb I created you, well, that's not true. You believe conception does not occur in the womb, correct? So you're just saying that the Bible makes an inaccurate claim about science?
it's a verse in the Bible.
Yeah. So are you saying the Bible makes an inaccurate claim about science because you were not created in the womb?
I could also be relaying to you the verse incorrectly, but I'm pretty sure that that's the verse.
Okay. Well, I mean, do you want to go look into it? I can think a few people while you do that. Because I could
Sure.
also give you a verse in Numbers that says that abortion is justified in the context in which like a wife has cheated on their husband and becomes pregnant based upon that. That you're supposed to drink some bitter water to induce a miscarriage.
I don't even know why proving to you that the Bible verse would be supporting my ideology would be beneficial towards you due to the fact that you don't hold the Bible to be a moral
You
standard.
do, though.
I do, though, yes.
Yeah, so that's kind of
But
the point I was
I'm not-
referencing. Because I originally brought up that the Bible says that there's a beginning of life in terms of the first breath. And all I'm using that as a basis is that our understanding of science has changed over time. They had an inaccurate understanding of science at that time. Now, you could probably write that off by saying, like, these are human beings that had an inaccurate understanding of science that made an inaccurate claim in the Bible. Right? That's a way you could write it off.
Yeah, I'm just a little interested to, I never used the Bible to support my claims. And now you're using the Bible that you don't hold to support your own claim. So you
Wait, I'm not
mentioned
using
the
it to
Bible when
support.
it supports your own ideas.
You're misunderstanding me. You're a Christian, right?
You just did. Yes, I'm a Christian. But
So
did I ever
the
bring that up
only
during the debate?
reason,
Did I ever hold to the
let
Bible?
me
Or did I
explain.
ever hold to the
Let me
moral
explain.
of
Let me
God?
explain. Let me
Throughout the
explain.
debate?
Let me explain. So the reason why I brought that up is because I thought it would be convincing to you as someone who does think that's a reliable standard.
But how did you know that? Because I never brought it up once during the debate.
Because most people who hold this perspective that you hold right now are Christian or religious in some sense.
I know many individuals that do not support abortion
I'm
who are
saying
not Christians.
proportionally, man. Proportionally. Okay. So, are you saying that you don't make judgments based on proportionality? And was
No,
I
I don't.
right? Was my was my
That-
assumption
that-
right?
do I make judgments based on proportionality? No, I do not. I hold to my own morals.
What? You don't make judgments based on proportion ever?
Sometimes I do,
Okay.
but I don't hold to the mass proportions of a population to decide whether or not I'm going to do something. That would be terrible.
That's not what I was saying. What do you think I was saying there?
Like, if a group of people support something from one specific group, would I then go and support it because the mass
That's
of the
not what
people
I'm
do?
saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Then what are
I
you?
never
Then
made
what are you
that claim
saying?
once.
I thought that's what you meant. So,
What?
can you
No.
explain yourself?
No. That's what you thought I was. You thought I was saying because other people. No, I was saying that this is a standard that you hold to, right? And the reason why I thought that it's likely that you hold the standard is because of the argument you're providing. It's probably the case that you are Christian if you're making the argument in the way that you're making it. So I was thinking in my head, well, it's probably the case that he's Christian. So I'm just going to clarify this real quick because I'm pretty sure he's Christian based upon the argument he's provided. And I'm going to say, here's something that's even listed in the Bible that says this, that demonstrates, at least from a descriptive sense, that over time our understanding has changed. Because I thought that that's something you would accept as someone who's Christian themselves.
In what verse did you even provide the breath of life? I'm not even familiar with that verse. Are you talking about when he was creating Adam and Eve? He gave them the breath of life?
That they had the breath of... Yeah, let me pull it up.
Yo,
What's up, Dean?
just thought I'd come up here and tell you real quick that
Genesis 2:7, by the way.
that Trump just said that it is treasonous and seditious to question his mental health.
What?
Yeah,
No, what
he
did
just
he...
said
Is that verbatim?
it's on Truth Social. Yeah, he said that all these outlets like the New York Times are constantly questioning my mental health. I'll know when I'm no longer
Okay,
okay.
I'm changing my title to Trump thinks Parker is treasonous?
Yeah. He says that I'll know when I'm washed up or something like that. But because of all the tests I've taken, all the mental tests, I think it's possibly seditious and maybe even treasonous to question my mental health.
That's crazy. I guess we're treasonous, Chad.
I bet that you could probably get a couple Trump supporters to engage in treason, right? Like questioning his mental health is something that I bet you could force a lot of people into doing. But
Yeah, no,
anyways,
I'm gonna ask them if they think I'm treasonous because I believe that.
but anyways, that's all that I wanted to come up here and say. You have a good rest of your stream.
Wait, is it questions is cognitive health?
Yeah, I would double check the Truth Social post just to make sure. But yeah, it's mental health, cognitive health, same thing.
That's hilarious, dude. I guess I'm treasonous, Chad.
Yeah,
Because I question the fuck out of that.
We'll keep on engaging in treason. Take care.
Alrighty, thank you, man. Thank you, my treasonous brother.
What's the exact tweet he made?
Yeah,
Word
I'm
for
looking
word?
for it right now. Do give me a second. Here we go. Here we go. There's never been a president that's worked so hard as me. My hours are the longest, and my results are among the best. I've stopped 8 wars. That's definitely not true. Saving millions of lives in the process. Again, not true. Created the greatest economy in the history of our country. Again, not true. Business brought into the United States at levels never seen before. Not true. Not even close to true. No,
That
no, it's
is
not.
true.
We've
That
seen
is-
Hey, dude,
That is incredibly true.
we've seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment since Trump got in office. We've seen unemployment increase since Trump got in office. We've seen multiple months of negative job growth. We've seen inflation increase since Trump got in office. We've seen lower real GDP growth since the end of the Biden-Harris administration. What are you talking about? Now let me
We've
keep
had
going
more
through this because that's
investments
an
into the
indefensible
US.
position.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you said more investments in the U.S. No, that's not true. Real domestic
We've
manufacturing
seen
investment has declined since Trump got in office.
trillions of dollars of investments into
Yeah,
the US.
those are just claims. Those aren't actually are not
Trillions.
like legitimate determinations of how much they're going to do. And also, we know that based upon the implementation of tariffs, that it's going to decrease the level of trade comparative to what it would have been otherwise, because it increases the cost of trade between countries, therefore disincentivizing it.
And how's the stock market doing? All-time highs. So I don't know how that would be happening if the economy is so horrible, like you suggest.
So you're saying stock market highs are not indicative of the overall economy doing great. It's just indicative of high profits for corporations, which does not necessarily entail that there are high profits or wage increases for working class Americans. And that's what we're not seeing. We're not seeing wage increases to compensate for the heavy increases in profits for corporations. So, I mean, there's a few things there. Can I keep reading it just to make sure we know what we're referencing, and then we can go back to this point?
Sure.
Created the largest tax cuts and regulations cuts ever. Again, bullshit. Closed our very open and very dangerous southern border. It definitely wasn't open when previous administrations were unable to do so, and created an aura around the United States that has led to every country in the world to respect us more than even before, which definitely is not happening. In addition to all of that, I go out of my way to do long, thorough, and very boring medical examinations at the Great Walter Reed National Military Medical Center, which is, by the way, funded by the government, seen and supervised by top doctors, funded by the government, all of whom have given me quote-unquote perfect marks. Some have even said they have never seen such strong results. I do these tests because I owe it to our country. In addition to the medical, I've done something that no other president has done on 3 separate occasions, the last one being recently by taking what is known as the cognitive I can't even do it, examination, something which very few people would be able to do very well, including those working at the New York Times. And I aced all 3 of them in front of large numbers of doctors and medical experts, most of whom I do not know. I've been told that few people, he doesn't know them yet, he literally was there with them, few people have been able to ace this examination, and, in fact, most do very poorly, which is why many other presidents have decided not to take it at all. Despite all of this, the time and work involved, the New York Times and some others like to pretend that I am slowing up, am maybe not as sharp as I once was, or am in poor physical health. Knowing that is not true, and knowing that I work very hard, probably harder than I have ever worked before, I will know when I am quote-unquote slowing up, but it's not now. After all the work I have done with medical exams, cognitive exams, and everything else, I actually believe it's seditious, perhaps even treasonous, for the New York Times and others to consistently do fake reports in order to libel and demean the President of the United States in all caps. They are true enemies of the people, and we should do something about it. They have inaccurately reported on all my election results. In fact, we're forced to apologize on what they wrote. I don't even know if that's true. The best thing that could happen to this country would be if the New York Times would seize publication, because they are a horrible, biased, and untruthful source of information. Well, he must do the same thing with the presidency. Thank you to this attention. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. And that's it. Yeah. So he quite literally said that it was treasonous to question his cognitive health when he's falling asleep in the Oval Office on multiple occasions, when he has been literally saying incoherent gibberish, such as Tylenol.
So when he was falling asleep, yet still nodding his head to the person that was speaking to him, that's called falling asleep.
Well, I can play a video of you right now. Do you want to see him falling asleep?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. This video was put together by Luke Beasley.
Well, remember, you need the full context, because in the video that everyone's playing right now is him closing his eyes, but he's still nodding
Hold on.
and replying to the person who was speaking to him.
Hold up, hold up. Let me see. Let me click on it. Let me see so I could show you. It's gonna be okay.
I do think that he's on a cognitive decline. However, I do not think that that makes Kamala
You
Harris
do
better
believe
in
he's
that
on a
category.
cognitive decline?
Yeah, I do think so. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then you are engaging in seditious and perhaps even treasonous behavior. Look at this treasonous Trump supporter on the stream. Look at him for saying that the President of the United States is in cognitive decline when he is working harder than any president has ever worked before, when he's doing more for this country than any other president has done in U.S. history. How dare you say such treasonous and seditious things?
I mean, how old is he? Is he 80? I think any 80-year-old is going to be on cognitive decline. I think that Trump's held up pretty long.
So then why is he saying this? That it's seditious and treasonous, dude. Come on. Let's take a look at this video here real quick.
This isn't the video I was referring to, but
Hold up, no, I am. Sorry, give me 1 second. Dude, why is it doing this? I gotta keep this open like this, and then I can do this. Give me 1 second. There we go.
And then they show him sleeping on the beach. Yeah. You'll never see me sleeping in front of camera.
why are you showing it?
I'm sorry, this was just such a good video when I saw this on my For You page. That was some great video. Thank you, Luke, for making that. Incredible.
Okay, I also got the verse, so I didn't. I said it wrong. It says, "Before you created me, my inmost being, you knit me together in my mother's womb. Your eyes saw my unformed body. All the days ordained for me
Sorry,
were written
can you
in your
repeat
book."
it? I couldn't hear what you just said.
So it says, "For you created my inmost being, you knit me together in my mother's womb." So I mispronounced. I misspoke the first time.
Say it one more time, because it sounds like it was really hard to make out what you were saying.
For you created me, for you created my inmost being, you knit me together in my mother's womb.
Okay. Just tell me the verse and I'll look it up.
It's Psalm 139, 13 through 16.
139, 13 through 16?
Yeah, Psalm.
Okay. For you created my inmost being, you knit me together in my mother's womb. This doesn't necessarily mean that life begins at a certain point.
No, I'm just saying that we can tell from the Bible that Jesus, or God rather, values life before.
And it doesn't say
is
anything about when life
outside of him.
begins. This is such a grasp for straws. Not only does it not say when life begins, but again, I don't see how this justifies any other points. I do have a few people to thank. Let me thank a few people in the meantime. Give me a second. Paige, thank you so much, by the way, for the $3. I really appreciate it. Creed, thank you for the $2. Really appreciate it. Jade, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll definitely have to check. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jenny, thank you for the $2 for the W for O-Milk. Morgan, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I typically only bring people up who specifically do support Donald Trump, but I would recommend to watch the streams and maybe you can change your mind. Let me think. Anderson, yes, do that. Absolutely do that. Alrighty. Oh, thank you so much, Jeremy, for the $5. Oh, that's so nice of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Jay with the $75 on Venmo. Can we some W's for Jay in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Jay. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we some W's for them in the comment section right now? Of course. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, of course. Thank you. Rick, thank you so much for the $25. I really appreciate it, Rick. Thank you. Jessica, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Libby with the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for all people in their 80s are in cognitive decline. Well, when my grandma was in his 80s, or grandpa was in his 80s, he decided to take classes at his local community college out of boredom. That's based. That's so based. Yeah, I feel like my grandma's really in it still, and she's in her 90s or getting to her 90s here. Colt, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $30 on Venmo. Give some W's for Colt as well in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Colt. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Natasha, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said if questioning cognitive health is treason, sign me up and arrest me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lincoln, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Frankie, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Thank you. Christine with the $5. Sierra, thank you for the 10. Dana, thank you so much. Really appreciate the £2. And Catherine, thank you so much for the $2. I have some people to thank on YouTube, and then we're going to continue on with the conversation. Everyone, I apologize. It's taking a second, everyone. I just haven't been catching up the whole stream. It's been like 45 minutes. Tracy, thank you for the $3. Susanna, thank you so much for the $10. Fish, thank you so much for the $5. Andy with the $31. I really appreciate it. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Andy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a great day as well. Thank you. Thoughts on Australia banning kids under 16 from social media? I think it's kind of diabolical, but maybe there'd be some benefits. I don't know. We'll see about that one. I think that's kind of diabolical. I wouldn't have liked that when I was a kid, for sure. Leaf, thank you so much for the $14. I really appreciate it. Daryl, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Daryl. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Daryl in the comments. Thank you for the $50. Feisty, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Seriously. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Harp, thank you for the 5. Gravy, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. I think I'm fully caught up. Other than Libby, thank you for the $5 for read Matt's message. What would that be on, by the way? I don't actually know what they're saying that's on. Read Exodus 21, 22 through 25. All right, got you. Exodus 21, 20 through what? 22 through 25. Alrighty. Let's read this one. Sorry, I'm pulling it up. If people are fighting and hit a pregnant woman and she gives birth prematurely, but there's no serious injury, the offender must be fined whatever the woman's husband demands and the court allows. Is that the right one? Poor translation. Yeah, I mean, I clicked the first translation. It is miscarriage, bad translation. Okay, what translation do you want me to read?
No, that's actually a good translation. I
Susanna, thank
actually
you for
wrote
the
something about
$5.
this for a
No,
political talk.
I don't
The
accept.
word
Shut up.
The word that they use there
Stop
always
talking.
refers to living children, not miscarriage.
Okay, I told them.
It's pronounced Y-E-L.
Hey! Do it one more. Unmute yourself one more time and keep talking over me. I'm gonna kick you. Shut up. Jesus. Respect my fucking stream, bro. All right. Alrighty. I gotta get to the verse. Give me 1 second. He said...
You have to know Hebrew in order to understand the verse.
Oh, shut up. Oh my god, sorry, I'm reading it. Give me 1 second. 22 through 25. Give me 1 second. Okay. When people who are fighting injure a pregnant woman so that there is a miscarriage and yet no further harm follows, this one's responsible shall be fined for the woman's what the woman's husband demands, paying as much as the judges determine. So, yeah, I mean, I think in that circumstance, you're saying that, like, the death should just lead to a fine?
Are you talking to me or the person that told you to read out the verse?
No, I'm asking you, like, if you agree with that.
Yeah, so the Hebrew grammar, you have to refer to that because that's what it was written in. It refers to premature birth, not a miscarriage. So literally, it means her children come out. It refers to living children, not the miscarriage tissue.
Do you want me to bring up Matt, who knows Hebrew?
Yeah, go ahead, bring him up.
Alrighty. I don't want to make this into Bible lesson, but I'll let you guys make this point. I don't want to stay on this for too long. Alrighty. To give it a second. Matt's joining up. Give him 1 second. If you're on YouTube, everyone hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen and we'll help get it out to more people. Matt, I don't see you in the box, man. Alrighty.
This is the guy who talks really fast and like doesn't really say anything.
I mean, I don't think Matt necessarily talks super fast. I think Matt talks like normal speed. If anything, people say I talk too fast all the time, so.
You talk fast when you get nervous.
No, I talk fast when people are cutting me off.
Wait, hold on. So he thinks I talk fast.
Go ahead, Matt. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I mean, talk fast. So, I mean, his exegesis is okay as long as you presuppose from the following verse about the harm done. Even if you assume that the baby was like given, in a way that is actually not a miscarriage, the way that you would assume that is that the baby would survive, but they're still assuming that because the verse doesn't say that that the baby did survive or not, it has actually been shown that when you look at the way that it's been interpreted over time, that having a reading of a miscarriage is more in line with it. However, you could go either way, but I think the miscarriage reading is actually much more in line with the way that the ancient Jews saw the actual basic child, because they believe that in Genesis 2, God breathes life into Adam, and that's how all life comes into being, is that first breath.
So I'm a little confused then, because in Exodus, I think it's 23, they use different words for miscarriage. They refer to it as shackle, or I don't think it was shackle. It was like nephil or something. So why would they be referring to a different word here if it's not referring to a miscarriage, but rather a premature birth? And if you look at the Hebrew word for it, it means her children came out. That is the exact wording for it.
Yeah,
so that would
it
mean
means
it's a
shall come
premature
forth.
birth,
Yes,
not a
shall.
miscarriage.
Yes, I know. It means shall come forth. It means shall come forth. But the way that it is meant as to go and depart, right? They had different words for different levels of harm that is actually given, and so that's how you actually know what is actually being done. I agree with you that they have different levels of harm based on the word, but the way that you read the verse can actually change whether or not you think as miscarriage, because they talk about harm done to who, and it's harm primarily done to the woman. That's what has the punishment. Whereas if it's any harm done to the child, then there's actually no violence done to the actual person. You just pay the fine. So it still shows a way of looking at the child that is not in the same way that you're actually showing here, where we bring it down in value.
So why do you think it is the case that in Exodus and Job they use different words for miscarriage, such as shackle or nephil, but they do not use that same word?
Well, because they have different ways of talking about harm. Even with the verb to kill, for example, they have different ways about talking about it. So they have different ways of talking about how they view the miscarriage. Here, they're viewing it as a consequence of something that is to be paid, whereas in other parts, they're just looking at it in a much different way. I agree with you that there are different words to describe it. My only point here is to say that it shows a valuation that is less than what you're describing, that God values life so much. Here I'm saying that, at least in this verse, this is one verse that you can't point to where this fetus has some lesser value. Which is why you can't use the Bible to actually make any claims about these things, because each book says very different things.
All right, I'm going to hold him to that, Charlie. I'm done talking about the Bible.
So I can't tell if he was agreeing with me or disagreeing, or kind of both.
I'm disagreeing with you because you're using the Bible as the source that you're giving. I'm saying I provided you one way.
No, that's not how this conversation works. We're not regarding whether or not the source is true or untrue. We're regarding the specific verse.
You cited a verse as saying that this is why this is bad, right? You
No, I
gave the
didn't cite
Bible
the
as
verse.
the
I'm not
reason.
even one that mentioned this verse.
No, I know. You cited the Psalms.
Yes, I cited the Psalms because I misquoted it earlier, and I'm not even the one that brought up the Psalms.
And you were citing the Psalms for a reason, correct?
Yes, after he...
To make a point about why God cares about the unborn and stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm giving you a verse here where it can be interpreted, at least in this one chapter, where God has less care for the unborn. So what I'm showing you is that you can't really use the Bible.
Verse. If there is harm, then punishment follows: life for life, eye for eye. That
harm
means
to
that
who, though? Harm to the woman, not the child. That's the point. It says, if any harm follows. Follows who? Follows not the harm to the child, follows harm to the woman. That's how this has been interpreted for thousands of years. It's the woman who is harmed, not the child, which is why, even to this day,
No,
Jews
the grammar
regard.
is plural. The grammar is
All right,
plural.
all
Her
right. I'm
children come
stopping the
out and no
conversation now.
harm
I'm
follows.
stopping
It's
the
plural.
Alright.
Hey,
Follows.
hey, Charlie. I'm stopping the conversation now. If you don't stop the conversation, I'm gonna just kick you. Okay?
This is your first time why you're acting like you've said this a million times.
Hey, dude. I just told you already that I'm done with the conversation. Is there? You
Okay,
are you
you
done?
could just say that. Yeah, just say that next time.
Okay, I already did, and you kept going.
Okay.
All right. I think you'll leave you with $20, but thanks for having me out, Parker.
Of course, man. Thank you.
And bye to Charlie, too.
All right, Charlie. Anything else you want to bring up before I just go on to the next person? Actually.
Yeah, I think it was kind of funny that you brought that guy up there to roast me, and he ended up agreeing with me, and then he said that the Bible is not the true source, but he wasn't even
That's
arguing the
not
verse
what he was
because he saw
saying at
that
all.
my
That's not
point
what he's
was
saying. I'm
valid.
not-
So I do
Do
appreciate
you see what
that.
I mean? I literally
That
tell
was
him to
nice.
shut the fuck up about it, and he keeps doing it. By the way, that's not
No, I
that's not at
appreciate
all
that.
what happened in the conversation. We just played that. He did not agree with you. He told you he didn't agree with you. Why are you
He said
doing
it could be
this?
interpreted either way. He said it could be interpreted either way, and then he ended with saying that the Bible is not a valuable source.
Well, that's no.
Which-
He's told you that's not what he just said, and then you rehashed the same thing after he just left. So now he'd have
know
to
you
come
can
back
re-
up and
you
defend the
can
same
replay
thing
it.
because you just made the same point that he already responded to.
He just said it could be interpreted in either way, and I'm interpreting it a different way, and he's
Charlie,
interpreting it a different
Charlie,
way. So that means that
Charlie.
he basically sided with me.
Okay, Charlie. Do you just want to have this conversation for the rest of the stream? Is that your goal here? Is that your goal?
Seems like you're really against talking about the Bible. Do you kind of have trauma with that?
Yeah,
or is that
no, it's not about I have trauma or anything. It's just that I don't want to talk about the Bible on a live where we only talk about politics. I have no issue with
but I
talking about
feel
the
like-
Bible. I just don't want to make the whole stream about the Bible because people don't want to listen to that.
So what percent of guests come up here hold to a biblical worldview, and then you don't even want to talk
We-
about the biblical worldview?
We don't talk about the Bible the whole stream. That's not what we do here.
Yeah, so if people are using
You
the
have
Bible,
about you have
to
about
support
10
their
seconds to get off the
arguments.
topic before I kick you. Because I've already said this to you. This is now my third or fourth time telling you this.
Okay, you seem a little angry. Are you okay?
Because I've had to restate the same thing like 3 or 4 times and you still don't acknowledge it. So do you want to move on and continue to talk about the topic of the stream, or do you just want me to go on to the next person? Because right now it
Well, since
sounds
you've
like you're just
conceded,
wasting my
I've done my
time.
point. You conceded, so I'll go ahead and take the
I
W.
didn't concede
appreciate that.
anything. What did I concede on?
You did concede, so I do
On what?
appreciate that
What did I concede on?
on both arguments. You
What
brought up your
argument?
friend to roast me, and then you conceded, and now you're conceding again because you
What
want to move on.
be specific. What was the concession?
The concession was you said that I was wrong about the verse. You brought up your friend. Your friend said that the verse could be interpreted in both ways, and now you're conceding and you're pivoting. So I
I never
appreciate that.
conceded to that. I told you that's not the prescription that he made. He said that he disagreed with you, and he said that the interpretation that most makes sense based upon the Hebrew is one that references the fact that it's referencing miscarriage.
That's not the consensus.
That's what he just said.
The
That's what he
scholars.
just
That's
said. You
not
didn't listen to what he said. Now you're repurposing what he said so that we can continue talking about this instead of talking about the general topic.
Yeah.
How
'cause
many
what
more
he said
times
was
do you want to
not
do this?
true.
Is this rage bait at this point?
He was holding to authority in the conversation, but that's just not true. The general consensus among people and scholars in general is that it does not refer to a miscarriage, and I appreciate that you conceding though. Now you're pivoting.
There was no concession. I'm just kicking him because he keeps talking about it instead of moving on. So that was complete rage bait. We're gonna go to the next person. Waste of my time. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hello, can you hear me?
How old are you?
18 years old.
What state do you live in?
Florida,
What time is it?
10:30.
And can you name 2 states that border Florida?
There's Georgia and Alabama.
Okay, can you name the capital of Florida?
Yes, Miami.
And it's not Miami, it's Tallahassee. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Yeah, how old are you?
28,
And what's your birth year?
1997.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I just want to say that Charlie cooked you.
On what point?
Have a good night. Thank you, Charlie.
You don't want to actually have a conversation?
No, because Charlie cooked you.
Do you want to tell me what specifically?
Everything. You literally
spec-
changed the
name one
topic
specific
4
thing.
times. Literally 4 times, and you're like, oh, I'm just going to give up, okay?
Can you name one
Just on to the
specific
next
thing you
guy.
beat me on?
Everything. Literally everything. All right, have a good night.
Be
That was
specific.
awesome.
You can't,
Charlie,
you're gonna
go
run
Charlie.
away, you coward.
Woo!
Running away, you coward. Can't actually explain. I think Matt had something you wanted to say real quick, and then we're gonna.
Hey, sorry, I just wanted to make one point. It's not on what we just talked about. I probably wasn't making my point very clear, only because the last couple weeks, month, I don't know, God knows how long, my stutter has been particularly bad, and it has caused me a lot of like mental stress with it. And so, even though I came up and I was trying to get my point across, I'm basically just having trouble speaking nowadays. So I really don't talk much anymore in terms of like being on live. I don't really do it much anymore
Hey
because
Matt,
of
Matt,
that.
you don't
And
need to
so,
apologize
no,
for
no,
this
I
or
know.
like
I
say
want to
anything
give
like
people.
that.
I want to give people an understanding of like why I'm not even. I'm like going behind the scenes. It's mainly because I'm literally having trouble talking, and it just becomes very frustrating because I knew the points that like he was going to make. I know the Hebrew, I know the points, but I physically can't say it, and so that is very limiting
Hey,
to me.
hey Matt,
And so
it's
it's
not
the
your
problem.
fault. You said it. He's gaslighting and, and manipulating the conversation, and it's making you rethink yourself and make you think that you're not communicating it good enough. But you did communicate it good enough, and it was his fault and purposefully
I
misunderstanding.
think. Well, I appreciate that, but yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for having me up anyway. Thank
All
you.
right. Well, I
appreciate
appreciate you, man.
Bye. Yeah. Bye bye.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, Kamala. I think these Republicans are like.
Hey, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. This is why it pisses me off when people on the live do that, because it's like you have Matt rethinking himself when he literally communicated it perfectly. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Donald Trump because I like to rape babies and niggers, and you're a fat.
You're so disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump. But I just gotta say one thing.
What's your birth
That
year?
last dude was absolutely disgusting. What the fuck was that?
Yeah. What's your birth year?
2007.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
I would say I just noticed like when he was president, I would say more in like before 2016.
He just left. Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria again listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Again, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
I am 34.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Did you hear what I said?
No, I didn't.
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Man, where I'm from, it's just flooded with just anybody and everybody. You know, back in 2016, when Trump was first elected, things were smooth. We lost him in 2020 to Biden. I've started noticing here in Texas, you know, the negative energy, and I'm not saying all of it's negative, but I'm trying to say this the most professional way. It just don't feel like my language, I guess your language, is Anglo. I feel like I'm pressured into learning 2 or 3 different languages, or one language specifically. You know, come on. Would I go to their country and would they force upon me to speak their language? You know what I mean? I wouldn't want to
Okay.
go.
So
I
one thing
wouldn't
to
want to
tell
go to.
you, English is what we speak. I don't know what Anglo is. Now, I don't think that English is the only language in this country. There are plenty of other languages that are spoken here in the United States. English isn't the national language. I wouldn't consider it that. And I have no issue with other people speaking other languages here. If you want to learn another language, you can, but there's no need for you to. You don't have to.
No, it's the fact that these people are coming in, so there's like it's forced upon me to learn their language.
No, it's not.
Dude, if I went
There's
to
no
their
one
language,
forcing you to learn Spanish.
well, it feels like it is. You know what I mean? I'm just like, you know, come on. If I went to their country, I'd make sure I knew their language. I
Hey,
wouldn't
dude,
force upon them to learn English.
no one's forcing you. Just because people use Spanish around you doesn't mean you have to use Spanish.
Yeah. That's why, man, dude, I am a big Trump supporter. That's why I vote for Trump, man. It's things like this that's going on. I see it every day.
What about this? Like, oh, here, let me ask you this question, actually. Do you think that I'm seditious for questioning, or seditious or treasonous for questioning Trump's cognitive health?
Say it one more time.
Do you think that I am treasonous for questioning Trump's cognitive health?
Man, I don't know how to answer that one.
Because Trump has posted on his Truth Social that people who question his cognitive health are engaging in seditious and perhaps even treasonous behavior. And I question his cognitive health. So do you think Parker Get a Job is treasonous?
Treasonous, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I don't know how to answer that one.
I have a good answer. No.
I'm just
Parker is not treasonous. Because
right.
couldn't you consider like Republicans treasonous from a Democratic perspective under the Biden-Harris administration? We could have said Biden's in such great cognitive health, such great cognitive health. For you even to question his cognitive health, that's actually treason. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Push the shiny earlier. Imagine we said that about Republicans.
Oh, I'll be dang. Yeah, you had me on that one. I was trying to come up with something. But yeah, that makes sense, I guess.
Okay.
But
so then
big-
don't you
big
think that's a big
time-
issue that he's just calling people treasonous for questioning him in terms of his cognitive health?
Goes both ways, actually. So, I mean, it's like I don't know how you say it, hit or miss, I guess.
Okay.
But
I don't think this is necessarily a hit or miss. This isn't the only thing he said. He also said that people were engaging in seditious and treasonous behavior for saying not to abide by unlawful orders. And he said that this is punishable by death. By the way, he said seditious behavior is punishable by death. And now he's claiming that we're engaging in seditious behavior literally just by saying that he is in bad cognitive health. And the reason why I think he's in bad cognitive health is because he says things incoherently all the time. He's falling asleep all the time. And it makes sense
Yeah.
that
So
when someone hits his age, right, that there's going to be some level of age that might impact somebody. I don't think it impacts every older person, but obviously that would make sense.
yeah.
And if that's reasonable for us to say, then are you saying that treason is reasonable? Or are you saying that the behavior that we're engaging in is clearly not treasonous?
So you came with something. You came at me with something I'm not. I mean, I see what you're saying. Man, I never really had to answer those kinds of questions. So I'm just kind of like, it's.
Well,
I
actually,
see what
I
you.
just learned about this today. I just on
Oh,
this
did you?
live. Yeah, Dean came up
Oh,
on the live and told me that this happened. I didn't even know it happened until I came on live. So I just learned
oh,
about
okay.
this in the past hour.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you kind of no, it's all right, man. I don't mind it. I just really don't know a good enough answer to answer that kind of question. But anyways, no, I appreciate your time though.
Okay, appreciate you coming up.
Yep.
A new day where we're treasonous. We're all treasonous here, everybody. Look at that. Parker here, he's treasonous. The whole chat's treasonous because we're all questioning Trump in terms of his cognitive health. Let's see how many Trump supporters today are treasonous, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24. I'm Batman.
Jesus Christ, dude. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. If you hit that thumbs up on YouTube, everybody, it really helps push it out to more people. If you tap that screen here on TikTok, it does the same. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I should put behind me. Why do you think I'm treasonous? Parker, get a job. Why do you think he's treasonous? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Is this a Krusty Krab? No. This is Patrick. Okay, get it right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
2006.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And do you think that Parker get a job is treasonous?
Yeah.
Are you being serious?
Yes.
Do you think treason is punishable by death?
Yeah.
So are you calling for my death?
No.
So then you don't think I've engaged in treason?
No.
Okay, so then Parker get a job is not treasonous.
No.
Are you trolling?
No.
Okay, would you like to explain your thoughts on how you just changed your mind so quickly?
I was trolling.
Okay. Interesting. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Mods, Dakota's in the guest box. You can run a poll on whether or not people want me to bring her up or not. Looks like the chat. There was split and mixed reviews in the chat earlier. Dean debated her earlier, so I was just
Nigger.
You're disgusting. I hope every single one of you stub your toe. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's get the next individual up here. Do give it a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Sure.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Alrighty. Here's my question. Do you think that Parker Get a Job is treasonous?
No.
No. So you disagree with Donald Trump?
No.
So you agree with Donald Trump?
I built back my trailer better. Like Joe Biden did.
Okay. Let's go back to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
No, Parker, I just want to say I love you, man, okay? You take care.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, bro. I love you so much.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. There's actually more people voting yes than no on the poll, by the way, everyone. If you want me to debate Dakota, I guess you could say yes. If you don't want me to, say no. If you're on TikTok, I don't think I have one on YouTube. I don't know if there's the ability to poll on YouTube. There's still more people saying yes, by the way, chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
81. 81.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
1938. And
Most people are actually saying yes, chat. All right. I'll give it a second, everyone. I'll try to add up another person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's try the next person. Do give it a second, everybody.
I'm gonna jerk you off. I'm gonna jerk you off.
Disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I want you to fuck me.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria, again, listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
And what's your birth year?
2005, November.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and do you think that Parker Get a Job is treasonous?
Do you want an honest answer, Parker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, why do you think
Yeah.
why do you think that Parker Get a Job's treasonous?
Can we talk about that after the topic I want to talk about? Why I support Trump?
No, actually. I genuinely
my
am curious
God.
about why you think this. Like, hey, it just happened. I'm curious, and we can talk about what you'd like to after.
You're killing me, bro. Treasonous.
You just said I'm treasonous, bro. I'm just trying to clarify what you mean. Because if Parker's treasonous, does that mean treason's a W? Because
I
Parker's
guess
a
so.
W, right?
Yeah, Parker's a W. Nah, I'm telling you, you're a W.
Are you trolling?
I'm not trolling. I'm trying to like bring up an actual topic. So I was gonna say I'm pro-life, and Trump is more favorable to pro-life than Kamala.
So you don't actually think I'm treasonous?
No.
Okay, why are people trolling me on this one? I'm just genuinely
Dude,
wanting to
because
get
you're
a
asking
response on this.
everybody that comes on the live, you're asking the question. So I mean, like like come on, dude.
Yeah, because it just happened, and I'm just trying to clarify. So if you don't believe that, do you disagree with Trump?
No, I don't disagree with Trump. Just because he's more favorable to pro-life than Kamala.
No, I meant like, do you disagree with Trump claiming that I'm treasonous?
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong? So he is making an accurate claim in saying that people who question his cognitive health are acting in seditious behavior and or treason.
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that treason and seditious behavior are punishable by death?
No.
No, you don't? Well, that's what he
No.
said on his own Truth Social page. So he thinks that the behavior I'm engaging in, not only does he think it's treasonous or he said seditious behavior and maybe even treason, right? And he said seditious behavior is punishable by death. So is he claiming that Parker Get a Job should be punished with death?
Yeah, I didn't see that on True Life.
Or could be punished with death? I'm actually.
I mean, I just learned. I didn't know Trump actually said that on True
Yeah,
Social.
he said this 6:11 p.m. It's currently 7:51 p.m. where I live. So about an hour and 40 minutes ago, he said this on Truth Social.
About you?
Not specifically just Parker Get a Job, but let me specifically read it for you. He said that I actually believe it's seditious, perhaps even treasonous for the New York Times and others to consistently do fake reports in order to libel and demean the President of the United States. And that's by saying that, let me read this before. He said, I will know that when I am, here I can read the whole thing. Here we go. Alrighty. I have been told by a few people, quote unquote, ace this examination, and in fact, most do very poorly, which is why many other presidents have decided not to take it at all. Despite all of this, the time and work involved, the New York Times and some others pretend I am, quote unquote, slowing up, and maybe not as sharp as I once was, or I am in poor physical health. Knowing that is not true, and knowing that I work very hard, probably harder than I've ever worked before, I will know when I am slowing up, but it is not now. After all the work I have done with medical exams, cognitive exams, and everything else, I believe it's seditious, perhaps even treasonous for the New York Times and others to consistently do quote-unquote fake reports in order to libel and demean the quote-unquote President of the United States. They're enemies, true enemies of the people, and we should do something about it.
No, it's not punishable by death. I mean, I can admit he's wrong for that. Just to be honest.
Yeah, but I mean, isn't that him claiming that Parker Get a Job? Because I'm a media source that says that he is in cognitive decline. He absolutely his cognitive health should be questioned, and he is definitely not as quote unquote sharp as he used to be. And I mean, that was even a low bar. But that's what I'm saying. Like genuinely, that's the case. And does that mean that I'm engaging in treasonous behavior?
No.
Okay.
I mean, you're just debating voters.
Exactly. So when the President of the United States is making claims that these particular things that often most Americans are going to hold to are treasonous behavior or seditious behavior, isn't that very, very much of a threat?
Yes.
Okay. So why do you support a president in which makes threats like that to typical Americans, making reasonable determinations based upon the information in front of them?
If I'm going to tell you the truth, you just educated me on that. You just gave me, I don't know, I didn't really know about that at all.
That's fair.
Because I've been watching you for a while. It's my first time ever being on your live. But I kind of wanted to like see my point of view on the left and there is the right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I mean, like, is this something?
Like I'm trying to like what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to like obviously learn from you and trying to like switch my view from being Republican. So like I'll respect, like, you know what I mean, I'm being for like I actually want to like lean towards more to the left, but I have a hard time doing that just because like obviously I'm like pro-life and that kind of stuff. Like there's certain aspects into Republican than Democrat that I do lean more towards the right just because of like pro-life policies and you know, things like that. You know what I mean?
Well, can I ask you this question then? Do you think abortion should be banned?
Yeah.
You do? You think it should be illegal?
Yeah. Well, it's an unjustified termination of a human life.
Okay, and why is that?
It's an unjustified killing of a human.
Yeah, but why is it unjustified is essentially the question I'm asking you.
Oh, well, when women get pregnant, I mean, if they don't want the kid, then they shouldn't be able to like say like, oh no, I don't want it. Like, you know what I mean? Because it's murder, or MURD. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that live,
Yeah,
but
but I'm
you know what I'm
asking
saying.
you why you think it's unjustified.
Because because I put it in my view, like say if I was born and my mom didn't want me, I wouldn't want her eliminating me. You know what I mean?
At 9 months, I mean, no one's claiming you can engage in lethal abortions at that point. At 9 months, they would just induce labor early. And also, I just want to
Yeah.
let you know, regardless of who's in presidency, and regardless of whether or not Roe versus Wade was in place, it's left up to the states after viability. All Roe versus Wade does is protect access to abortion prior to viability. Federally, that's it. That's all it did. So the argument that it allows for Democrats are allowing for specifically late-term abortions to a greater extent is simply not true from a national perspective, because from a national perspective, it's the same after viability.
Okay. So what makes it justified for you?
Well, I value it once it meets the point of sentience, which is around 20 through 24 weeks in the womb, based upon
Okay.
neuroscience papers, which is a
Um.
consensus amongst neuroscientists.
Do you believe that life starts at conception?
Do I believe life? Yes, I believe cellular life starts at conception. But I do think that the notion of life that we value, at least in a medical sense, to a significantly greater extent, is going to be sentient life. Because we think that brain dead individuals, that families should be able to pull the plug on individuals in their family that are brain dead, even though they still have cellular life. And we
You have
consider
like
them medically dead at that
heartbeat,
point.
or you have
What's up?
like brain waves. Oh, brain waves and a heartbeat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they can have brain waves in a heartbeat. And yet we
Exactly. So
still
like that's
consider them medically dead because they don't have the aspects of the brain that are required to produce a subjective experience.
I understand. Okay. So like it's bro. I just put it as like if my mom had me, and you know what I mean. If I wasn't, as you said, if I was cellular or had hearts and a brainwave, and I wasn't exactly what you said, then I wouldn't want to be eliminated just because she refused to have me as a baby.
Well, I think you might also say that you wouldn't have wanted your parents to not have you or to not go on their first date, but it would have been their choice, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So even though if they never went on the first date with each other, it would have led to you not existing, that doesn't necessarily mean that them engaging in said behavior was necessarily wrong if they were to choose to not go to that first date.
Because I wouldn't know.
Well, yeah, because you would never ever be able to make said determination because you would have never had a subjective experience that would have been able to make said determination because you would have never existed in the first place from that perspective.
Because the only thing that's stopping me from leaning to the left is the pro-life, but you're kind of I get what you're saying. It does make sense.
One thing I would say for people is that there's enough middle ground there, or at least gray area, to say that it probably shouldn't be illegal, right? There's enough gray area there in terms of value to say that like it should probably be left up to the decision of people. You might not always agree with the decision, but it should at least be legal for them to be able to get access to it, because at least for people who are typically not as political, or there's enough of a gray area to say that like, oh, okay, there's probably not enough good reason for us to restrict someone's right here to get access to an abortion.
I understand.
And
So
also,
you
like,
wouldn't-
not to mention all the medical harms that could happen. Like, when someone goes through pregnancy, there's possibilities of death, there's possibilities of medical
Oh, of course,
complications.
of course.
And we obviously want to give them the decision to reduce the risks that will be applicable to them, given that they're not going to be negatively impacting, like, you know, people that are sentient, right?
Yes. Okay. I get your point. That's the only thing that was stopping me from leaning to the left, because I honestly I don't really agree with everything that our president is doing, especially with the immigration and stuff like that. I don't agree with any of that. I don't agree with any of the emissions, or just a bunch of his shit is bullshit. You know what I mean? But the only thing that's stopping me is like the problem. But you did explain it pretty well, Parker. I appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, I thank you, Parker. Have a blessed one. God bless, bro.
You as well. You as well. Let's go into the next individual. W to them in the comment section. We always appreciate conversations like that. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Let's go into the next individual here real quick. Again, everybody, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. I'm 18.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Before we get into the conversation, why do you have Nick Fuentes as your profile picture?
1 second. I have Nick Fuentes as my profile picture because I support him. A lot of my political views are based off of his.
So you support him? Wait,
Not all
and by the
way.
way, how old did you say you were?
I'm 18.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
Why are people spamming 17 in my chat?
Huh?
Chat, what evidence do you have that he's 17?
I just turned 18. I turned 18 like 2 weeks ago. I just haven't updated my profile or my bio.
Oh, okay. Alrighty. Interesting. Okay, so why do you support Nick Fuentes?
I like how he doesn't like stick to one party. I like his views on just like his moral views. Me and him agree religiously.
Do you think women shouldn't have the right to vote?
No, I was just about to say I don't agree with him on that stuff at all. I think the way
Well,
he
that's a
handles
huge
that,
portion of his ideological beliefs, right? That he thinks
Yeah,
that
I
women
do
shouldn't
agree
have the right to vote, that they shouldn't have the same rights as men, that they should be silent, that they should be in the home, and they shouldn't be out in public to the same extent.
Yeah.
Like, these are all things that he says himself, and he's said explicitly even recently.
Right. Yeah, I really don't support him on that stuff. But
He accepts the label of being a racist, right?
yeah. Yeah, again, like I don't like that stuff. I've honestly been thinking
That's a
about
lot
changing my
to not
profile
like
picture.
about someone to say that you still support him.
Yeah, my views about him are honestly like changing by the day.
Okay.
As I learn more about him.
Okay. It's good to hear that maybe your mind will change on that.
Yep.
I have a question. Do you think that Parker get a job is treasonous?
Absolutely not. I think what Trump said about that is evil and just dumb.
Okay.
I think you should have the freedom of speech to speak about the president's health. I mean, everyone knows it's not good.
And by the way, you might want to eat later because it's just there's a lot of microphone
My
volume.
fault.
But yeah, just letting you know. So it sounds like you heavily disagree with him on that perspective. Do you think it's a big issue that he's essentially saying? And actually, here's a real question: do you question Trump's cognitive health?
100%.
Okay.
I think he's falling asleep. His hands, like I know you've seen the pictures. His hands are messed up and stuff. I just don't think he's fit for president health-wise.
Okay. Wait. So then you probably don't support Donald Trump. It seems.
Not as much as probably the other people joining this live, but in some ways, kind of.
Okay, but would you still vote for him over Kamala Harris, given the information that you have right now?
Yes.
And why would you do that?
Mainly because of immigration.
You said what?
And abortion laws. Mainly because of immigration and abortion laws.
Okay, what about them?
With immigration.
He left, by the way. I don't know why he just left. I was literally writing down what he just said. Alrighty, let's try the next individual. Only set a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. Let's get the next individual up here. Again, everybody, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
47.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Real question here. Do you think that I'm treasonous?
No.
So do you disagree with Donald Trump claiming that anyone who says that he has a decline in cognitive health and isn't as sharp as he used to be is engaging in seditious behavior and perhaps even treason?
Well, no, I don't agree with him on that. I started watching you about 7 months ago, and my viewpoint on a lot of things have actually changed.
Mm-hmm.
Immigration,
Go ahead. Mm-hmm. What about it?
like immigration laws. Um, I am for immigration. I don't think, you should just let everyone come in, but the way that this is being handled, kidnapping off the streets and that's just not okay. And I didn't know that's the way it would go, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely what the Trump administration is doing. Given that you do know this about him now, like, would you say that this is something that holds you back from supporting him, or would you still say that you support him, even though this is still true about him, even though you disagree with him on that?
No, I don't even know where I'm at politically right now because every stance, that I was looking at Trump through is just you have just you flipped me upside down. That's what you um I don't even know if truthfully I would vote for him again.
Oh, that's great to hear. I'm really happy to hear that. I do appreciate you coming up. Thank you very much. I'm glad to hear that, I've been able to change your mind in many ways. I really appreciate it. This is the reason why I do what I do. So I just want to say I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you being open-minded
I
and critically
appreciate it
thinking
too.
about it.
It opened my eyes, and I'm getting to talk to my family about it and stuff too. So, thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Arena. Have a fantastic night.
You too. Bye bye.
Exactly why I do what I do, right there. We love that. We love to see that. We love to see that, everybody. Let's go into the next individual real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Okay, Dakota. I have a question for you.
Yes.
Do you think that Parker is treasonous?
No.
You don't? Okay,
No, you?
Yeah, do you disagree with Donald
Absolutely
Trump
not.
claiming that about American citizens, that people who are in the media claiming that Donald Trump, or not Donald, that claiming that Donald Trump is in not as sharp in a state he was previously, and that he has had cognitive decline, that they are engaging in
don't
seditious
think he
behavior
meant
and
you. I don't think
perhaps
he
even
meant you,
treason?
Parker. Yeah,
What's
I
that?
don't think he meant you, Parker.
Well, he actually claimed the New York Times and others, right, that are media publications that engage in this. He said, and some others
Yes.
like to pretend he's quote unquote slowing up. I'm one of those people that claims this. Right? So like I
Yeah.
do believe he's quote unquote slowing up. I do believe that.
Sure.
And it seems based upon his
He's old.
definition that I'm engaging in seditious and perhaps even treasonous behavior.
Yeah, I don't think he said that about you, Parker.
Well, then who is he making the claim about if it's not
I don't
people
even
in
think
the
he knows you
media claiming this
exist.
about
I
him?
don't think he knows you exist, Parker.
Well, it seems like he's claiming it about anyone in the media who makes said determination. Like, why would this be true about the New York Times, but it's not true about Parker get a job?
I don't think he said that about anyone specific.
He did. He
And
said
I
the New
think
York
he's
Times.
funny, and I think he made a joke.
No, he said the New York Times, and this is him in a Truth
Yeah,
Social
no.
post, and he's not joking.
Yeah, no, he's made jokes about lots of those media outlets because he doesn't like them.
Well, I just want to clarify. This is not him joking in this context. It's a Truth Social post.
No, it's
where-
not clarified because you can't present facts to me about how he said Parker thinks I'm in decline.
Well, he's saying that any media publication, right, specifically that is saying
Yeah,
this,
and
because
he's not in decline, obviously, because he's doing a great job and he hasn't shown any show of decline.
You think Trump has shown no decline?
Oh yeah. I work in the nursing homes. That's my thing. That's my job. And I can tell you right now, that's not him.
Okay. Well, I'm not
Yep.
necessarily.
I've worked with many old people. He's not in decline.
I'm not necessarily claiming that he would have to be in a nursing home. What I am claiming, though, is that he's had cognitive decline. And I think that you denying that is akin to someone denying that Joe Biden had cognitive decline in his administration.
So you're literally saying Joe Biden had decline. So
Yeah, he
we should say
absolutely
that
did.
Donald Trump had decline.
Yeah, I'm like, if we're able to acknowledge it
Yeah,
from
if
our
we're
side,
able to do that. So you're admitting that Joe Biden had declined, so we should say that
Yes.
Donald Trump has declined.
I mean, I think that if we're able to
Both.
acknowledge this on our side, then I think
Right.
that you should be able to acknowledge it on your side
So
as
you
well.
acknowledge that Joe Biden has declined. When did he start his decline?
When did Joe Biden start his decline?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I
that
don't
you
have
can
like a
admit to.
specific age that he started his decline, but I think that you can
No,
tell that.
but what year? What year
I
did
s-
Joe Biden decline?
I think that he did throughout his whole administration. I would have
Yeah,
said that it was
definitely.
let me clarify. I would have said that it would already have been present when he first ran in 2020,
Yeah,
at
for
least to some
sure.
extent. It wasn't
Oh, yeah.
exhaustively so bad that he shouldn't have been able to run.
Just
but
falling
it
off
was
bikes and
hold
stuff.
up, hold up, Dakota. Him falling off the bike is not evidence of that, by the way. That was
Oh, okay.
that's actually because of the fact that his foot was like, some bikes you can clamp them into the pedal.
What?
So- it was because of the fact that his right foot was clamped into the pedal.
Mm-hmm.
Live access suspended for what? Youth exploitation and abuse? It's 10 minutes. What the fuck? I just got banned for youth exploitation and abuse for 10 minutes. What? What the hell? That was just on TikTok, by the way. So we're still here on YouTube. I guess we have to wait 10 minutes. That's so weird. I don't know why that happened. I'll say thank you to a few people, and then we'll clarify. It was for guest violation, not my own violation, guest violation. So it wasn't necessarily me violating it that they said. It must have been the guest got flagged for that or something. Libby, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Susanna, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Tracy, thank you for the $3. Libby, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate it. Lolo, thank you for the $2. Susanna, thank you so much again for the $5. Hugh, thank you for the $5. Jay, thank you for the $2. Andy, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $3. Thank you so much. Kim, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Stop the Stupidity, thank you for the $5. Amy, thank you for the 2. Fish, thank you for the 2. Johnny, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I did just explain it, so I think you probably heard that. Thank you so much, Johnny. And for the $100, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, so I have I think it's like in middle school. So I've had this for a really long time. I got my computer. I have like a mix amp. It's like a Focusrite mix amp that just like plugs into my Shure SM7DB. I would recommend just get the SM7B or honestly any real microphone works. Lagging? Why are we lagging? No, what the hell? Is it still lagging, everyone? Is it still lagging, or are we back? We're back. Okay, it's fixed now. Okay, perfect. Okay, everyone, I don't know what that was. Glad to see that we're still here. Gosh, that stuff always scares me. I'm sorry, but yeah, it's just like literally all you need is a camera. I have like an Elgato that plugs into my camera. I know that you have to do that, and then you have to have some phony battery. It's called a quote unquote dummy battery for the camera. Yeah, no audio. What happened to TikTok? Wait, what's going on? Audio. People are saying no audio. My audio is fine. Alrighty, let me see. Hopefully it doesn't kick everyone out of the stream. Audio's good? Okay, alrighty. Trump's going after you? Yeah, look, Donald Trump's going after Parker for being quote unquote treasonous, chat. Look at this. He's going after Parker. By the way, everyone here on the YouTube stream, I would really recommend hit the thumbs up, everyone. Hit that thumbs up. It really helps get it out to more people. Thank you, everyone, for in the YouTube chat, letting people know what to do if that does happen. I appreciate it, Johnny, by the way. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Lovey, thank you for the $5. They said just leave and come back. It happened to me as well. Okay, for sure, for sure. I don't know why it did that. Maybe because there's just so many people that were coming to the stream. And then Luke, thank you for the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said I was a caregiver for Alzheimer's and dementia patients, and he's definitely cognitively declining rapidly and also physically. True. True, true, true. Alrighty, everyone. Give it a few minutes. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. I think we're currently at like 1,400 likes. I think we'd easily, honestly, get it up to 3,000 likes. There's over 4,000 people in the stream. Just letting everyone know what happened is I got banned on my main account for about 10 minutes. About 10-minute ban. So we're going to get that back here in a second. Johnny, thank you for the $20. They said, lag hit when you said Sony. Can you re-say that part? Yeah, so Sony A7X, I'm pretty sure. And I know you have to plug into the into an Elgato, and then you also have to have a dummy battery for the camera. Because else it will like cut off the power after a little bit. And then I also have a fan next in front of it because sometimes it'll overheat. But that's mainly the setup. And then I use Streamlabs OBS and then TikTok Live Studio. And then from Streamlabs, I mirror my webcam over to TikTok Live Studio. So that should go over everything. The 10-minute ban is a youth exploitation and abuse ban from a guest violation. So it's nothing I did. It's something the guest did. And for some reason, they just banned me for 10 minutes. So I don't know what the point was in that, to be honest with you. This is why I always recommend everyone to be over here on YouTube. But yeah. 22. So 4 minutes until we get back. Everyone, I have a few more people to think on Venmo and on PayPal real quick. Tiffany, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Libby, thank you for the $15 again. Thank you so much, Libby. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Kel, thank you so much for the $5. Caitlin, thank you for the $2. Tracy, thank you for the $5. And Roy, thank you for the $20. Roy, can we get some W's for Roy in the comment section? Pot, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $4.20. Thank you. And Libby, thank you for the $5. I am going to say that next time. It's actually one thing I thought of. Call, thank you for the $5 for YouTube sounding has been going out all night. It was happening on Dean's stream too. Very annoying. Oh, I would really wonder why that's happening. I apologize for that, everyone. That's definitely not the thing here. Kathy, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Kathy. Can we get some W's for Kathy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Kathy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Kathy in the comment section right now? Thank you. Brandy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Can we get some W's for Brandy in the comment section right now? Carrie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. It just is subjective experience. That's what it means. That's what I mean by sentience, is subjective experience. And consciousness is typically referencing like self-awareness plus the subjective experience. So I do see them to be distinct within that respect. Like consciousness is a step on top of sentience. And then Lincoln with the $75 on PayPal. Get some W's for Lincoln as well in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Lincoln with the $75 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lincoln. Johnny, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. Yeah, I get you. I get you. That's great to hear. That's great to hear. Good luck on your streams. Good luck on your streams. Alrighty. If you're on YouTube, again, hit the thumbs up, everyone. Alrighty. And then Ocean Blue, thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate it. Thank you. And then Lovey, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't really have anything to do with Dean's server. I would recommend to go to Dean about that one. I don't really go on Discord ever. Just letting you know. And I also, I completely got rid of Discord. I'm not using it at all anymore. It's just Josh. Thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's just Josh. Thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, just dropped a new... Oh, that's cool. Oh, definitely. You could add me and maybe I'll be able to see it later. Every once in a while, I'll check my ads. Loco, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I get you there. And then Deb, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you. I need a compressor for your Focusrite. Your mic clips horribly when you scream. Oh, okay. I got you. I got you. I'll have to think about that. I actually, a compressor. I'll have to look into that because I haven't really heard much about the compressor. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I'll look into that. And then we have about 1 more minute left, everyone. 1 more minute left. Alrighty, give it a second, everyone. And then we're going to get the debates going here. Do give it a second. We are about 2 hours in the stream, everyone, so meaning we have like another 2 hours left. Just letting everyone know. You back on TikTok? Just about to hop on. Eli, again, as always, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much, Eli. W's for Eli in the comment section. W's for Eli in the comment section. And then Edgar, thank you so much for the $2. Mind explaining your setup again? I'd recommend just to like scroll back on YouTube for a second real quick. It's kind of really just I have like my camera connected to my computer through an Elgato, and then I have a dummy battery for my camera. I've got some audio equipment. Lighting is super important. I always would recommend lighting. That's one thing I forgot to say earlier. Alrighty. Oh, it says that I am... Wait, is it for 2 hours? No way. Wait, it says 8:22. Okay, wait, hold up. It should be back. It just says it's not back. Sorry. I got scared there for a second. I was like, oh, shit. Is it... Because it looked like it was for 2 hours, but no, I was just reading it wrong. We're good, we're good, we're good. I should have it back now. I was about to say, like, a 2 hour ban is crazy. Alrighty, alrighty. We're starting up the stream. We're back, we are back, we are back. Alrighty. Let me type it in. Hopefully we can get the debates going real quick. Go live. And then Johnny, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I said you might want a limiter for the screams. I love the energy, but I have to pull out my headphones sometimes. Oh, I got you. I got you. That makes sense. Yeah, I'll have to think about that because I think the issue is that like my voice isn't loud enough when typically talking, but then my microphone is too loud for that. So I need to figure out a way to prevent it from meeting a certain amount of audio and how loud it is. So yeah, you're right. You're right on that. I'll have to look into that. I'll make sure to write that down and see what I can do about that for later. A compressor. No, it's a compressor. Get compressor for Focusrite for screams and clipping of audio. Okay, there we go. Alrighty, I'll make sure to do that. I'll make sure to try to do that. Alrighty, let's get the debates going here in a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I hope get out to more people. What happened? I got banned for 10 minutes for quote-unquote youth exploitation and abuse, and it was a guest violation. So hopefully we'll be able to get back into the algorithm here. What's good, everyone? Joining back. How's everybody doing? Do give it a second. Alrighty. Alrighty, do give it a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people, everyone. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's just start it up immediately and get it going, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. Hey, I just want to see keep doing what you're doing, man. I love you, man.
Appreciate you very much. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And Lovey, that's something that you have to message them about. I have nothing to do with the Discord at all. And it doesn't make sense to blame me for not taking precautions when I don't even have a Discord anymore. But yeah, you can totally message their mods and talk to them about it. It's something I have nothing to do with at this point, and I could just say that like I would obviously not want that to be the case. Don't look into a compressor, but a limiter. I got you, Johnny. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Edgar, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Thank you. Didn't realize you can rewind on YouTube. Thanks. Oh, don't worry about it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
Yeah, and what's your birth year?
2006.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And let me say thank you to a few people, and then we can move on to the conversation. Tiffany, thank you so much for the $2. Yes, I definitely will try to make that bring that up. Thank you so much, Tiffany, as well as for the $2 as well. Thank you again twice. And then RJ, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for the grift. Thank you. Alrighty. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I like his most of his policies, but mainly his deportation policy. I'm with that more.
Okay, and why do you support his deportation policy?
Because there's just a lot of, over 22 million illegal immigrants from all over the world.
There's 11 to 14 million in the country.
Okay. Well, still, even with that much, that's going to raise prices. That's going to
raise prices. What?
Yeah, more people
How
buying.
so?
Yeah, more people buying things. Housing prices will go up because more people are looking for houses. During the open border policy with Biden and Kamala, they were actually.
Can I actually address the points you just made there? One thing you're
Yeah.
not taking into account is the other impacts in the context of the market. So not only are there increases in demand, there's also increases in supply. Okay, so if there's an increase in demand and an increase in supply, why would you say that there would be an increase in price?
Because more people are buying, so which means companies are going to raise price.
Yeah, but there's more people supplying as well.
How is there more people supplying if there's just more buy? There's going to be more.
Stop. There's more people in the economy providing services and being employed, and there's more people demanding goods and services. So not only is there an increase in demand, but there's also an increase in supply. If you increase both supply and demand, that brings you back to the same equilibrium, just at a greater level of production.
Well, with that, and that's also another thing with the beautiful bill, how they're defunding more of like food stamps and SNAP programs and stuff because there's so many people, including illegal immigrants, that are abusing that and not having to go to work with just getting free money, free food, with all that stuff.
Undocumented immigrants don't qualify for any of those federal benefits.
Well, I was going to tell you before you interrupted me that during the open border policy with Biden and Kamala, they were giving them an ID, which means they can vote, but giving a free bus to a sanctuary city, debit card with like $5,000 a month on it.
Nope,
And so,
no one was getting $5,000 a month, and
yeah, they
asylum
were getting
seekers
free
are
money.
going through a legal process of immigration.
It was every single immigrant that was coming in here illegally.
Nope.
With the open border policy.
You think all undocumented immigrants were just getting $5,000 a month?
Yeah, through the open border policy.
You're just wrong.
Okay, how am I wrong? Prove me wrong.
Again, right, that program you're referencing to help out people who are asylum seekers is for literally specific circumstances. They would not get anywhere near $5,000 a month. They would get supplemental help in terms of being able to provide food and housing, right, especially when they have children. Would you like to provide a single source where even asylum seekers would get $5,000 a month?
With asylum seekers, there is that, but there's also millions
I asked
of
you,
people that
give me a source that even asylum seekers, which are legal immigrants, would get that. Because not even asylum seekers who are legal immigrants would get that. Undocumented immigrants don't qualify for that. In order to
Get what
qualify
money?
for benefits, you have to have a social security number.
Yeah, that's what they were getting all that stuff for free. They were just becoming a citizen for free. Yeah.
That's not true. So and if they were becoming a
anyway.
citizen, then they would be going through the legal process, correct?
Well, they're getting an ID and they're getting free money, free food, a free bus to a sanctuary city.
So again, right, they're not getting $5,000 a month. The bus that you're referencing is, again, for asylum seekers. Okay, undocumented immigrants are not getting free bus rides from the government.
yeah, and all those asylum seekers, probably more than, yeah, there is asylum seekers, people trying to like come over here, provide for their family, like make a better environment for their family, make money, and send them back over. But there's also sex traffickers, drug traffickers, terrorists, like
Are you
that.
tapping the desk, by the way? Just asking. Just because I
My
hear
what?
something in the background. I heard like some
No.
noise in the background. And if you want to
No.
reference the likelihood of all those things, that's less likely to happen than for natural-born U.S. citizens. Undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. And if you want to ensure that a greater amount of people are vetted, provide a legal pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, as that would specifically ensure that there would be a greater amount of people that would actually go through the vetting process, and it would ensure that more people go through said legal process, and it would ensure that more people are overall understood to be in the country if they are in the country.
Wait. Yeah, there's going to be more documented citizens that make more crimes because there's more citizens than there are illegal immigrants. So it's just like if you're looking at a chart,
I said per
obviously
capita.
that's going to be, yeah, obviously that's going to be the case. But over the years of just open borders, people flooding in, there's going to be more drug trafficking, sex trafficking. They can say they're asylum seekers and then they get a free bus. That's why like all that there's less crime happening right now.
Are you tapping or something? Or
No.
like I hear something in the background tapping.
All right. Well, anyways, with all these social media videos that you see online of like short 15-second clips of ICE raids, they're just showing you, and then they'll have a caption being like, "Oh my God, this is so terrible." Like, that's not anything what's happening. They're going around with guns. They're going to have a sidearm with live rounds, but they're mainly using non-lethal weapons. So whenever you see a guy with an AR pointed to a window saying "get out of the car," and not a single time is any of those people actually complying, which escalates the situation even more. And you see like getting.
I'm sorry, that's just not true. Like, you're literally just making up circumstances. I've seen plenty of videos where people specifically are 100% in totally complying, and yet the ICE specifically is hearing that they're U.S. citizens and not caring, or that specifically they're going to work and they surround the person's car and then they detain them. They don't give them access to an attorney for 3 days, right? And then they miss their kid's birthday party because of it. And it was someone who was legally in the country just going to work.
Okay. Yeah, they're gonna if they do get someone that is a citizen, they're going to eventually find out that they're a citizen and just set them loose. They're not just gonna.
But 3 days where they're detained without power of attorney.
Okay, there's millions of people that they're dealing with right now. So
that doesn't
3
mean
days.
that you get to violate anyone's fucking rights. Those are constitutionally protected rights.
Well, you literally don't have American citizen rights if you're an illegal immigrant.
Wait, by the way, this person was legally in the country, and everyone within the jurisdiction of the country is granted due process rights, even undocumented immigrants. If you commit a crime, you get due process for committing said crime. That's the legal way to do it. And if you're saying that undocumented immigrants need to go through the legal way, well, then you need to go through the legal way as well.
You're saying that I need to go through the legal process
yes,
of
and
becoming
deporting them, yeah. You
How,
can't deport people without going through the legal manner while saying that undocumented immigrants need to go through the legal manner.
That's what makes you an American citizen. You go either moving here and going through the process of becoming a citizen, or you're born here. Those are the only 2 ways to become a citizen.
I mean, Trump's even talked about denaturalizing certain people.
Okay, cool.
What do you mean, okay, cool? That's a big issue, is it not? Those are
No,
citizens.
I mean, he says things that people take too literally, and he's just joking half the time. Just like the tweets that you were talking about earlier with the.
This is not him joking. I literally read off the whole Truth Social post. That's not him joking. He was quite literally saying it was seditious and maybe even treasonous behavior to say that he has cognitive decline and that he's not as sharp as he used to be. Not only is that absurdly ridiculous, but it literally logically entails that Parker get a job as treasonous.
Okay, I don't really know why you're bringing up Parker get a job every single time you mention this. Yeah, I don't really know why you're bringing that up.
Why am I bringing that up? Because I told you that it's something that I believe.
He's talking.
Hell, it's something that you believe. You believe that Trump's had cognitive decline, correct?
Well, any 80-year-old's gonna have slowly cognitive decline. But what he's saying is those tests are showing that
That's
he
not
might
what
be
he
better
said.
off.
No, he said that
There's
he is as sharp as he's ever been. He's working as hard as he's ever been, and to think otherwise is seditious, perhaps even treasonous.
that if all these media platforms for years now going against Trump and just like dissing on him, and especially now with all the controversial like policies that's going on and he's enforcing, yeah, all these media platforms are going to go against him, and so he's saying that they're being treasonous. Like obviously he's using a word that might be not exactly what's going on, but I mean he's in the ballpark.
He said seditious, perhaps even treasonous. No, that's not even close to the ballpark. To say that literally just because he has had medical and cognitive decline, that means that he is that they're engaging in seditious, perhaps quote unquote even treasonous behavior. Like, I'm sorry, none of that is okay, especially when he's posted on his own platform that is punishable by death.
When did he say it's punishable by death?
He posted a little bit back. This is like about less than 2 weeks ago, saying that like certain Democratic Congress people that were veterans that said that do not follow unlawful orders were engaging in seditious behavior. And that seditious behavior was quote unquote punishable by death. And now he's claiming that this is seditious behavior. So he's already clarified under his own view that he thinks seditious behavior is punishable by death, and yet he's claiming right now that people who say that he's not quote unquote as smart as he used to be, or that he's had some sort of decline, or that he's quote unquote slowing up, right? Means that we're engaging in seditious behavior. This is absurd. And for you to say that this is a joke, for you to say that this is not something to even worry about, and this is just the president who just says things, actively normalizes him engaging in this behavior, and will inevitably lead to things like this happening in the future.
Well, that tweet that you mentioned earlier about the following unlawful orders, he's saying, well, first of all, there's no unlawful orders that the military is being told to do.
Yes, they have.
He's saying, like, if a military,
I can give you examples of unlawful
military
orders.
members are going against orders, that's going to be dangerous. Not only make our military weaker, but that's going to start making like the military inside America turn against each other.
There
So
have
he's
been
saying
unlawful orders. There absolutely
like
been
what?
unlawful orders.
Name one unlawful order.
Yeah, I'll give you an unlawful order. When they specifically ordered the second strike on the boat where it was already specifically capsized, and for 45 minutes they were trying to get on a capsized boat, which means it was turned upside down. You can't even use it. And they weren't even going to the United States. They didn't have enough gas to make it to the United States. There was no evidence given to Congress they had DRUGS
We will
in
never
the first
know.
place.
We will never
They were
know what their plan
surrendering.
was.
Wait, I'm sorry.
We'll never
They
know
were
what their plan was.
surrendering. The boat was
military will
capsized.
have- military
I'm
for
sorry.
months will
These
be
are
getting intel
unlawful.
on what's
Wait, I'm
going
sorry.
on
Stop
before
talking
they
and let me
even release
finish.
to the
You asked me a
citizens.
question, but you're not letting me finish speaking.
Yo, yeah, you're just saying like the same thing over and over again. Just
No,
like,
I'm not. I am finishing speaking. Please let me finish. You asked me a
All right,
question.
Go ahead, Sexy.
I have been nice to you. I've let you speak. I've let you engage in what you have to say. Let me do
I'm
the
letting
same.
you speak right now. Go ahead.
You're not. Thank you for the meteor shower, Cat. Thank you. So again, they had no ability to operate the boat. They weren't even headed towards the United States. They didn't have enough gas to make it to the United States, Purse of the Galaxy. So again, the idea that you said that they should do this is actually unlawful because the law says that we should actually rescue them in that scenario or detain them once they get to U.S. waters, and that actually unaliving them in that scenario is absolutely an unlawful order. And it's even been claimed by people who are currently on the Trump administration that you should not abide by said unlawful orders, like Pete Hegseth. He said that before.
Okay, we will never know what the boat was actually intended to do as citizens. That's what the military knows. The military knows only. If they want to give it out to the public, they can. I'm 100% sure that they knew exactly what was going on by having intel about what they were going to do. Them not directly going, like them not having gas to directly go to America, they would still be trafficking drugs into America, and that's exactly what was happening. There was more drugs in America than ever with the open border policy because all of these drug and sex traffickers who were, killing and raping children, all that stuff. Like, well, that's just gonna be a guaranteed whenever you open the borders. I mean, you'll have people coming here for good and like actually trying to work, but the people that are doing it for bad and abusing that are ruining it for everyone else. Still, I think that you have to come in legally no matter what. I mean, if you're really trying to do good and help your family, you're gonna try to come in the right way. If you go in illegally, that's a crime. You're gonna get kicked out. No other country would just open borders and let people in.
Okay, so there's a few things here. One, there wasn't an open border. The idea that there was an open border is absurd and ridiculous. Obviously, an open border would logically entail. Thank you for the treasure test, by the way. Oh, that literally has SpongeBob in it. That's so funny. Thank you so much, Grace. Obviously, an open border would indicate that there was no restrictions. There absolutely were restrictions. There were arrests. There were deportations that happened under the Biden-Harris administration. The idea that there weren't any laws enforced under the Biden-Harris administration is obviously absurd. If you're talking about DRUGS that are brought to our country, well, actually over 80 to 90% of the DRUGS brought to our country are brought by U.S. citizens. If you had an issue with quote-unquote seed drug being brought to our country, well, then you should actually disagree with Donald Trump pardoning a convicted seed drug trafficker that was an ex-president in Honduras. Alongside the fact that undocumented immigrants, again, are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country comparative to naturally-born U.S. citizens. So this idea that you're going to say that undocumented immigrants are bringing crime to the country is obviously an absurd basis that's not grounded within reality at all.
So then how do you explain there being less crime around all these major cities with these deportations going on?
Wait, restate that one time?
There's less crimes in all these major cities than ever with all these deportations going on and these ICE raids.
Did you know that border cities actually have lower rates of crime compared to the average U.S. city?
I'm not talking about border. I'm talking about all major cities.
By the way, what cities are you referencing have a reduced crime rate because of undocumented immigrants being deported?
New York, Chicago, Washington's being worked on right now.
Can you give me any study indicating that? And thank you for the Mary Sponge miss. That's so fucking sick. Holy shit. Is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm done talking.
Yeah, did you hear what I was making then? Like the point I
No.
was making? What was
No.
the last thing you heard I said?
Something about Patrick.
No, I'm talking about prior to that, man. Obviously, I was making a little joke.
Yeah,
that I
repeat
saw.
what you said.
What do you remember last I said before that? I just asked you.
Yeah, no. So I asked you to repeat what you said.
Okay, I was saying that undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. So this idea that you're trying to prescribe that undocumented immigrants are bringing lots of crime to this country is ridiculous. And then I asked you what particular crimes or what evidence you have that crimes have gone up because of mass deportation.
Yeah, so the mass deportations, there are crimes going down, like just even petty crimes, but there's sex trafficking, drug trafficking, all that's going down. And with the military on that Venezuelan boat, that's also what they were doing. They were stopping the drug trafficking because I bet 100% that they knew exactly what they were doing, but the public's not going to know until months later.
No, they have to give evidence to Congress when they do this. Secondly, if there were drugs on the boat, you detain them once they get to U.S. waters. You don't murder them. Alongside the fact that most DRUGS that are brought to our country are not specifically F drug, are not brought by Venezuela. It's mostly things like C drug and M drug being legal in many states. And C drug, again, Trump pardoned a convicted C drug trafficker. Why is he pardoning convicted sea drug traffickers and then saying it's justified to unalive people based upon them trafficking sea drug, even when there's no evidence that they've justified that, right? Obviously, a conviction that this has happened is a lot more evidence indicating that to be true than literally just an accusation from the Trump administration.
Okay.
So, do you have a response to that?
I mean, no, you're not really answering the question. You're answering the questions besides saying stuff that doesn't really make sense about how U.S. citizens commit more drug trafficking crimes than illegal immigrants.
What question do you want me to answer?
Well, I just said how is more U.S. citizens doing more drug trafficking than illegal immigrants?
How is that?
Over the last year, because it's probably over multiple years, and there's more U.S. citizens than there are illegal immigrants. So obviously that number would be higher.
Okay, but we're just saying how many people are, what percent of the people, thank you for the treasure chest, by the way. What percent of people are US citizens that are bringing drugs to the country, and over 90% is brought by US citizens. So the idea that it's brought by people who are not US citizens is unlikely. So are we murdering people who are not US citizens because they're bringing DRUGS when, one, it's unlikely for that to be the case, two, there was no evidence given to Congress they had DRUGS, and three, even if they did, this isn't justification to do so.
But what are you looking at? What stats are you looking at from?
Like, for like claiming that like 80 to 90% of DRUG traffickers were U.S. citizens. That's from the Cato Institute.
Okay, and what else? Like, can you just name like one?
Name another one?
Yeah.
KFFF or KFF.org.
Can you show it on the screen or no?
The American Immigration Council. Can I show on the screen? I don't need to, but I have it right here. Yeah, I can. Like, what do you want me to show you on the screen? I can tell you the title. What's up?
Okay, whatever.
What do you want me to show you on the screen? Do you want me to show you the article on the stream?
Or just like whatever graph you're looking at.
Okay, I'll show you the title. Or, I mean, the information. I got you. Give me 1 second. Here we are.
So we're in 2025.
Yeah. And this is the data from the last year.
But I'm not talking about the last year. I'm talking about this year.
Yeah, what about it?
Like, this is the year where all the deportations are happening. So all the crime is in drug trafficking, sex trafficking is lower now.
What? I'm just telling you what the proportionality is, so you have no evidence to indicate this to be the case. What are you talking about? What dispute is this?
You just show me a graph from last. You just show me an article from last year. Like, we're not talking about last year. We're talking about this year.
What? 2025 is still happening.
Yeah. So show me something from this year that still says the same thing.
What? What do you mean? I can't give you evidence from 1 fucking year ago?
Yeah, because that stuff wasn't happening. This mass deportation was not happening in 2024, last year.
Do you have any evidence on it for this year? I can see if there's any data for 2025. I just don't know why you're saying this.
Well, I just think it's funny how you brought up a article from last year knowingly.
What? Yeah, from data on 1 year ago.
We're talking about this year.
What? We're not only just talking about this year. I said specifically people were bringing
That's
DRUGS.
why. No, the topic is the mass deportations right now, and you brought up a article from last year. That the deportations were not happening last year; they're happening now this year.
We're talking about the DRUG traffickers. We're talking about the proportionality that's historically existed.
No, we're talking about how the ICE raids in all the major cities have lowered crime, especially drug trafficking.
Wait, no. You're misunderstanding. We were talking about what percent of DRUGS are brought by U.S. citizens, right? And you were asking me for a source on that. And I gave you a source, and you're disputing it because it was from 2024, which is last year.
Yeah,
that's just the data on what percent of DRUGS are brought by U.S. citizens. That's all it is.
All right, man. Whatever.
Do you want to acknowledge that, or are you still just going to dispute it without reason?
I mean, I'm not doing it without a reason.
You are. Like, what you just said was obviously not a good reason.
How is it not a good reason?
How is it not a good reason? Because again, this is data that's existed, historically speaking, that tells us what percent specifically comes from U.S. citizens. So this argument that mostly it's brought by people who are not U.S. citizens, right,
Oh, yeah,
is
correct.
obviously a ridiculous assertion, that there's no evidence justifying that.
All right, if we're just talking about
Wait, are you saying that proportionally speaking, there are more undocumented immigrants and people coming from other countries that are bringing DRUGS across the border now comparative to 2024?
I'm talking about how all of the crime from the ICE raids in all the major cities have gone down because of the mass deportations. People,
Do you have a
all
source
the
on that?
bro, it's all like look up on any news station on any article, they will say
You give
that.
me a source. I just gave you specific sources. You asked me to pull it up on screen, and now you can't even give me a title of an article?
It's hard to go off any liable sources because they all
What?
provide like short 30-second clips if they show a video or that are
What?
edited or
A
What are you
video?
talking
I didn't
about?
ask you. What are you talking? I'm asking you for a source, and you can't provide me any source that's just to trust me, bro?
Like I don't like remember the sources that I see.
I'll give you time to go look it up if you'd like.
I don't need to go look it up. You look it up
Why are you asking me to look up your own sources?
because you were wanting to know what the sources are.
Wait, you asked me what the sources were, and I
Yeah.
had to do the research for you.
Yeah, I'm not a nerd that sits on here for 12 hours a day knowing the
I
sources.
don't sit on here for 12 hours a day, but what's wrong with me being a nerd?
I'm just saying I don't remember the sources that I see.
I never asked you to. I said you could look it
You
up.
just yeah, I don't. But that's the thing. What am I going to look up for the sources if I don't remember them?
I don't know. Maybe any information that would lead you to find it. Do you know how to do research?
Oh yeah, sure. I'll do that. Give me like 2 minutes while you mention your fake donations.
Dude, this guy, dude, what? That's so embarrassing. You just said it was fake donations because I just debunked you, bro. I just dog walked this kid, and he's like, "How about you go read all your fake donations, buddy?" Chalupa Batman, thank you so much for the $20 for the fake donations. I really appreciate it. We don't have donations from this year yet. Aaron, thank you for the cheeky Wiggly. Thank you so much for the fake donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Iris, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the fake donation. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Based. Bree, thank you so much for the $10 for the fake donation. Thank you so much for let the guest know that he sucks at debating for you. I got you. Don't worry. I got you. I got you. I got you. Lincoln, thank you so much for the $25 for the fake donation. Give me some W's for Lincoln in the comment section right now for the fake donation. Thank you. Kristen, thank you so much for the $10 for the DNC fake donation. Thank you. AJ with the $5. Thank you so much for the fake donation. And for Guess is mad because he plays D2 lacrosse. Sydney, thank you so much for the $5 for the fake donation. Joy, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it for the fake donation. Thank you. No, don't worry. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I just appreciate you being here. Don't worry about that. Michael, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know that's essentially what he's claiming. Thank you so much for the $5 in fake donations. I really appreciate it. Release the Bats. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for ask the caller how Fox News defamation lawsuit went. And InfoWars, both used for about $1 billion each. Here's another fake donation. Thank you so much. Muffin, thank you so much for the $10 for the fake donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Tempest, thank you so much for the $20 for the fake donation. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. Give me some W's for the fake donation in the comment section. Thank you. Can you say thank you to all the fake donators?
Yo, thanks, fake donators.
Why did you say that? Because you just got dog walked so badly.
All right. Anyways, if you go to
Don't you
the
feel
Homeland
embarrassed?
Security, the official Homeland Security, it literally tells you how major crimes like homicide. Let me go back.
Yep, go back and look at your source. Melanie with the $100 for the fake donation. Can we get some W's for Melanie in the comment section for the $100 for the fake donation? I really appreciate it. Can you say some W's for Melanie in the comment section right now for the fake donation? Hey, can you say thank you to Melanie?
Yo, W Melanie, bro.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the fake donation. Thank you so much, Melanie.
A bunch of different assaults, like sexual assault.
What was the
assault
source?
with
Because, again, just make a claim. We need a source.
the Department of Homeland Security.
What's the title? And I think that's a partisan source from the Trump admin. But Penelope, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Shane, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you. And Sci-Fi, thank you for the Galaxy. But I'll accept it. Tell me the title.
Yeah, it's violent crimes falls in U.S. cities as ICE removes worst of the. Oh shit! It went away. Yes.
Okay, I just want to let you know that over 70% of people detained by ICE have no prior criminal record.
Crossing the border makes you a criminal. And trying to stay here illegally, that makes you a criminal.
Okay, so by the way, all they're saying is that there was a decrease in crime in multiple cities across the first 6 months of 2025. It doesn't necessarily
exactly
mean.
what I'm saying.
Listen, it doesn't necessarily mean that it was caused by the Trump administration or that it was related to immigration.
Did you like scroll down? It does say that.
No, it doesn't.
So then why would it go down just randomly? Because they feel like it.
What'd you say?
They feel like because why would it go down then? They just feel like not doing crime that day. Like it's gonna go down.
No,
it's going down
you're
because of the
misunderstanding.
race.
Correlation doesn't equal causation. Just because there's a correlation between two factors does not necessarily entail that there is a causation between those factors. You'd have to justify that there was some causatory aspect of this or something that he advocated for that would have caused that. When we actually know that undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens, then obviously that would make sense. Also, they claim that 70% of ICE arrests include undocumented immigrants with criminal convictions or pending charges. That's not true, actually. By the way, if you, I can send you I can send you a report that over 70% of people detained by ICE have no prior criminal record.
Yeah, you could send me one, and I could send you one that says it. And we could just keep going back and forth. So like, there's never going to be a actual reliable source that's going to tell the truth.
There is. These are from reliable sources.
Yeah, you're going to say it is because you believe that side, and I'm going to say it is because I believe in the other side. There's just like what?
It's not
when
just
is there
believing. Hey, listen, it's not just believing people on certain sides. I can send you this from the Cato Institute. The Cato Institute is a pretty good source for this.
Why can't you believe the Department of Homeland Security, who is literally, this is what they do 24/7, this is their job, they know what they're talking about?
Yeah, we're referencing, this is new non-public data from the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, leaked to the Cato Institute, reveal a different story. Nearly 3 in 4 had no criminal conviction. Okay, this is literally from that data, okay?
But crossing
it's
the border
literally from the ICE data. This is from the ICE data themselves. 73% have no conviction. And only 5% have a violent criminal conviction.
Crossing the border illegally and trying to live here or overstay
By the
your
way,
visa.
someone said Parker's sources. Trust me, bro. The source is ICE themselves from Cato Institute. That's a source.
And isn't that crazy how that 5% of people that actually have a criminal record makes, and actually arresting them, makes all of that crime go down?
What? If only 5% of the people detained by ICE have a violent criminal conviction, how are you going to say that you're that you're addressing like the violent criminals and the worst to the greatest extent? To me, it sounds like you're focusing to a greater extent, and mostly people will have no prior criminal convictions.
Crossing the border illegally and overstaying your visa makes you a criminal. That is a crime.
Yeah, again, we're saying prior criminal conviction.
Okay, yeah, if it says 5% on there, then those the 5%
if they're in ICE detention, that means that they haven't been convicted of that crime yet. And by the way, I don't consider that a crime that would be even one to address.
What? Wait, what?
Just coming to the country undocumented is not a big issue to me. I mean, you guys have no issue with deporting them without due process, which is violating the legal process. But apparently, undocumented immigrants have to go through the legal process.
You don't know if they're not getting due process. Like, you're not there.
Yes, we do, because we know that they've expanded expedited removal, and expedited removal reduces due process rights.
Yeah, you don't know that they aren't getting due process.
Yes, we do.
That
courts themselves have determined this to be the case.
They're going to, they're going to get a description of who they're trying to go for. They're not just going to go for random like people that look like Mexicans, even though
Oh, actually, they
Mexico,
do. Did you know that they've actually said that they're engaging in racial profiling themselves?
yeah, that's part
That's
of
actually the Trump policy is to
profiling a
racially
suspect.
profile.
Yep, that's part of profiling a suspect. If someone robs a bank
Oh,
and it's night,
so you think racial profiling should be a part of the determination of someone's guilt?
let me finish talking. That's not even what I said. If someone robs a bank and no one really gets a clear look of them, they just know how tall they are, their skin color, if they have a beard or not. That's gonna help them in profiling the right person. So yes, if they're getting the
I don't
description,
think racial profiling should be used to determine whether or not people should be detained. I don't think that should be one of the reasons listed in detaining someone or to determine probable cause. I think that's absurd. I think that leads to obviously
Yeah, so
detrimental
what do you
outcomes.
see when you
And you
first look
want to
at
know
someone?
what we've seen? Indigenous Americans have been targeted because of this. Did you know that?
What do you see when you first look at someone? What do you see?
What do I see when I first look at
Yeah,
someone? Their clothes.
don't lie.
Genuinely, I'm being serious. Their
You see their
clothes.
skin color. Obviously, that's what you see their skin color. So
Wait,
they're
but
going.
by the way, even if you do see their skin color, does not necessarily mean that it should be used as a mechanism to determine that.
But it does though, because if they're going after people, like they know who they're going after, they're not just going after random people that might look like a illegal immigrant. They know who they're going after. They go and I mean, because like you.
No, they don't. They're using race as a factor specifically to determine whether or not, in accordance with other characteristics, that they can detain someone. And I don't think that's okay. I don't think racial profiling is okay. If you want to sit up here and justify racial profiling, well, then you're quite literally advocating for racist policy.
That has nothing to do with racist policy
It
at all.
absolutely does. Racial profiling is absolutely racist policy.
It is nowhere near racist at all. That's literally a way of tracking someone down. I mean, if you don't know their skin color, how are you going to know what they look like?
Okay. So then
anyone can be 6 foot with a
are they
beard.
racially profiling white people?
If they're an illegal immigrant, yes.
That's just not
and
true.
Mexico isn't even.
Can you name
Mexico
me,
isn't even one of the most
one
people
time where someone has been racially profiled because they're white?
I mean, they don't put that stuff on the news for people to just know. I mean, they might be like local news type stuff, but I'm talking about things that are maybe like miscellaneous crimes, like, I mean, shoplifting. I mean, if they get away with it and they get caught on camera, they don't get a good look at someone. They're gonna see their skin
They're
color.
not doing that. They're not doing that for white people. Okay, and this is the issue. Is that when this is
white.
What's up?
You're trying to diss on white people when you're literally white.
I'm not dissing on white people. What are you talking about? I'm just saying.
No,
I'm just saying
you're
racial
saying that
profiling isn't attacking.
profiling.
Wait, listen. Racial profiling isn't going after people who are white. Okay, it's going after people who are not
or
white.
brown or black.
And also, are you mad that even if I were to diss white people?
No, I just think it's weird. Like, if you're white, why would you hate white people?
I never once said that I hated white people.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you are, but it's sure is sounding like white people don't get racially profiled.
They don't for being white.
But that if you're trying to find someone, that is one of the first things that you have as the description.
They don't do that though. They're not using it in the context in which people are white.
Then
It's
how do you
only
expect to find someone
it's
if you
only
don't
when
even
people
know-
are not white. How do you expect to find them based upon other traits that they have?
So, I mean, millions and billions of people could have the same traits if you count out skin color.
There you go. So it's the same thing
Counting
is
out
true with
skin
skin
color.
color.
Nope, counting out skin color, people can be.
Oh,
the
why
same
are
height,
you
same-
just like not looking at skin color? I mean, I think that if you're
Because
going
you
to say that
just
this is
said that you
applicable
should
in this
look at skin color.
circumstance, then you should be able to utilize other characteristics to identify someone. I don't think racial profiling is good.
But that just makes you a pussy, bro. You're trying to go along with
Okay.
all of
No,
it.
you're just mad that I'm calling out your behavior and calling out the policy that you support. And you're the one
You
being a
didn't call my
coward for not
behavior.
actually arguing against any of the policies or positions that I'm actually advocating for here.
I'm telling
or
you,
arguing
you're
against,
just you
and
know
you're just going
wrong,
to sit
so
here
you're
and say
trying,
that.
You're trying to take a side, and because you're like, I don't even know what it is. That's literally the first step of trying to find someone. So they know who they're
No.
looking for. If they get the wrong
For
person, they're going
racist.
to
Yeah,
set 'em free. They're
racist,
not gonna
racially
put it on the
profile
news
people.
setting them free. So on the news, it's going to look like, oh, they're taking away innocent U.S. citizens, but they don't. But the media is not going to tell you the part that, oh, they know that they accidentally took a U.S. citizen. They're going to set them free and go look for the actual person that they're trying to find. It's not just Mexicans that they're going for either. It's people from countries
Yeah,
all over
they're
the
going
world.
after indigenous Americans as well. Anyone who's not white.
Anyone who's not White House. So
Yeah, they're
people
going.
from
Yeah,
Italy, are they
Trump's
white or
even
not?
talking shit about people who are Somali as well. People who are in the country legally. He's saying he doesn't want them in the country. So this argument
that's a
that
whole
you're not
different thing.
understanding
That's a whole
is not
different
just
thing.
applicable to people who are coming to the country undocumented. They're extending this to people who are here in the country legally. And the
No,
issue
yeah,
that you're
that's a
not
whole
recognizing
different thing.
is that when they literally normalize this to a greater extent and utilizing racial profiling in these mechanisms to be able to detain people or as a basis to detain people at all, it justifies the further bullshit that they engage in to target people who are not white in this country. Hell, they're even talking about how they think that there's a quote-unquote great replacement happening in Europe right now, where they're specifically trying to change the policy to try to maybe engage in quote-unquote regime change so that they can literally limit the quote-unquote great replacement in Europe from happening because they don't want less than 50% of the population to be white in Europe. So you understand, they're quite literally taking the mask off and saying the quiet part out loud, and yet you're sitting there and still fucking defending it and acting like it's not racist.
We're talking about like America. Why are we talking about people in Europe?
Because I'm saying that the same fucking racist policies that they're justifying here in the United States normalize engaging in
What's a racist
racism
policy
right
here in the
around
United States?
around the world as well.
What's a racist policy here in the United States?
I just told you, racial profiling.
That's racial profiling isn't a policy.
Yes, it is. What the fuck are you talking about? It is a ICE.
Bro,
It's a policy on how ICE should operate. What are you talking about, dude? What do you mean by policy? Hey, hold up. What do you mean by policy?
Racial profiling as a tactic.
Wait.
They're using
What
that
do
as a
you mean
tactic.
by policy?
What do you mean by policy? I'm not saying it's a policy at all. I'm saying they're using racial profiling as a tactic to find
I'll
people
tell
that they're
you.
looking for.
It's a mechanism the Trump administration has changed on how ICE should operate.
So therefore, they're using it as a tactic to find who they're trying to find.
They're racially profiling, and that same
Yeah,
type
that's
of
exactly what they're
reasoning.
doing.
Wait. So that same type of reasoning is being utilized in plenty of different scenarios and is normalizing them from your guys' perspective, engaging in racist behavior. Listen here very clearly. When Trump is claiming that it's an issue that Europe's population is less than 50% white, do you agree with him?
I mean, it depends on if the people that are
Depends?
coming in. Yeah, it depends on the
It
people
doesn't
that if they're
depend on
coming
shit.
in.
There is no
yes, it does,
problem
bro.
with
Yes, it
Europe not
does.
being white. There's no problem
No,
at all.
yeah, there's no
with
problem,
Europe
but
not
it
being
depends
white.
if the people that aren't white are coming in illegally, then that makes it a problem. Not because of their skin color, but because they're coming in illegally.
It's not
You
about
guys are
people
just-
coming into the country undocumented. It's about their skin color, and that's what the Trump administration has indicated.
Okay, take out
Because
skin
they're-
color. If people are coming
I'm
in,
not, I can't. Wait, I'm sorry. When I'm analyzing what the Trump administration has done, I can't take that out when they specifically indicate that that's what they're doing it based upon. They don't care about undocumented white people.
like the people are coming from all over the world, not just Mexico. So there are white people from other countries coming in to try maybe not to do crimes and like expand their drug and sex trafficking work or whatever it is. They're just might be trying to come here to provide for their family. But all those people that are doing crimes are ruining it for everyone who's trying to seek asylum. So plus, if you come here illegally, you're a criminal. You have to come out no matter if you mean good or bad. Just come in the right way. Yeah,
So-
it might be hard. It might cost a lot of money, but if like you're actually trying to do good for your family and like provide for your family, you would come in the right way.
Okay, it might take long and it might cost too much money. Do you think Trump should violate people's due process rights in deporting them?
That's not what's happening. There's so many people that they're trying to get, and they haven't even gotten half of them yet. Not even close to half. So it's going to be
Yes, it
it's
is
gonna be
happening.
huge.
They are violating due process rights. I've already explained that to you in this conversation. Now respond to my question. Do you think the Trump administration has to follow the law in deporting people?
Well, they don't have to. I mean, they're literally they're making new laws to help them
They haven't.
go get.
They haven't.
Yeah, they are.
They
Just
have
like
not
how.
amended. They have not amended the Constitution. The Constitution
No, I'm not saying
grants
they have.
everyone within the jurisdiction of the country due process rights. They have not amended the Constitution.
Yeah, I'm
Therefore,
not saying
they
that.
are absolutely violating the law and deporting people by not upholding their constitutionally protected rights, such as due process, to a greater extent. And the issue that you're not acknowledging is that you're saying undocumented immigrants, even though it costs so much and it takes too long, they should still go through the legal process. But then you're not saying the same thing about the Trump administration, where they're claiming because it costs too much and takes too long, they need to go and violate people's constitutionally protected rights and not go through the legal process and deporting them. So you're actually not applying this idea of upholding the law when it comes to your own administration, but for undocumented immigrants, you apparently care about it and it matters in that context. You are selective. You are selective
how
about
does-
upholding
how
the
does
law,
people
and you
not
are
support the
selective to
Trump
such a
administration?
manner in which you only care about undocumented immigrants violating the law, and you don't care about your own administration violating the law.
And how are they like? So you're saying they're violating the law by not allowing people due process, right?
Yeah, by undermining people's due process rights to a greater extent.
And where can I find something like that on like an article or something online that actually proves that that's right?
Yes, I'll tell you. They have expanded expedited removal under the Trump administration, where prior it was applicable to individuals that have been in the country for less than 2 weeks and within 100 miles of the border. Now it's applicable to anyone within the jurisdiction of the country, right, that has been within the country for less than 2 years. So that is an expansion to the rights for the executive to violate people's due process rights to a greater extent. That's the Trump administration policy. They claim this themselves that they did that. Okay? Trump supporters don't even dispute this en masse. This is absolutely what they said. I can send you court determinations from either district or appellate courts that indicate that, or district or circuit courts that indicate that that they've been violating due process rights as well.
Yeah, so like just sum that up for me in English, please.
That was in English.
Yeah, you kind of lost me like a whole paragraph into that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you have comprehension issues.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe you should assimilate to U.S. culture and learn English better.
Yeah, so what is U.S. culture?
Oh, because remember, you guys think it's just like speaking English?
No. Obviously, it's not English because, like, the USA is a melting pot of different.
Oh, now it's a melting pot.
It's always been a melting pot. It's a melting pot when people come in here the right way and not illegally.
And even if they come legally, Trump still says that he wants to denaturalize them. He violates people's temporary protected status. He literally talks about how he wants to remove Somalis from the country when they're in the country legally.
Yeah, the
he
Somalia
calls
thing is
asylum seekers
completely
undocumented, yet they have legal status in this country.
That's a completely different situation. If you're from, okay, so like say you're an immigrant and you come here the right way, you got all of the citizenship and everything, but you're showing signs of like maybe like a few years after becoming a citizen, you're showing signs of like anti-American signs or like terroristic behaviors. You can get that stripped away. You can get your citizenship stripped away. Now, if you're a born naturalized citizen, it's a lot harder to get your citizenship stripped away, but it can still happen.
Wait, repeat what you just said. Sorry.
I'm saying if you're a immigrant and you come in the right way and get your citizenship, but maybe years down the road you start showing signs of anti-American behavior or terroristic behaviors, you can get and you actually commit on something like that, you can get your citizenship taken away. You can get your citizenship taken away if you're a born U.S. citizen. It's just a lot harder to because you're protected.
Tell me what born U.S. citizens can get their U.S. citizen taken away. And by the way, no behavior like that can get people denaturalized.
Turning against America completely to go to a more terrorist organization that's completely against the USA.
No, there's no law that allows you to take away the citizenship of U.S. born citizens. That's just not true. Like there's no legal ability for you to do that.
Yes, there is. If you literally turn against America and go and it happened before. It happened when we were at war in the Middle East. There was someone who completely went against the USA and went to fight for
Like terrorists.
Either
Yeah,
side.
that doesn't mean that they have their citizenship revoked.
But yeah, that's exactly what happens. They get their citizenship revoked.
That's not true. Name one instance in which that happened.
I just did.
That's not that. But in that circumstance, they did not have their citizenship revoked. You literally keep your citizenship. You just go to prison, right?
But okay, so then name me one instance where someone's a citizen and they get their citizenship revoked.
For denaturalization.
Yeah.
I'm saying that the Trump administration claims that they want to do it, but they
Okay,
don't
so-
have the
okay,
capacity.
exactly. So
they don't
they
have the
want to do it,
capacity
they're
to
not
do
even
so.
doing it.
What do you mean? Like they literally, and also I can give you situations where they've taken away legal protected status, right? There were temporary protected status under the context of the Biden-Harris administration for individuals that are Haitians, right? Specifically, the Trump administration got rid of that temporary protected status.
Okay, like, what's the? So can you like tell me what the
You've
problem of that is?
you've taken too much time to make this argument.
You're going a little off topic
How am I going off topic?
because we were talking about taking your citizenship away, even if you're originally born here or if you're an immigrant, and then you just went on to say that.
Wait, repeat that one more time.
We were talking about how an instance where someone got their citizenship taken away, and you bring up that.
No, I'm saying that Trump is claiming that he wants to violate people's naturalization. He says that he wanted to denaturalize people. So and by the way, there's no evidence that you can take away people's citizenship if they were born in this country. That's obviously an absurd standpoint that you're talking about. You have no basis for that on a legal perspective at all. Even if a U.S. citizen engages in terroristic behavior, they don't get their citizenship revoked. Otherwise, you'd be advocating to get rid of the citizenship of those that assaulted police officers on January 6th because they were engaging in terroristic behavior. Which, by the way, Donald Trump pardoned them.
Yeah, the January 6th thing is completely controversial. Like it's like you even I bet you saw. Oh, yo, thanks for the galaxy, bro. Thanks for the second
Thank you for the
galaxy.
galaxy, maybe. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I bet you saw that. It was
Wait,
BBC
do you think those
News.
galaxies were fake too?
Yeah, it's CGI.
Are you
Those-
trolling? Do you actually think that they're fake?
Yeah, they're actually fake.
Okay, Jenny, thank you so much for the $11 for the fake donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Seriously, though, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Jenny. Nicholas, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know, right? It's so different. Thank you so much. Good some W's for them in the comment section. Mark with the $50. Thank you so much on Venmo for the fake donation. Can we get some W's from Mark in the comment section for the fake donation? Thank you very much, Mark. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Demon Sushi with the $2. Thank you for the fake donation. The Panda Man, thank you for the $10. Thank you for the fake donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. He says he doesn't, they said that he doesn't know what racial profiling is. He thinks his criminal profile is the same thing. Yeah, I think I tried to earlier and he didn't understand the distinction. Tried to explain that to him earlier. Libby, think of the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Libby. He said my mom's a naturalized citizen with no criminal history and is too scared to go out in public alone that she wants to go to an immigration lawyer when that's unnecessary. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. I'm so sorry that she has to go through that. That's so crazy. Adam, thank you for the premium shuttle. Can we get some W's for Adam in the comment section for the fake premium shuttle? Thank you so much, Adam. W's for Adam in the comment section right now for the fake premium shuttle. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Shannon, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Penelope, thank you so much for the $5 for the fake money. Musty, thank you so much for the $2 for the fake DNC payroll. Brandon, thank you for the $2. Thina, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20 for just some Monopoly money. It's not real. Thank you so much. Ellen, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. A lot of practice, I guess. Thank you so much. Jessica with the $2. I really appreciate it for her. You are taking my breath away. Will, thank you so much for the $5 for please taking my money from me. Thank you so much. AJ, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the fake money. Carly, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for taking more money from me. Taking more fake donations. Lincoln, thank you for the $5 for the another fake donation. Thank you. Do you like that I've taken some fake donations?
Yeah, you done yet?
No,
Y'all
I'm
caught
not.
up?
I'm not done taking faking donations.
Are y'all caught up?
Yeah, I'm caught up.
All right. So,
Wait,
the
wait. Actually, before we do, like, do you actually think that they're fake, or are you just saying that?
all right. So there's
Hold
literally
on.
been.
Answer my question.
What was your question?
Do you actually think that they're fake donations?
I don't think the TikTok live ones are fake, but like you just constantly mention the PayPal and Venmo ones.
Adam, thank you so much for the heroic. Teddy, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Dave, thank you for the $100 for the fake donation. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Dave. Give me some toughies for Dave in the comment section right now. The $100. Do you think the YouTube super chats are fake as well?
I don't even know what that is, bro.
They send me money over YouTube.
Congrats.
And then Stephanie, thank you for the $20 for the fake donation on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, literally taking them out of immigration courts. Yeah, they're literally going through the legal process. Yeah. Edith, thank you so much for the $5 for the take the fake donation. Take the fake Monopoly money. Thank you. BC, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much for dude. Get some fake faux. The flavor is in the fakeness. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. BC, thank you. Hilty, thank you so much for the $2. Do you actually think that PayPal and Venmo donations are fake?
Yeah, there's no way you're getting all that. There's no way someone's gonna give you $100.
Fiona,
Just
thank you for the
because-
$4.20 for the DNC has taken my fake money, bro. Wait, what? You don't think that people would send me $100? Someone just sent me $100 over YouTube Super Chat. That's a public donation.
Yeah, why would they do that?
Call, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Under this guy's view, probably. And why do they do that? Because they like my content and they want to support me. Are you jealous?
Yeah, I would love to sit on my ass all day and get hundreds of dollars donated to me.
So yeah, you're jealous. So I mean, you just can't fathom
would
that
not-
people
who
would
wouldn't
send
be?
you money. That's projection.
People gotta go to work and earn their money.
Yeah, I go to work and earn my money.
Are you at work right now?
Yeah.
It's not a real job, bro.
Oh, what's a real job?
Going physically into work.
I do. I've gone physically into work. This is my
You
office.
got up 3 feet from your bed and sat in your chair.
Dude, this is my office. I don't sleep in this room.
Yeah, okay, whatever, bro.
I'm serious. I'm in my office right now. I got up. I walked up the stairs. I went to my room
Your
that,
day,
I,
is
that
that
I have an
actually
office
the
for.
most exercise you do too, walking up the stairs?
I know, right? Some exercise, right? A sea of emotions. Thank you for the $5 for the fake money. Thank you so much, Kyle. Thank you for the $1. I really appreciate the fake donations. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Honestly, no clue. Yeah, what would be the benefit of me saying I got fake donations? Holly, thank you for the $3. Thank you.
Is it over yet? God damn.
You're so mad, bro.
I'm not mad.
You literally had.
What would
You're
I
so
be
mad that you had to say I don't have a real job. I'm getting fake donations. Obviously, this is a
Bro,
real
everyone
job.
says
Wait,
that.
wait,
Everyone that
answer this
comes up here
question.
and debates you says that.
Define what's a real job. Answer the question.
Well, honestly, nowadays anything can be a fucking real job since there's people there's people
So
becoming
just define.
trained.
Can you just define it for me, please? Define what's a real job.
I mean, I guess just you're getting money, but like like a social norm, it's becoming a social norm. But sitting on your maybe like 15 years ago, sitting on your ass getting donations would not be considered a real job.
Yes, it would be, by the way, because people with TV shows, right, who did TV shows, or they did like
You are
for
nowhere near a
example,
TV show, dude.
yeah, like TV shows are like the same thing, like the news hosts, right? They do the same thing, right, as what we're doing here. Literally no distinction. There's no distinction between what I'm doing here and then what all the political commentators were doing on the radio and on what's it called, like TV shows throughout the context of history, late night TV. It's the same thing, okay? It's just that this is a lot more conventional and it's a lot more accessible in terms of like social media. So really, it's just a new type of job, you could say, in terms of content creation, a newer type of job. But that does not mean that it's not a real job, okay? You're being ridiculous when you say that it's a fake job. And by the way, based on the definition you provided, if you were sitting on your ass and you're at home doing this, you know there are plenty of people that work from home, right?
Oh yeah, there's plenty of people that work from home.
Yeah. So they
don't
have
really
real
beg for
jobs,
money. They don't
and they
beg
work
for
from home.
donuts. They don't plug their PayPal and Venmo on the screen.
It's not on the screen.
It was earlier. No lie.
No, it wasn't.
No lie. It was earlier. I've been watching for like 3 hours, bro. Trying to get in here.
I haven't been on live for 3 hours.
Oh yes, yes you have.
I've been on live for 2 hours and 40 or 54
Yeah, because
minutes.
I don't even know what happened. You got booted offline or something.
No, that's this live. I've been on live for an hour. On YouTube, I've been on live for 2 hours and 54 minutes. I haven't even been on for 3 hours yet.
Ooh, 6 minutes off. Oh.
Well, I mean, that's true, but like I never had you're thinking of Dean. Dean puts it on the screen. I don't put it on the screen. But
Yeah, yeah.
people can click on my bio and they can support me if they would like to. What's the issue with that?
Damn, that's crazy. All right. Anyways, like I was trying to say.
Wait, like
before,
wait, I'm sorry. Do you think I should be doing this for free?
Yeah, I mean, if they want to give you their money, then I mean that's up to them. That's yeah.
Well,
Don't you get paid by?
Fiona, thank you so much for the $3 for stop begging for my money, Parker. I hate when my money gets taken. Yes, everyone, stop giving me money. Please don't give me money, everyone. Please don't. Please don't. You heard the guest here. Please stop giving me money. You can't do that anymore. It's not allowed anymore. Okay.
I never
Casey, thank you for the $3 for the fake donation. Thank you so much. Holly, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. And everyone, please, you better stop right now. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't let me took your money away from you. Devin, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Troll, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Literally, though. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Christian, thank you for the $4.20 for Take My Money. Parker, no, please stop. Jordan, thank you for the $1 as well. Thank you so much for asking what the past tense of tooken is.
I know. All right, is this over? Can I talk now?
Random, thank you for the $5 for the fake donation. Hey, what's your job, bro?
My job? Oh God, I wish it could be like what you do.
No, what do you do for work?
I'm a full-time college student.
So you don't even have a job?
Yeah, it's pretty hard.
You did
Pretty
not
hard to
just
get a
tell
job.
me I don't have a real job and you're literally a college student.
Yeah, in 3 to 4 years, I'll have a job that makes 3 times as much as you.
Oh, you're gonna have a job that makes 3 times as much as me? Really? Really?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Good luck with that one. What are you gonna do for work?
Criminal justice, man.
You're gonna be a lawyer?
No.
What are you gonna do in criminal justice?
Usually probably like some sort of law enforcement.
Wait, I'm sorry. You think that as a cop in 3 years you're gonna be making more money than me? You don't. By the way, you don't even need to go to college to be a cop.
Not a cop. That'd be
Detective?
cool. Yeah, something like that, like FBI shit.
Okay. I mean, as a member of the FBI, you wouldn't make 3 times as much as me. Okay.
You'd be getting by pretty well.
I mean, I've seen what the salary is for the FBI. You wouldn't make 3 times as much as me. Sam, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Cody, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it, Cody. Thank you so much.
I'd be sick to join ICE, Katie, though. That'd be awesome.
That's disgusting. You're gonna be in ICE?
I mean, it'd be pretty sick. Have you seen the sign-on bonus reward?
Oh, that's so cringe, bro.
Yeah, so
I'm rushing.
cringe.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you. And then Will, you teach me. Thank you so much
Making
for
the
the
city
$2.
safer like Batman.
You're not making the city safer. That's so cringe. You know, over
I wouldn't.
70% of the people that they're detaining have no prior criminal record. Only 5%
Ooh.
have a violent criminal conviction.
Bro, crossing the border legally equals being a criminal.
Dude, you're disgusting.
Ew.
You're disgusting.
Disgusting.
You think you're quote unquote
Ew.
reducing crime like Batman? Only 5% of the
that?
people detained by ICE have violent criminal records.
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter though. Like name a country that would just let anyone flood into the country from anywhere.
I'm not claiming let anyone in the country. I believe people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes should be deported. I don't dispute you on that. The point I'm disputing on is that most people, an overwhelming majority of people, do not have a violent criminal conviction. Over 70%, 73% actually, have no conviction at all. No criminal conviction.
Yeah, and you ready for this? You're not ready for this, what I'm going to say.
How about you get a real job?
You're not ready for this, what I'm going to say. Crossing the border makes
By
you...
the way, I had a job when I was in college. You should get a real job, bro.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's my bad. I mean, I have classes till 12 to 1, and then I have practice from usually till like 8 o'clock. So it's kind of hard to get
instead of doing practice, you should get a real job. You should get a real job instead of just doing
Doing
practice.
practice. I mean, that's what I'm at college for. I got almost a full ride for it. So.
Okay. Okay. Good for you, actually. Good for you, man.
Thanks, man.
But you should get a real job still.
Better than going up and down the stairs once a day.
You should go get a real job. And what sport do you do?
Lacrosse, dog.
Lacrosse. Do you
Yeah.
think you're better than everyone because you do lacrosse?
Why would I be better than everyone if I did lacrosse? Like what?
Deja, think of the dollar. I don't know. You felt like you were better than me. It sounded like you felt like you were better than me because you
I'm
did
definitely
lacrosse
better
and
than
I
you.
just walk up the stairs.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely better than you.
Oh, what makes you think that you're better than me?
I'm just a fantastic person.
You're a fantastic person.
Yeah, I don't really spread fake shit on the internet and brainwash little kids' brains.
You're doing that right now. You're spreading fake shit on the internet. And the
Yeah.
reason why you don't brainwash people is because no one listens to you.
Well, I don't try to stand on a stool and spread what I want to say.
You're doing that right now.
I'm debating on a topic.
Yeah,
not
on
trying
a
to-
live
I'm
stream
not
in front
trying
of 8,000 people.
Yeah, I'm not trying to sway anyone one way.
Then why would you join the stream?
To debate a topic, just
Why?
like it says. Because I wanted to debate a topic.
But you could debate anywhere. Why do you decide to debate on Parker Get a Jobs channel?
Because you're funny.
Oh, you're a fan?
Oh hell no.
Wait, you just said I'm funny, so you like my content. You enjoy my content?
That's not what I said at all, dog.
Marianne, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. They literally don't. They're not smart enough to get that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Ocean Blue, thank you so much for the $5 for the fake donation. Dylan, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. No, seriously though, I really appreciate it. It's actually crazy. And then Dawn, thank you so much for the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hey, I just think you're jealous. I think you're a fan. I think you love my content.
Bro, who-
I think
who
you see the
wouldn't be
benefit in
jealous
my
of
content. I think you see that I do change
someone
people's
that
minds, and I
accomplish
think
it?
you're just jealous about that.
Bro, who wouldn't be jealous? Just get free money sitting down.
Free money. Well, W free money. W real job, right?
I mean, yeah, I guess nowadays. I mean, you could be
Yeah,
anything.
let's go. Let's go, everyone. W real job. W real job. Doing nothing and getting money because apparently I'm doing nothing right now.
You literally are doing nothing.
I'm doing nothing right now.
Yeah. How much do you weigh, actually?
How much do I weigh? A trillion pounds, dude.
Holy shit, I can
Samir,
tell.
thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much for please stop taking my fake money.
should
Why'd you
try
ask me
walking
how
up
much
the
I weigh?
stairs
How much do you weigh?
I weigh 185, bro.
And how tall are you?
6'1".
Okay. Okay. So why'd you ask me how much I weigh?
Because you seem like a scrawny guy who sits in a chair and gets money donated to him. Well, debating topics.
I mean, I don't dispute that I'm skinny. What's wrong with being skinny?
Well, it's kind of a given when you sit on your ass all day.
Yeah. I work out my brain. You don't do that much, do you?
I mean, I go to college. Is that good?
Well, I went to college too.
For what?
Apparently, you don't pay attention in your classes. Economics.
Oh man.
What's your degree?
Now what are you doing?
What are you majoring in?
I said criminal justice.
Oh yeah, you already said that. That's actually my bad.
Yeah.
And you're just in your first year?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, you should critically think more, man. You should work out your brain a little bit more. It seems like you're forgetting to do that.
On what exactly?
On politics, on policies, on things in general. Right? You don't really
Yeah,
think a lot about politics. It seems.
No, yeah, I do. It actually seems like, and you're actually a prime example of this. How, I mean, the media says one thing, and then you just bring it to the grave.
No, I don't just say anything the media says. I actually provide sources. I give you facts, and I reason out what I have to say. So you haven't done that. You just said I didn't have a real job. You said that I was getting fake donations because you are jealous that I'm making money and you're not.
No, I said, yeah, I'm jealous. Who wouldn't be jealous of getting thousands of dollars a day sitting on your ass?
Wait, so if I make thousands of dollars a day, isn't that way more money than what you'd ever make, in criminal justice? You said that you would make 3 times more than me your first year.
I mean, not me personally, but someone who would be going to college would. I mean, why did you get an economics major and then sit on your ass right here?
By the way, I did this while I was getting my degree in economics. And why did I get a degree in economics? Because I'm interested in economics. You can get many of different jobs in economics. Math comes easier to me, and it's a field that I genuinely like. I like the different. So I like social science and I like math. Those come very easy to me. So actually, economics is like literally a combination of those. Alongside, I would be able to go into plenty of different things and plenty of different jobs outside of the context of this. Plus, it's very, very useful information in what I do right now. Like, I literally use my degree all the time.
Can you repeat that? You cut out.
Maybe if you took an economics course, you wouldn't have been easily, propagandized to believe the economic lies of the Trump administration.
That was a good one.
It's true. I use my degree all the time. It's very useful for my job. And for you to act like I'm not doing anything here is ridiculous, because obviously I have to be educated to come up here and argue the points that I do. Like, you understand that people on the internet didn't just, like, know who I am, didn't just know who I was, right? They had no clue. I had to, based upon the characteristics I have, show them who I am based upon different skill sets that I have. So, by the way, I didn't just come up on the internet and then thousands of people were watching me right away. I've built this over half a decade based upon the skill set that I have. So that requires skills, that requires work, it requires doing things in order to get to the position that I'm in right now. And for you to sit there and say that I'm doing absolutely nothing in the position I am right now shows how little you've actually engaged in critical thinking in the very first place. Now, could you give me a single policy of the Trump administration that they've influenced to get passed that benefits the working class American to a greater extent than it does rich people?
Yeah, the rich people, first of all, they don't even, like, I don't know what people's obsession is with hating on, like, rich people just because they're rich. Like they, I mean, in a sense, like, you're just mad that they're rich. I mean, you think that they can donate all their money to some homeless shelter or for
We're not mad at people who are rich. We're just saying that when you make a lot of money, it is your duty to pay back into society to a certain extent. I'm not saying you have to pay back all your money, but I do believe.
Why is it your duty? Like, how is it your duty to pay money?
How is it your duty? Because society is allowed for you to make the money that you do.
Well, it's required in society to get a job and make money because that's how you survive and live.
I understand. But because of the society that exists and because of the social programs that we create for everyone, it creates a set of conditions where your business is able to operate in a better way, where you are able to get a better job, where you are able to make the money you are. And because of the society that you live in, benefiting you in such a way in which you can be able to make that much, I believe it's your duty specifically to pay back into the system to ensure that other Americans are taken care of.
So you probably would prefer like a socialist country, right?
No, I don't believe there's
Where
any
everyone
socialist
gets,
economy currently. I don't believe in socialism. I'm a liberal, so I believe in social safety nets and regulations. I don't believe in socialism. But there will be a certain time where, based upon a certain level of automation, that we will never. Well, I just want to let you know there will be a certain time, right, that at a certain level of automation, there will be a natural change in the economic structure where we will have more public ownership, and that's just a reality. But that relies upon a certain level of automation that probably won't be around for, well over 100 years.
Yeah, you couldn't debate that. You wouldn't be around to debate this kind of stuff.
Hmm?
Said 100 years, that would suck. You wouldn't be around to debate all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's why I don't call myself a socialist. But inevitably, we will reach a stage where a form of socialism will be necessary. Actually, that's actually what my view is. Although I'm not a socialist right now, we will achieve a point in automation where it will become necessary in order to maintain certain aspects of our economy that function best for the people, rather than just us living under some sort of feudalistic society where the rich control every aspect of our lives.
How do they control every aspect of our life?
Yeah, at a certain level of automation, if it's privately controlled and held by rich people, and then we essentially just have to rent every aspect of our lives, it creates essentially like a feudalistic type system where we specifically don't have ownership over practically anything in our society. So there becomes a certain stage in the form of capitalism based upon automation that it's going to necessitate a change, not necessarily to a system of communism, but to a system that is similar to the idea of socialism, of a greater level of public ownership of the means of production. That inevitably will happen, but that's nowhere near where we are right now. and it's not going to be applied right now. But inevitably speaking, if you actually think about it, if you critically analyze the set of conditions that is necessitated to happen in order for you to have an adequate or equitable amount of distribution of wealth within a society in which there is high-scale automation.
Oh, you could have just answered the question without having to fucking go all off like that.
I'm sorry that you're too stupid to
I'm
understand
saying,
what I'm
like,
telling you right now. I
is-
don't think what
how
I'm
is
saying
the
right now
rich-
is that complicated, though.
How is the rich? No, I was just falling asleep because you took too long. How is the rich?
I'm sorry that you don't have the ability. If you don't have the ability to comprehend what I'm telling you right now, you're not going to do very good in school.
No, I'm saying stop blabbering and get on with the point.
Now, I already made the point. You just weren't able to be actually intellectual enough or comprehend what I'm saying enough to actually understand what I was saying. Maybe that's why you want to go into ice.
Yeah, you got me there.
I did.
Is Dean up right now? Daddy Dean?
He's probably awake, yeah.
Could you invite him real quick?
No, he's probably hanging out with his girlfriend.
He's like, wait, I thought you were his
He
boyfriend.
wouldn't join just for you. You're not cool like that.
Bro, I didn't know you had a girlfriend.
Lori, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much for all the fake money. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Casey, thank you so much for the $5 for the fake money. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section for the fake money. RJ, thank you for the $5 for sitting on your ass. Thank you. Dawn, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Emma with $1 for the fake donations. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Jeff, thank you so much for the $20 for I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said, agree with the caller. Protect the rich at all cost. Rustfeld, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for Bro Gets a Free Ride to School for being able to toss a ball around.
Oh, yeah.
And is still living off of mommy and daddy and isn't working while in school and then tells you to get a real job. That's funny. I know, right?
Oh, yeah.
And Ricardo, thank you for the $50 for 1 trillion. That's Scott Parker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Give some W's for
talking
them in the
about-
comment section.
W, guys. Holy shit, W's. Hey, let's spam W's in the chat, boys.
Yeah. Spam L guest, spam L guest.
L gas. Yeah, fuck this gas.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, anyways. We're talking about, like, all the policies for Trump. What were the... I'm guessing you would vote for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I would vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. Absolutely. I did.
So, like, can you name off some of her policies that you agreed with?
Yeah, $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket for everyone, alongside a $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just for people who are on Medicare. We could also point to the fact that she advocated to keep all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year. We can talk about the fact that she wanted to expand subsidies and investments into renewable energy production and actually address climate change. I can keep going.
Yeah, could you? Because I actually
she advocated for a universal healthcare system, a public option. She advocated to expand access to childcare. She's advocated for plenty of policies, but I doubt you'd be able to mention even one of them that you disagree with.
Yeah, I couldn't. I heard of like 3 or 4 because you're talking like you just had a fucking Red Bull.
I didn't. You just need to listen quicker.
Ooh, good ones too. But
Yeah,
anyways,
you have a real big
she-
issue with comprehension, huh?
if she was gonna like, she said she was gonna do all that stuff, but I mean, you really think that she was gonna do all of that?
Yeah, I think she was going to advocate for all of that, absolutely, and she did.
She didn't wait. So your brain, like, she could have done. I mean, why didn't she do anything when she was vice president?
She did. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history. Can you name one thing
not-
J.D. Vance has done as vice president other than hump the
Bro,
couch?
that's not doing something. Like,
Like,
what did
it
she
is.
do?
The most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history is doing something. And I can explain
how
to
did
you the
that- how
specific
did that affect
tie-breaking
the
votes.
country?
I will address in a second. Let me ask you this question. Can you name one thing J.D. Vance has done in specific other than hump a couch as vice president?
Yeah, I don't really know what he's done. I know what Trump's done because he's the president.
Can you think
I'm
anything
asking
about,
you-
can you name anything a vice president has done in U.S. history?
No, I don't really keep up
Okay,
with
so
what the vice
so actually, it's not that Kamala Harris has done nothing. It's just that you have done no research. It's that you haven't educated yourself and you make conclusions about things
No,
that you don't know about.
I did
So
research
actually,
on
what
what
is
she did.
applicable to you is something called the Dunning-Kruger effect. You should look it up. You have a high degree of confidence with a very low level of knowledge.
Will do, bud. So what? So like, what did she do besides break the level of votes for a vice president?
For tie-breaking votes, yeah. For example, she did the Inflation Reduction Act. That was one of the tie-breaking votes, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin for those that are on Medicare. I can also point to the fact that she literally put something in the bipartisan infrastructure bill, such as expanding high-speed broadband to rural communities. She raised over $5 billion in private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of them coming here based upon economic insecurity. I can point to plenty of things. Those are things that she advocated for and did.
And so you think that you mentioned some things that she did as vice president that you said she would have done as president if she already did it as vice president.
I talked about things she would have expanded. Like, for example, I referenced the $35
No,
cap on
I don't
insulin
care
for
what she
everyone,
did.
not just those that are on Medicare. And then I referenced her in the Inflation Reduction Act doing the $35 cap on insulin for those that are on Medicare, when prior it was just parts of Medicare.
So all these people that hate Trump and Trump still wins. How do you explain that?
There's a lot of dumb people that voted for Donald Trump based upon illegitimate basis, right? In terms of thinking that he's going to reduce prices or cause more affordability. And then recently he just called affordability a Democratic hoax and scam. He also said that he wanted to make things more affordable while simultaneously advocating for tariffs that increase prices when he said that they decrease prices. And many people bought it because they don't have any type of understanding of economics. So I would love to expand education on economics. I would love for people to critically think more, and that's exactly why I do what I do.
Yeah, you said that. He said that. What was the first thing you said? That Democratic something was a hoax.
Yeah, he said that affordability is a Democrat hoax after running on affordability.
Yeah. So what he was talking about. Actually, I know what you're talking about there. He was mentioning how a lot of Democratic Party members are expecting things to be free and or to a point of like an unrealistic price, and he says that that can't happen. There's things that you can make
No, it's just
prices
that
go
he
down.
hasn't even reduced prices like at all.
Yeah,
And by the way, I'm going to be joining on my third account right now. I'll still be able to hear you. I just got to go run downstairs and get something to drink real quick. I'll still be able to hear you, by the way, and be able to respond.
All right, man.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Keep saying what we're saying.
So like making things, Democrats want things free. Just like what was his name? Zoran Mamdani or whatever. His whole thing was making things in New York free, lowering things to an unrealistic price, and that's what Trump was talking about. How all that stuff was a Democratic hoax because they think of that stuff as almost like baiting their supporters into following them more, trying to get more followers just by saying how they're going to make things cheaper. Yeah, Trump's done that too, but that's not the only thing it goes off of. It seems like Kamala Harris and many other Democratic leaders only go off of that kind of stuff, making things more affordable, almost to the point where free. And that really seems like it's almost going to a socialist type of government.
So one thing to take into account here is that actually Donald Trump said that Zoran Mamdani was actually very smart and was advocating for policies to actually address the cost of living crisis for New Yorkers. So actually his version of talking about affordability, actually Donald Trump said that they were addressing. So that's just not true. And also things that he was bringing up are not like quote unquote socialist policies, like making the buses free. That's just free public transportation that exists all around the world, like specifically, for example, in Europe. So I think that's an important thing to look at that you're not even addressing. Can you define socialism for us, please?
I've heard about the free bus thing, and I've seen plenty of interviews where they ask bus drivers about their opinion on that, and they said that would never happen because there's so many people that need transportation in New York, and they use it for like subways and buses, and you just can't make that free. I mean, you could probably make it cheaper, but there's no way you can make it free. You have to have a way to make money and profit through those businesses.
Yeah, so one way that they would actually claim that they make money from this is actually through the economic gains and the fact that people have a greater ability to transport themselves. So one thing you're not taking into account is that there's actually an increase in economic activity because of the fact that you make them free. And then it also is a cost saver for lower and middle income individuals that the specific cost of going on the bus becomes more expensive than proportionally to their income comparative to those that are richer.
Is that a diet cock?
What's up?
Nothing.
You said what?
Are you drinking a diet cock?
No, that's not.
Well, anyway, you said that Trump called him smart, but there's many times. I mean, I don't know which time you're referring to, but there's a lot of times where he's calling him, he's just insulting him and calling him an idiot. So I mean, I don't know where you're seeing.
Who called him an idiot?
Trump called Mamdani stupid for just the way
recently he just called him smart. That's just not true.
I bet he called him smart for winning over all the idiots that voted for him.
That's not what he said.
No, that's not what he said, but that's probably what he meant.
He said he was smart and reasonable, and no, he didn't say it was because of that.
No, you're right.
So, it seems like you have actually no basis to what you're saying right now, and you just said it was socialist, but yet still fail to define socialism. Can you define socialism for us, please?
Socialism is making pretty much everyone, in a sense, has equal everything. So, like, money, so there's not, like, going to be a poor group and a middle-class group and a rich group. They're all going to kind of have equal say in the government, and there's not going to be like really a hierarchy of money. And
by the way, we currently have democracy where we have equal say in government. What you're not understanding is actually socialism is about economic democracy. So this idea that they have all equal economic standing is actually not true for socialism. Socialism, there's still a distinction in the level of class that people have, that socialism does not eradicate class. What you're thinking of, right, is communism, right, where they get rid of class. And that doesn't mean that everyone has like equal income or something. It just means that there's a complete public ownership of the means of production, and there's no more class distinction in terms of access to resources. That's socialism does not mean that there's no difference in wealth or no difference in income between individuals. It just means economic democracy. So within the context of economic democracy, there can still be a distribution of wealth that is not totally equal.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what I said.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Jacob, I push the galaxy. So how are you going to let someone that doesn't have a real job just debunk you on everything? How does that feel? You just got destroyed, man. You don't even know what socialism is, yet you're saying that Democrats are supporting socialist policy. You're getting dog walked. How does it feel?
Yeah, walking like a dog, daddy.
Is that all you're going to say?
Oh.
Are you trolling?
Me?
Yeah, are you a troll?
No, I think I'm real.
Then why would you say that? Why? Like what?
Say what?
Genuinely,
Say
that
what?
actually, I'm not gonna lie, that actually caught me off guard.
Say what?
You just said no. You say it. I'm not saying that. I'll play the clip of you saying it. I'm not saying that so someone can clip me. That's not happening.
I don't even know what I said. Can you please explain what I said?
Yeah, I'll just play it. I got you. In the level of class that people have, that socialism does not eradicate. Like what?
Say what?
Everything. How does that feel? You just got destroyed, man. You don't even know what socialism is, yet you're saying that Democrats are supporting socialist policy. You're getting dog walked. How does it feel?
Yeah, walking like a dog, daddy.
Bro, you definitely just made an AI clip of that.
No, you can scroll back on YouTube and you can watch yourself say that.
That's AI, bro.
Okay, push the corgi. I mean, that's akin to every Trump supporter's explanation. Like literally, like you play them a clip of them saying it, and then they just say it's AI. Like I feel like that accurately represents
what?
like MAGA supporters in general. Like you show them something that's irrefutable, and they still say it's AI.
Well, like how I was trying to say this earlier, but you were just saying the fake donations constantly. How
Is this like
there's legit, there's
is this
legit a
like
going
supposed to
to
be
be
like
a
a
lawsuit.
response, man?
Yeah, there's gonna be that lawsuit for Trump's gonna put on certain news organizations for literally altering what he says in a speech.
Sam, thank you so much for the $1 for the fake donation. Libby, thank you for the $5 for you're supposed to sit down to make fake money. Oh yeah, fuck, I have to go sit back down again. Raven, thank you so much for the $10. Kyle, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I know, it's really cringe. It's really cringe. Lauren, thank you for the $5 for telling the guest to listen quicker. It's true. It's true. Sometimes he just needs to comprehend better, you know? And I know that Trump supporters have an issue with that.
You're gonna answer what I said or no?
No, go ahead. Ask it again. Or are you gonna say that I'm just getting fake donations again, man?
How there's gonna be a I don't know if it's already started, but Trump is going to make a lawsuit on some of the news organizations that have literally altered what he says during speeches, and then posting it for everyone to
Push
see.
this one. Altered, but you mean clipped it up?
Yeah, clipped and then cut and paste certain things into it to make him seem like he said something, but the original clip is him saying something completely different.
So, by the way, if he's trying to say that he didn't incite violence on January 6th, then why did he pardon violent rioters who beat police officers?
I'm just. Can you answer the question of why? Like, why do you think that people would do that to? I mean, because like I feel like the whole people don't really.
I think that they're just clipping two different parts of things that he said that show the type of violent rhetoric that he was engaging in. And I think that that's what they were trying to demonstrate. I don't think necessarily they were trying to claim that those particular things were said right next to each other. I mean, you can see the clip. You can see the cut. If you can't identify that there's a cut, right, then I'm sorry, that's a you problem.
No, I can see that there's a cut, but then the news groups completely came out and admitted that they did alter it, and admitted to.
BBC did make that claim. I'm not disputing you that they made that claim where they cut it together. But what you're not understanding is that cutting two clips together like that is not necessarily evidence of you trying to alter people's perspective of what happened on the matter. And again, even if it was true that they were doing that, they actually didn't do anything inaccurate in hindsight because Trump pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and he called them patriots. So actually, I think that they did literally fucking nothing wrong.
So how do you why were the security guards? There's footage of the security guards and agents just letting the people go through and riot through.
Yeah, and this is all after, right? There are certain points specifically where they were breaking in with a riot shield. So, like, we literally know that prior to that, they broke in and broke windows with a riot shield. There were people assaulting police officers. Right? Like, do you think those circumstances, those people should have been pardoned?
Well, no. Why would no? But you didn't answer my question again. Why?
Misinformation. Surprising.
Why is there?
You got a flag, bro. For engaging in misinformation. That's kind of funny. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Michael, thank you so much for the $2. Sam, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it, literally, though. Kyle, thank you for the $5. Again, thank you. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Looks like he's took it off. Yeah, what's up, how old are you? Yo, what's up, how old are you? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
How you doing? I'm 20.
And what's your birth year?
2005.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And you said that I was engaging in lies. What lies did I engage in?
You think the president wants to try you for treason?
I mean, I never said he wanted to try me for treason, but I definitely said that he said that that I was engaging in treasonous behavior by saying that people were reporting, saying that he isn't as mentally strong as he was historically speaking, and that he was declining, like mentally speaking. And I do believe that about him. So obviously he's claiming that I'm engaging in treason based on his own definition. So like, I'll give you the exact claim that he made. He said that it's wrong for people to say that he's quote unquote slowing up, right? Like mentally speaking. And I think that he is. I think that's very clear. And he's saying that's seditious, perhaps even treasonous for me to say that alongside the New York Times.
You're not the New York Times, Benny.
I never said I was the New York Times. He said
You're
for the New York
extrapolating
Times
on his,
and
you're
others.
extrapolating.
Yeah, he said and others that
Yeah, you're
consistently,
extrapolating and
quote unquote, do
others.
fake reports.
How do you feel about your buddy Dean wanting to platform Nick Fuentes?
I think that debating him it's not platforming him. I think that's him debating him in that context.
That's not what you said a couple weeks ago.
No, that's not true. That would no. By the way, when I was claiming
is
on
true.
Roundtable, I wasn't even claiming that they were platforming. I said once someone meets a certain stage
Mm.
of followers and people specifically engaging with their content, it makes sense to engage with them. But
Okay.
prior to them getting to that point, it doesn't make sense to engage with them. And I do think that the critique that we're
That's-
bringing up specifically in terms of Nick Fuentes was not necessarily engaging with him, but was in the way that they engaged with him. Right. I think that the issue is that that Tucker Carlson was engaging with him in a friendly and non-combative manner, and to the degree that I would say that he should have been. Like, for example, I actually think that Piers Morgan did a really good
You would
job.
call that an interview? You
Yeah,
would
I
call
actu-
Piers Morgan.
Yeah, I
an
actually
interview?
genuinely think that Piers Morgan did a really good job. Like, I'm not a super big fan of Piers Morgan. I have my huge disagreements with him. I've been on his platform, and I thought he was like disrespectful and super interrupting right on it. But I actually genuinely think he did a really good job against Nick Fuentes.
Without your mute button, you might think that.
Well, no, I literally, like, he consistently interrupted and cut me off without, like, letting me speak. On
No,
his-
I
on his
watched the
platform.
video. Like nobody thought that. Did you read the comments?
You're thinking Jubilee, which I did the same thing back to him.
No, I'm talking about Piers Morgan when you debated on like gay rights or something.
Yeah. No, I debated him there, and again, he was interrupting me like crazy there.
Mm.
So I did
Yeah,
that
and you
back to
almost
him,
cried, too.
and I actually think that no, I didn't. I actually think that I shouldn't have necessarily done that in the Jubilee debate with him, because there were enough people that hadn't watched the debate where I went on his, where the context of me interrupting him doesn't really make sense to most people that are watching it on Jubilee. So I actually think, in reflection, that I should have done that on Jubilee.
Oh yeah. I
Like,
mean,
do you wanna
so
address
you
what I'm saying?
so
Like I genuinely think that Piers Morgan did a good job there, and like to be
you
honest
really
with you,
do, yeah.
I think he did. What? You don't think that Piers Morgan did a good job?
I mean, I think it was a good. I mean, it was supposed to be an interview, but it was a debate, really. I mean,
It was like a debate, yeah. Like I think that's a good thing. That's the way.
but it
you
was
should
supposed to be an
interview him.
interview, like.
Yeah, I think Piers Morgan did a really good job interviewing him in a debate type mentality. I think that's good.
You think Dean would do good?
Yeah, I think he's already debated him, and he's already done.
Or you think he's just doing it for the clicks? Because you guys, like a couple weeks ago, you said you would never. So
I never-
are you refuting that? Like,
never said that I would
would
never.
you platform him?
I don't think it's us platforming. I think he's become so big in the Republican Party
Okay.
that it's not us
Yeah.
platforming him.
But that's what you've always said.
No, it's not. I never said that about Nick Fuentes historically. And by the way, me claiming that I might not necessarily debate him is different than saying like whether or not Dean should in a certain context. And I don't even think I made the claim that I wouldn't, right? Like it like in that context, like if they asked me to do a 2v2, like I would go and show up and do it.
I mean, it's not like you weren't feeding him answers anyways last time.
Well,
Right.
yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I did. What's wrong with that?
You don't feel ashamed about that at all, do you?
Absolutely not.
No.
Why would I feel ashamed
So-
for telling
so
Dean
it
certain
really-
things that are
it-
true
it
in the
already
debate that he
was
could
a
use against
2v1.
Nick Fuentes? I think that's a good thing. I think Nick Fuentes is
It
a
was.
bad
It
person.
already was a 2v1, huh?
It wasn't. That's not a 2v1. That's just me sending him a text midway through a
Ah,
conversation.
okay. Right. Yeah, and he read it right away. Who knows what else he had up?
So
Yeah,
here's
a
the
little
issue.
Discord chat.
Here's the issue. One, in this context, they would be going on Aiden Ross. That's Aiden Ross platforming Nick Fuentes. Right? That's not Dean doing so. Also, Nick Fuentes already has a massive platform. The issue is that there's a real question of whether or not you engage with them in this certain context, and the reality is that like it could make sense to do so, given that you do so in a manner in which debunks their ideas or shows to a greater amount of people that those ideas are bad, harmful, or should not be held to a greater extent. And I think that there is a basis to do so, especially amongst the younger generation. But I do think that this argument is like I think there are good arguments for both sides. I think there's good arguments to not engage, and I think that there's good arguments to engage.
So how do you
But I
feel?
do think that he's at a certain level of popularity where it makes sense to say that you would. If he didn't have this level of popularity, I would actually say that you shouldn't.
But you would never platform at Yahtzee. You know how big they were, right?
Yeah, like I actually in the roundtable debate that you saw me talk about, I specifically said once they meet a certain level of following, it makes sense to engage with them. So yes, like the point I was making is that you wouldn't typically have conversations just with random Nazis all the time, because it could normalize having Nazi views to a greater extent because these views aren't prevalent, right?
So how do you feel about it? You feel like Nick reached that threshold? He's gonna make you enough money now?
It's not about making us money. It's about the fact that
Oh,
there's
yeah.
enough people eyeing him that it makes sense to dispute the things that he's saying and to show how crazy he is, right? So that you can move people away from him. So actually the goal there is ideologically to change people's minds and not to make money. I don't see how that would make me more money or something in that context.
You don't see how it would make you more money, the most
Not
popular person in the political movement right
Well,
now.
now he's
to
the most
debate.
popular, so then there's a reason to respond to him because he's quote unquote the most popular.
Oh my God! So
Which,
I mean,
by the way, I don't think he's the most popular. I definitely
Germany
think-
was taking
I
over the whole
definitely
world,
think, I definitely think Candace Owens is more popular.
Oh my God! No,
Like that's
he
just a
would
fact.
rate you
Like
over.
I mean, you can literally look at her YouTube. She gets like 1 million, 2 million views on practically every live stream, and like
He's
you can look
banned
at her
from
concurrent
YouTube.
viewers. She had like over
He's banned from
150,000 concurrent
YouTube.
viewers today.
You know how many
right?
people are on YouTube versus Rumble, buddy?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so if he was on YouTube, do you not think he would get more viewers? Like basic math here. You're talking about your 2-year degree, right? Flexing your 2-year degree.
I'm happy that he's kicked. I'm happy that he was kicked off of YouTube.
2-year degree.
And it's 4 years, genius. That's a bachelor's.
I thought you had associates.
Nope, I have a bachelor's.
Okay.
Can you
okay.
even get an associate's in economics?
I don't think so, actually. I mean, I didn't know, but I don't think so. I didn't think so.
Do you have anything you want to actually bring up here, or was this all you have?
What do you mean? Is this all I have? I mean, you guys are putting his dick in your mouth. I'm sorry, you're putting his balls in your mouth. Like,
I don't know.
it's funny.
How so?
Because you're like, oh, I don't contradict myself, but you know, you would always never platform Nick Fuentes until he gets big enough and he can help you make
And
some
by
money.
the way,
right?
again, like I've told you multiple times, it wouldn't be us platforming him. You're not understanding.
Oh my
and
God!
again,
Yeah,
at a
but
certain
that's
level,
what you say every time.
and I've clarified. Yes,
every
at a
time
certain,
you would get mad at.
at a certain level of followers and viewership, you have to engage with people that have those certain views. I've been very clear with this position. That position has not changed.
But you'll shit on Tucker Carlson for it.
Yeah, because he engaged in the argument, not specifically in enough
So
of
it
a
has
manner.
to be.
Yeah,
about
you have
your
to.
morals, right?
Yeah, you have.
You
Yeah, of
have to do
course.
it the way
Of course.
you morally feel.
No, you just have to do so in a manner in which you actually hold them accountable for the views they have, not in a necessarily friendly connotation. So actually, if you watch again the roundtable that I said this, right, I literally said that the issue with Tucker Carlson doing this was how friendly that he was to him. It was not necessarily that he was engaging with him, but it was how he engaged with him.
So we're gonna get somewhere by being hostile, right?
Well, yes, you have to be hostile to views like that to a greater extent. That makes sense. Like again, like for example, I have made this point multiple
Let me
times
take
now.
a blinker. Hold on.
Okay, I'm just gonna kick you, dude. You're a waste of time. Genuinely, bro, it's a waste of time. Like I feel like we're not even engaging with anything productive at this point. I think my ideas on that are very clear. Like at a certain level, like, and this is a reality that like you have to think about when you're in the debate space and you have a platform. You have to think about what people you should be debating, what people you shouldn't be debating. And it gets to a certain point that after a certain level of viewership and followers, that you inevitably have to engage with certain types of perspectives, but you should only do so given that you have the ability to respond to them in a manner in which is going to debunk their positions or make them look worse, especially if they have such ridiculous and absurd perspectives. So the issue with Tucker Carlson specifically doing so was that he wasn't as hard on him. Again, I think Piers Morgan did a fantastic job. I actually really do. I watched it today. I thought it was great. I thought he did amazing in that interview. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I also think there's also a point to be made about like a lot of right-wing individuals are actually arguing against them at this point. There's no way someone in my comment section said Nick destroyed Piers. That poor person's totally a groiper, by the way. No way that person is like a fucking reasonable human being. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Someone said you're working with Piers Morgan? What are you talking about? I definitely do not agree with Piers Morgan. I definitely disagree with him on lots of things. I've debated Piers Morgan, but he did a great job on that interview with Nick Fuentes. I honestly, out of practically every interview I've seen with Nick Fuentes, I think Piers Morgan has done the best job out of practically any interview I've ever seen, out of like mainstream people. I think all the other ones were worse. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm in my 50s.
And
How
do you
old are
support
you?
Donald Trump?
I do.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh my God. Donald Trump for sure.
All right, for sure. I have a few people to thank, and then we can go on to the conversation real quick. Do give me a second. Kyle, thank you so much. Really, again, I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Jeremy, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I know. I thought it was so good. Don, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ashley with the $100 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Ashley in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Ashley, for the $100 on PayPal. That is so kind of you. Thank you very much. Can we get some W's for Ashley in the comment section right now? That is so kind of you. Thank you. Zeet, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Zeet. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Honey, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I think he was. Now looking back, he sounded familiar. Mario, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Fizz, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Literally though, I should have asked him that honestly. Nick, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Devin, thank you for the $2. AM Rushing, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. AM. Jeff with the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And then Phil, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Alrighty. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I think he's a genius. Why do you support Joe Biden?
Why do
Or
I
Kamala?
Yeah, I think that I definitely think that Donald Trump's not a genius. I think that's a wild statement to make. But I do
mean,
think that
what is good about Kamala, please?
yeah, I do think that Kamala is a better candidate than Donald Trump because she
And
advocates for
how?
tax. Yeah, and I'm explaining to you right now. She advocates for tax cuts applicable to working class individuals to a greater extent, like expanding the child tax credit, expanding the housing tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, and also cutting or reducing or increasing people's access to healthcare through a public option. Sorry.
Okay, and you do think that that's necessarily something the Republic should be responsible for?
Yeah, I think the government should be responsible for taking care of people in need.
Okay, and what is your stance on immigration?
Yeah, I believe that we should be given a pathway to citizenship to undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, and we should be providing a quicker legal pathway to citizenship.
Okay, so here's the thing with the young kids that I am confused about. Like, I think that you all should be standing against anything that is anti-Semitic, as in like game theory or numbers. Like, why would you all allow people to hate Jews when you're using platforms and things that they created and you need them, as well as banks and other things? Like, why do young people allow this insanity to continue when it's really about numbers and zeros and ones? Like, can people not count anymore?
Well, I definitely don't think anti-Semitism is good. I think that's bad. I have a huge issue with
Exactly. So
anti-Semitism.
and the problem is it's just not a left or right thing. I mean, it's a
You want
left
to know
thing, but
something
it's
I have
not
an
a
issue
right
with,
thing.
though? Can I say this real quick? I
Yeah,
have an
sure.
issue with people degrading the term of anti-Semitism because I think it promotes people who are actually engaging in anti-Semitism, and I think that's actually purposeful on behalf of people specifically who are in support of the state of Israel. Is they're trying to diminish the idea of anti-Semitism on a world stage to promote, right, this idea that specifically there are a greater amount of people, right, that are anti-Semitic that are going after the state of Israel to then justify their incursions in the Middle East. So I actually think that there's an active incentive for people who are pro-Israel, specifically in Zionists, to actually demean the usage of the term anti-Semitism in order to try and bolster support for the state of Israel in engaging in particular imperialist actions in the Middle East. So I actually
I
think
mean,
that that's
I really don't get it
really
because
bad.
it really seems to me like it's just like there's 10 Semitic living languages. And I know the term was created about Jews, but really the word is wrong itself. I mean, the word is ridiculous because Semitics doesn't mean Jews. It means a language that has numbers, right?
Okay, I think the way that people are using the term anti-Semitic is in reference to like prejudice against Jewish people. I don't think
I
that's
know,
an
but that's
incorrect
not
usage of
doesn't
a
make it
term.
right.
I
It
don't
makes
think
it
that's an incorrect.
confusing.
I don't think it's an incorrect usage of a term, and I also think that like
I
if,
don't
if we
either.
define it in the specific way that it's being used, there's no issue with that. Now, can I be clear here?
We're on the same page with that, I guess, because
What
I don't get why y'all don't stand up for that. It's like numbers or ABCs. They're so simple.
Are you trolling?
Zeros and ones. What do you mean? Am I trolling? No.
I don't know what I don't. So can you explain to me what specific anti-Semitism that we're allowing?
Well, I mean, anyone that like Candace Owens, for instance, she's like, I'm the anti-Semite of the globe. She's proud of that. I mean, why would anyone support something so stupid?
Well, I never said that I
I
support
mean, isn't
Candace
hatred
Owens.
or anti something that we're just
Wait, when?
revealing your insecurities about
Wait, by the
something
way,
you don't get?
I'm actually not even familiar with her saying that, but I don't support Candace Owens. So I don't know what the point is of bringing
Oh,
that
you can
up.
look
I'm
it
not.
up. So.
I'm not. I'm
Okay,
not
good,
someone who
good.
supports Candace Owens.
Well, you also like, I mean, Tucker Carlson, I don't have that much of a problem with him, but I think at the same time, these people are confused about words and they really don't understand. Like when you're against something, you're just making it, I mean, you're making it bigger. And if you don't understand it, you're afraid of what you don't understand, that it might be real. Am I not right?
If you're
And
against
I'm not
something, that doesn't
saying
mean you're
you in
promoting it.
particular, but like there's a lot of people on your platform that blame the Jews for everything, although they need the technology. That's all
No.
I'm saying. It's just I want the younger kids to get their shit together. Okay,
I'm
you
not.
guys should
I'm
know
not.
and be able to
I'm not the
communicate
right
better.
wing. We don't just blame Jewish people for everything. That's ridiculous. I definitely don't think that's applicable to my viewer base.
The
Like
right wing doesn't do that either.
the right wing definitely does.
That's insane.
I'm
Oh
serious.
my God! See, you guys call us that, and we call
Wait, by
you
the
that.
but
So
let me
we're all
clarify.
like
Let me
saying the same
clarify.
thing about
Let me
each other.
clarify. I don't think it's everyone on the right, but I do think that the right wing significantly has a greater proportion of people that do that. I'm talking about like the
All right, George
Groypers.
Soros. What do you think of him?
Can you stop pivoting and let me address this? I think that like Nick Fuentes and like all those Groypers, I think they specifically do that all the time, right? And they blame Jewish people for everything. I actually don't dispute you on that. And I think that they're blaming Jewish people. And that's a huge issue because it's not Jewish people, it's Zionism. And there's a distinction between being Jewish and being Zionist.
I understand that. I understand that. Are you a Zionist?
No, I'm not.
Are you an atheist?
I am
Are
an
you an
atheist.
Okay, so my question to you is, even if you don't agree with organized religion, even though we don't agree with it, there's a lot of things that are wrong. We allowed it and we kind of co-created it all together. So we kind of have to deal with what is there. And what I'm confused about, like, is how can you be anti-theism but believe in an antichrist? You know, that doesn't make sense either.
By the way, I'm not necessarily even anti-theism. I'm an atheist and an agnostic atheist. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm anti-theist. Now, You
Well,
could
look the
say
word up because it does.
like no, it doesn't mean that. Agnostic
Okay.
means you don't know what the cause of the universe is. Atheist means you don't believe in a god. It depends on what your definition of
Okay.
anti-theist is. Now I do have like an anti-perspective to Abrahamic religions, but that's not every version of theism.
So would that be anti-Semitic of all Semitic languages in the Middle East? You think they're all wrong?
What?
Again, Abrahamic religions.
I disagree with Abrahamic religions. Now that doesn't
Okay,
even
they
mean
are
that
not
like
Hebrew. Is it not like is Abraham not, the father of Israel
yeah, let me
and
give you an example.
Ishmael?
When I say Abrahamic religions, I mean like Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. I believe that they're all false. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't have individuals that are amongst these religions that I would love to coalition build with. I would love to coalition build with people who are progressive Jewish individuals. I'd love to coalition build with progressive Muslims. I'd love to coalition build
I
with
think that's
progressive
great.
Christians. I think that they're great. I love them. They're amazing. I obviously disagree with their perspective. I think Christianity is false, but I don't think that they're holding like a morally wrong perspective because they take a progressive approach on the matter.
Somebody just said I'm getting semantics confused with Semitics, but I mean semantics is Babel or anything that's not Semitic or measured with numbers, right? I mean everything that doesn't have a Semitic.
Stop with this hyperfixation on Semitic. Like it's actually a bit ridiculous at this point. I don't think
All
it's
right,
helping
okay.
the
Well, let me ask you one other question. Then
dialogue.
forget that. What is so wrong with tariffs when they're working?
Yeah, can you tell me what a tariff is?
Can you tell me what it is not? Why do all these countries charge America tariffs? Why do they all charge us tariffs, but it's wrong for us to charge them tariffs?
Yeah, so the issue is that they're not placing the level of tariffs on us as that we're placing on them. Now, can you please, I just want you to answer this question. What is a tariff? Because I think that's an important question to establish before
A tariff
we
is a
continue the
tax,
conversation.
dude. I'm not an idiot, okay? I'm not an idiot.
What type of tax
But
is
I
it?
think that let me ask you something. What is faith?
What is it a tax on?
Goods, services, what do you mean?
What goods
It's
or
a tax
services
on whatever
is it
they
a tax
want a
on?
tariff on. What do they want it? What do they want to put a tax on? Whatever that is.
Okay, so
What do
let
they
me tell
tariff
you.
us on?
A tariff is
Look,
a
grow up, kiddo. You
Listen.
and Dean need to get married. Bye.
What are you? What? I'm just telling you what a tariff is. She just left. What just happened? What just happened? What? So I was just gonna tell her a tariff is a tax on an imported good, and she didn't want to hear that, so she just said that Dean and I should get married and left. Okay, Cody, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Fashy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. As always, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. It's always good to see you. Always good to see you. Thank you so much. Alrighty. Let me get another person up here, and then I have some people to thank on YouTube. There was someone I added up, but I kicked them off. I meant to bring them back up. There they are, I think. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
And what's your birth year?
2006.
What state do you live in?
Say that again?
What state do you live in?
Wait, I have to live in the States?
Yeah. Also, I don't know why you'd support Trump when you don't even live in the States. That's embarrassing, actually.
He's just...
Like, why would you support Trump living in the UK? That's just a crazy take. Doesn't Trump, like, want to undermine our relationships with, like, the UK and, like, Europe? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What?
How old are you?
21.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'm gonna have to say Donald Trump.
And wait, how old are you again?
21.
What's your birth year?
2003.
It's very unlikely they were right. They could have been right, actually. They could have been right, but it's very unlikely unless their birth month was this month. It's just extremely unlikely that they were right. And they honestly sounded young too. So, yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck you, Parker.
Why?
Just fuck you.
Why?
Because I think like your idea is very. You're so stupid.
Why am I stupid?
I have a question for you. Why are you supporting Kamala?
Because I think she's better than Trump.
Why? Tell me the reason.
Because Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. His tax policy takes from the poor and gives to the rich. Why do you think I'm stupid? They left. Okay. Alrighty. Interesting. Let's go on to the next individual. We got one more debate left for today, everyone. Just letting everyone know. Jolly, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So Adriana Smith, who died, was forced on life support because she was pregnated. Had her baby. It's underdeveloped in the NICU. This is what MAGA supports. Yeah, literally forcing someone, literally who was brain dead to go through the context of a pregnancy, right? Literally for the state. Literally for the state, against the wishes of the family. It's so sick. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, did you pick me?
Oh, what was that? Let's go to the next individual. Again, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 37.
What's your birth year?
My birth year is 88.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Harris.
Oh, based. Alex, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I do think that they exist. And how can we avoid them? I think it's by investing in education about those biases, and also trying to incentivize those that are a part of those particular marginalized communities to be in those particular medical fields. I think those are obviously two things that specifically could be addressed. Obviously, there's more to add on to that discussion, but those I think are very important things to bring up in that conversation. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hey, dude. I'm 30.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I did one year. I mean, one election, and then the next election I supported Kamala, and the next election I supported him again.
Kamala. So you do support him currently?
I feel like of the two, when it came down to Biden and all of his health stuff, I definitely was more in line with, somebody who was a little bit more competent, at least in my opinion. I felt like the Democratic
do you
Party
prefer Kamala Harris over Donald Trump?
I felt like because the Democrats were kind of being a little bit shady with Biden's health issues, it kind of, for me, like it kind of made me not trust that party as much. But I'm pretty middle of the road when it comes to politics. Like I'm just a base by base. But I don't really support Kamala right now, no.
Yeah, I would say that, I don't think that's a good enough reason to say that, you would trust Trump to a greater extent, because I think that one behavior is definitely nowhere near comparable to the many behaviors of Trump that indicate that he engaged in pathological lies. So I think that those would be incredibly important to look up. And the fact that we don't
For
address the
sure.
fact that Donald Trump, has lied on significantly greater amounts of occasions, I think is, obviously something that is going to limit our analysis there. I also think that like Trump recently has been doing even worse. I mean, he posted on Truth Social, what is this, like a little less than or a little more than 4 hours ago, that people like the New York Times claiming that he's quote unquote slowing up or is not as sharp as he used to, are engaging in seditious, perhaps even treasonous behavior. Which I believe that. Therefore, it seems like he's arguing that I am, because I say this all the time. I say he has cognitive decline. I'm saying that he's incoherent. I mean, he's dozing away at work.
No, for sure. I definitely think Trump has issues of his own. I wouldn't say I
Oh,
worship
treason.
Trump or praise.
Looks like you've just
No, for
engaged in
sure. I
treason.
mean, but is any politician without blood on their hands? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't say any party is really without,
I know, but this is to a
fault.
significantly greater extent than you
I
could
mean,
say
look
is
at
true
look
with
at look at
Democrats.
Obama, right? Obama deported more people in his presidency than any other president.
Yeah, and what you're not taking into, and by the way, I think it was Clinton did more, by the way. I think what you're not taking into account something there is that Trump hasn't had a full 8 years at the level of immigration that he's doing right now in terms of being able to deport enough people to that extent. If you actually proportionally lay it out in terms of the years, based upon the rate he's doing so under this administration, if you extended that out to 8 years, he would be doing more than what Obama did. Secondly, he's
Oh,
also
for sure. I'm
violating
not
due
like
process.
100% a Trump fan.
He's
Like,
violating.
I don't want to say like I'm a Trump 100% supporter. I just think the country has become so divided. There's like good and bad on both sides, right? And I
Yeah.
feel like this hostility of like, oh, we have to hate, like the thing, I'm gay, right? I'm a queer person. And it's so hard being queer and being any type of Republican, because the second you say you're Republican and you're queer, like people hate you. And my brother is very, very left, and I'm very middle of the road. And my partner is very, conservative. And, we just kind of like go by a base by base case. Like, I don't know. For me, it's really hard to say I love Trump because I don't. But do I love Kamala? No. And do I feel like Trump is an evil person? No. Do I wish him ill? No. Do I think he's the best president? Of course not. I think he's really awful in what he says at times, but I think he has good intentions with some issues. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so you're seeing these issues, but the issues are to an extreme extent because he's specifically advocated for some Democrats to be executed, right?
See, I just feel like that's a little extreme because a lot of stuff has been distorted. Like
Wait,
the
this isn't
BBC came out
distorted.
with
This
that
is
clip
no, hold on.
recently.
This isn't distorted. He posted on his own Truth Social.
Yeah. I mean, if he said that, I do not agree with that. I think that's crazy as hell.
Yeah, but like it should get to a point where like you're saying it's disqualifying. Is there anything Trump could say that would get you to like not support him?
The reason I was more supportive of Trump is because I like what I said. Like when Biden was having his health issues and everyone was like pretending like it didn't exist, I lost a lot of trust in the Democratic Party. And that was why I was like, okay, well, if I have to choose between, this party who is representing Biden, who has health issues and they're not addressing it, and then Trump, it's like, for me, I felt like Trump at least had some competency. But yeah, I think he's a little unhinged. But I think, the whole country is kind of in disarray. I wish there was a little bit more
Wait.
neutral,
Harris
middle
definitely
of the
had
road.
more competency than Trump does.
No, I think Harris is a great person. I would never wish ill on her ever. And I think that she's a great person. I just feel like personally, I feel like this is my problem has been with the Democratic Party itself. There's an elitist mindset. Like I come from a very poor background. I've worked my ass off. I have my MBA, I have my master's degree now from 7 years of education. And there's a lot of people in the Democratic Party that like look down on people who aren't educated. And I feel like there's so much nuance in life, right? There's so much black and white. It's never, I mean, there's not black and white. There's a lot of gray. And there's so many issues that I feel like are so divided now that I feel like we as a United States need to unite. Like there's so many things that are so, I think if you ask both parties and both sides, there's like people on both sides who want the same thing. And they also like love America and they want great things for this country. And I think that's why I like Trump, because he wanted to bring this country back to a place that was, like we're proud to be American. And I think as someone who studied sociology, psychology, there is a rhetoric or agenda to like literally get you to not like this country as much. And I like that Trump wants to bring like a proud, unified country. And
He
maybe he's
doesn't
not doing
though.
it the best
He doesn't
way.
do that because he does not uphold the American way. He is making people less proud to be American because he's undermining basic core fundamental values of this country, such as the Constitution, such as our rule of law, such as our democracy, such as literally manners in which we treat countries and people around the world. Like he's literally bombing
But look
people
at
that
how the Democratic Party
listen,
treats
let me
Donald
explain.
Trump and his supporters, right? They literally cuss him out. They like literally belittle him. They'll throw things. Like I've seen so many videos of people who are, and I've had gay friends of mine literally cuss me out and literally spit on me because I
And that
literally am
happens with, and
not
there are Trump
Democrat.
supporters that do the same thing. There are, you
No,
know,
no,
the
I agree.
KKK
I agree
supports Trump. We
completely.
aren't going
It's
to
on
brand
both
all,
sides.
listen, we don't brand all Trump supporters as the KKK because the KKK supports Trump over Kamala Harris. We don't do that. We don't say just because there's a few people on that side that it's representative of the whole side. But for some reason, conservatives love to always have anecdotal experiences with liberals and then literally claim that that's applicable to all liberals. I think this is dishonest. And I also think it's completely overlooking the fact that the president of the United States called for the execution of some Democrats because they said not to abide by unlawful orders. If Democrats did that, that would be an argument said
I
to
don't
Democrats
fully
all the time.
support
The
Trump.
issue
I don't
is
fully
that
support
in this
him.
country, let me please finish my statements. I would love
Yeah,
to be
of
able to do
course,
that.
of course,
I'm
yeah.
letting you finish. I would love to be able to finish myself. The
For sure.
issue is
Yeah.
that Democrats are held to a standard that Republicans are never held to. They're never, ever. Even by apolitical people that aren't involved in politics very much, they hold Democrats to a significantly higher standard than they hold the Republican Party. Why do they do that? Over and over again. The Democrats constantly do better than the Republicans. They constantly don't engage in this violent rhetoric to the same degree. Yet whenever the Republicans do it, they're able just to get away with it and no one fucking bats an eye. And that's such an issue to me because we're held to this fucking unbearable standard that no one can ever achieve. And then the
No, for
Republicans are
sure.
never held to anything.
Well, I was Democrat most of my life until I literally was started thinking differently. And people are making fun of me in the chat. I had a brain injury, so like I do struggle with my words. So I don't like that people are making fun of me because I'm having problems with my speech. Like it's diagnosed brain injury. I've had a lot of stuff,
Yeah, and
and
I
I'm
definitely
not to
disagree
say
with
like
anyone doing that. I just want to let you know people didn't know that, right? And they now that they know that can act differently. And people definitely, at least in my fan base, people in the
here's the
chat.
thing. I don't hate Democrat people. I vote Democrat on many different issues. I'm just saying I don't even fully support Trump. That's the thing. I think he's off the walls in a lot of different things. I just don't like how divided this country has become. I think it's not good for us as a United States. We're going to literally be our own collapse. And we're
Okay,
going to
let's
literally
stop here.
like
Who causes that division?
both sides. And I've seen it on both sides. When gay people literally cannot stand, I'm a queer person. They cannot stand when you have any difference of opinion. If you are conservative and gay, you are literally shunned and bashed. Like I've been in gay bars where I told people I was a little bit more conservative in one issue or two issues and been spit on and kicked and pushed and hit. It's not okay.
I don't think you should be hit. I don't think you should be spit on. Obviously, I disagree with that. Now, an issue that I have here is that there are some beliefs in which people are going to have a negative response to, okay? And just people
sure,
having a
yeah.
negative response to it doesn't mean that they've done anything wrong. Now, if they specifically, like, you know, spit on people, hit people, things like that, that's obviously assault. That's bad. Like, I disagree with that across the board. But you can't expect people to, like, want to be friends with you when you have views that they see as absurd or wrong or things like that. The same thing wouldn't be true the other way around. There are plenty
But
of
that's
people...
so intolerant.
Can I please finish the statements that I make? Intolerant.
Yeah,
I'm
for
sorry.
sure.
I'm sorry. There are so many people on the right that are intolerant of left-wing views. You cannot portray the entirety of the left as intolerant if it is the case that there's a few people on the left that specifically are intolerant of those particular views. And also, there are absolutely going to be certain views that we should be intolerant of. It depends on the particular views that you're referencing. And if you're willing to support someone who actively harms the community in which you are a member of, if there are going to be other members of your community that do view that as bad or do view that as to be a point in which they are not tolerating because it negatively impacts the community in which they're a part of, you have to at least get to a point where you understand where many people are coming from. I don't understand where people are coming from when they're assaulting and spitting on people and things like that.
Like,
But I
was
understand where
so
people are coming
nervous.
from when they don't like when people hold perspectives that lead to the marginalization of their own community.
But here's the thing, I was so nervous to even jump on this chat because I know me even putting my name out there, people are so fucking crazy that if I say the wrong word, like there's such an intolerance of difference of views. Like, why can't we agree to disagree? Like, yes, do I think Trump is unhinged at times? But do I think that I wish ill on him or I wish ill on Kamala? Do I wish ill on any of the people who support Biden? No, I don't wish ill on anybody. And I feel like I am so sick of this country being so divided when we have so much more in common. There's so much that we can agree on, that we can try to work to get a plan together to like make this country a better country where we can literally have difference of opinion and it's not like this crazy thing. Like we saw it with Charlie Kirk, like literally he was
Can
shot
I
for a
pause you there?
difference
Can I
of
pause you there
opinion.
real quick before we move on to that? The issue I have here is that you will say agree to disagree no matter what the right wing does, because you are not understanding that at certain points there is disqualifying things that they say that you can't just agree to disagree on. I'm not going to agree to disagree with people that support someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse, that said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, that promotes violent extremism by saying that he wants to execute some Democrats who literally just said not to abide by unlawful orders, who
Yeah, that's
literally...
crazy.
I mean, he literally
He's
posted it on
crazy.
Truth
I think
Social.
that what he's
He said
doing is crazy.
H-A-N-G. He reposted someone saying H-A-N-G than George Washington would. Okay, he posted on Truth Social today saying that it's seditious behavior and possibly even treason for people to say that he has cognitive decline. I mean, it's at a point where you can't just agree to disagree because the shit that he's perpetuating actively takes away from
But I can't
constitutionally
expect
protected
as a
rights,
queer
actively
person for everybody to understand my point of view. Like I cannot expect everybody in this country to be a pro-gay person. Like that's crazy. I have to understand that life is going to be full of people who will disagree with me.
I mean, but you
That's what I'm
shouldn't be
saying.
tolerant. Like, for example, are you tolerant of people who hate you for being gay?
Yes, because I realize that they have the freedom to believe what they want to believe.
Would you
If they
stay
don't
friends
want to
with them?
believe that,
If they hate you for being gay, would you stay
yes.
friends with them?
Yes, because my job in life is not to live a life of hate to hate people. It's to live a life of love. And if they don't want to love me, I can love them from afar.
No, so then you
I mean,
can't. The
I don't
issue
know.
is you cannot be friends with people that hate you based upon some immutable characteristic you have. Okay, that's not a foundation for a genuine relationship. It isn't. You can't have a relationship with people that view you that way. There is some things that you have to be intolerant of, and it makes sense for you to be intolerant of.
No, for sure. I mean, I have a lot of things that I should be intolerant of, but I cannot expect everybody to understand my life. I
No one
can't
is saying that.
expect.
No one's saying that you have to expect everyone to understand your life, but we're just saying that there are certain things you're not going to be tolerant of. And this is the point I'm making too, is that people view the Trump administration as perpetuating this, not only because the 2016 platform ran on gay marriage being made illegal, right, or not being the law of the land, but also the fact that primarily by the Republican Party, they're significantly more likely to hold bigoted opinions towards gay people. So it's not
Listen,
that
this
you
is the
just
only. I
have
can
a...
only speak from my
But
personal
listen, let
experience,
me
right?
please make my point here. It's not that you just have a conservative opinion. If you just had a conservative opinion, that wouldn't be a big issue to most people. It's the fact that this particular position in support of Donald Trump is so extremist.
I don't support Donald Trump fully, though. That's what I'm
But
saying.
you
You're
would
saying
vote
that I
for him.
fully support him. I don't.
But you would vote for him over Kamala Harris.
No, this is
I
this
believe
is
it.
what.
I
Okay, so
believe
let me give you the
genuinely. I'm
exact
at a
reason
point.
why.
I'm genuinely at a point where I believe you cannot be a moderate and support Donald Trump and would vote for him over
I
Kamala
want to
Harris.
just tell you exactly why I did. Like, I think if I was able to actually get out what I'm trying to say, when I was Democrat most of my life, and I didn't agree with a Republican, typically in my personal experience, they were more tolerant of me. They would say, okay, I understand you don't agree with my view, but like I still love you. I still want to hang out with you. I still respect you. The second I did that at a gay club, or I did that with queer people, or I did that with Democrats, they literally called me crazy ass names. They made me feel like shit about myself. And I remember feeling no love from that party. And so in my mind, I was like, why are all these people who literally say they love and they're tolerant, why are they literally bashing me because I have a difference of opinion on one topic?
Like, what
And I
topic
feel
was
like
it?
it was about, I'm pro-life personally, because I come from a very dysfunctional family, and my parents, if I never got a chance to live, like I would be like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's so many people that could literally cure cancer, or like literally cure brain, stuff that literally come from poverty, right? And we just want to like X them out because it's not convenient. And so I'm pro-life personally. And that was the topic that was really debatable. And people like fucking went off on me. They were like, I cannot believe you're pro-life. How the fuck could you be pro-life? You're not welcome in this community. Like, I can't
Can
believe
I
you
ask you a
have this
question?
view.
Do you think
Yeah.
abortion should be illegal?
No, I don't think. I think if people need it, they should be able to
Here's
have
your
it.
biggest issue
Do
here.
I agree with it? No.
Here's your biggest issue here. You're not actually pro-life, man. You're literally pro-choice. You don't believe it should be illegal. You're literally
I
pro-choice.
think that we should give women better
Dude,
options,
listen,
that they
listen,
should have
listen.
resource.
You're literally pro-choice. You're just communicating your values wrong. So, literally, I just want to let you know, all those experiences you had with people who thought you were so bad for being pro-life, it was just based upon a miscommunication. You're not even pro-life. You're literally not even pro-life.
I know, and
dude.
that's probably what it is. I lean actually more Democrat, but because I have a brain issue, my brain sometimes scrambles
No.
things. And
Here's. I'm sorry. I don't actually. I'm not trying to demean anything here. I don't think this is like because you have like a brain injury. I think this is a common misconception that people have where they think that pro-life means being anti-abortion. It's a common misconception, right? And I think that this is just a miscommunication, a misconception that you had and that other people had, and they didn't know your position. And if they did know your position, they probably wouldn't have an issue with it in this context.
And listen, when I was homeless, because I've been homeless before, unfortunately, like I literally have lived in my car and literally had to hustle. The only people who helped me when I was homeless were Republican people. And that's kind of why I became more conservative, is because all my Democrat friends did not lend a fucking hand when I was sleeping in my car. They were like, oh, sorry, I don't have the help. So I can only speak from my personal experience, right? Does that mean I'm completely conservative? Hell no. Do I think Donald Trump is an unhinged person at times? Of course. But like for my personal experience, all the people that helped me when I was going through all my shit were conservative. So obviously I have a bias. Like I know I have a bias towards conservative people because I didn't feel like when I was down on my luck, Democrat people helped me. Like I literally had no help from them.
Okay, and I think that that's an anecdotal experience. You're then generalizing onto all Democrats or like in general because of that. If you actually want to look at the legislation and policy, could you name one Republican policy to help homeless people?
No, and that's the problem I have with the Republican Party. I think the Republican Party, this pick yourself up by the bootstrap bullshit, is bullshit. I think they do a horrible job on helping people who are homeless, for sure.
David, I think that you're a Democrat. I think we've just had bad communication, and the Democrats are incredibly bad at explaining the positions, right? Like the Democrats in government. I think you agree with our position. It's just that we've miscommunicated.
I just don't like that people that are Democrat become so hostile and violent towards me if I don't agree 100% with them. That's what scares me. Like even in this
Can I
chat
ask you this
right now,
question?
all these people in this
bec-
chat are like
ha-
literally
have I
hating on
become
me. 'cause I have a
hostile?
different
Have I become hostile and violent with you?
No, I actually appreciate you. You're that's why I wanted to get on with you because I actually respect you as a person. I think you do a great job of getting your point across. Like I admire you the way you present yourself. Like I admire that you want to debate people. I'm just saying like a lot of people in the chat, I've been reading the chat, they're like, this guy is a crybaby, this guy's fucked up, this guy, and it's like that's the part of the Democratic Party I don't like because it makes me feel so scared to join them because I feel like I'm going to be attacked.
Well, think about it this way. When you join a live stream with lots of people,
like-
they don't have the full context of everything that's going on in the stream.
I've actually
Okay.
never joined a live
Listen.
stream. You're the first person I've ever
Yeah,
joined a
no,
live stream.
let me explain this to you. Not every single person has the full context of everything everything that's happening in the stream, right? There are plenty of preconceived notions about the live stream because there's Trump supporters. They probably assume that you have a certain view because of the likelihood of the particular views that are expressed on the stream of a certain way, and then that can respond in certain contexts. And just because there's certain comments like that is not necessarily a description of what someone would think in all contexts, specifically take into account everything that happened in the conversation. And it's not necessarily as a response to like genuinely if you sat down and had a conversation with someone how they would respond. So I would definitely stray away from just seeing a few comments and then justifying again how you view Democrats based upon seeing a few comments on social media, because again, seeing a few comments on social media is definitely not representative of an overall side. Again,
For
something
sure.
that I would like to tell you
It
to do
just freaks
is-
me out because Charlie Kirk was shot because of his difference of opinion. Like that shit scares me. It's like if I literally think, like if I tell people like, oh, I might be more conservative on one little issue, they're like, oh my God, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And like that's crazy to me.
Well,
You know,
anyone
and that's what I'm
threatening to
scared of.
murder you because of that is ridiculous. I'm not disputing you there. And the point that I would like to make in terms of like this overall point, like I don't know why it's only brought up specifically with Charlie Kirk, as if like Melissa Hortman and her family weren't
Because
murdered because
that's
of
all
them
that.
being
Oh yeah, no, I think that was
weren't
fucked
murdered
up
because
too.
of them
That was
being
awful.
Democratic by MAGA
Oh,
individuals.
for
So
sure, that
there are
was
plenty of
awful.
other circumstances where people have been targeted on both sides of the aisle, specifically in this context. And the issue is that Trump himself supports that political violence, but he does not support. Democrats who are running for political office, right, in terms of the presidency, they don't support that. They unequivocally condemn it, or
No,
unequivocally,
for
not
sure.
unequivocally, unequivocally
That's why I
condemn
think
it.
some things Trump does. I'm sorry, I can't speak right. I know my brain scrambles shit.
You are
So
totally fine. Don't
I
worry.
I know that some things Trump does is awful. Like I think he does not have good character, like in a lot of areas. But I just am so scared of how, like, that's the only reason. Like when I talk to people who are more left leaning, I feel like they want to like attack me and make me feel like shit about myself. And so I'm like, if that's what your party preaches to me personally, I can only speak for myself, that is too much for me. Like it's too much for me. And so, do I agree with a lot of the left ideology and the left beliefs? Of course I do. Like, I want people to do well. I believe in socialist programs. I've been on food stamps. I've been on Medicaid. Like, I want people to have opportunity that other people don't have. Like, I understand that. I just don't like how hateful the party has become in certain areas, not in all areas. I don't want to generalize.
Again, this is one problem I have, and I just want to tell you this: you're accepted in the Democratic Party.
It's on
We
both
accept
sides
you.
too.
Hey, just want to let you know, we accept you in the Democratic Party. I know you need to hear this from this side, and maybe I'm the first person from the Democratic Party that's told you we accept you into our movement. We want to accept more people into our movement. There are just certain things that we aren't willing to compromise on, right, as any other person would have at certain extents. And I think that obviously, there are certain scenarios where people are going to treat people in certain ways in which we're going to deem as bad, but you can't generalize people across the board over this. And again, I never understand why this standard is always applied to Democrats but never applied to Republicans. Like, look at the Republicans in Congress advocating for violence. Trump literally pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers. He called them patriots. He calls for the execution of some Democrats because he said that they have engaged in seditious behavior and possibly even treason. And he's saying that about people who are literally just saying that he has literally had a decline in cognitive health, which is what I say on this platform. So the issue is that this standard, again, like everything I've talked about, is only ever applied to Democrats. And it's like we're not even thinking about how it could be applied to Republicans in Congress. I
For
think
sure.
that
And that's
one
why I
thing I
think
want to
some things
inspire and
Trump
more in
does
you
is
as well
crazy.
is
He
not
does
just
some
that you
crazy
can be.
shit.
I don't just want to inspire you to understand that you can be accepted into our movement, but I'm also wanting to inspire you to critically think about everything that I'm talking about here and to analyze it and reflect on it and to self-introspect on your own perspectives. That's what I really want to inspire
No,
as
for
well.
sure. And I understand what you're saying. I can only speak from my personal life experience, right? I have no one else's life to live from. In my personal life, I can only speak from the times that I was at a gay bar and I was hanging out with my queer friends because I'm queer. I have a boyfriend. And I remember saying, I'm pro life, I'm conservative on this issue, and getting so much hate and thinking, why are these people that I feel like are my friends and that like want to have tolerance, why are they treating me so badly because I don't agree with them on this issue? And so it made me re-examine, I guess, the political party I was following because of that personal life experience. I can't speak for all these policies because I think Trump does crazy fucking things. I think he does awful things. I don't think he's a great person, but I felt like I was in a weird position where it's like my friends were like coming at me because I wasn't agreeing with their point of view. And so I went more conservative because I felt like they accepted me more.
Yeah,
And
but
I
the
felt
issue
like they
is
didn't
that an
care.
ideology isn't true or false based upon how someone treats you. Like, genuinely, someone who has a particular ideological perspective, if they treat you in a certain way, that does not change the truth value of the ideology that they believe in. It's only reflective of their own personal behaviors. Okay? And by the way, again, that's a misconception. You are pro-choice. We've already had this conversation. You are not actually even pro-life. So that political disagreement didn't even exist. It was just a misconception that you had because when you're saying you're pro-life, it's a generalization of a particular type of view that you will have. And because of these preconceived notions about this particular generalized perspective that you just prescribed, right, someone had an idea of a belief that you had that you don't actually have. You didn't actually believe that it should be illegal for people to get access to abortion, but yet you did claim when you said that that that's what you were thinking. So when you tell someone who's pro-choice that you're pro-life, that's what they think in your head. But when you thought in your head that you were pro-life, you were just thinking that you are against abortion and not that you think it should be illegal. So there's different
Exactly.
things that people had in their head in that context. There was a miscommunication, and then you're blaming the miscommunication in terms of how they engaged in terms of their personal behavior on an entire political ideology or belief system. Again, it does not make sense to say that a belief system or ideology is true or false based upon how someone has personally treated you, right? So that
No, for sure.
now
And
in
that's what's so tricky about
self-introspection,
politics, because there's so much nuance in politics that it's so hard sometimes to understand what's really being said, right? Like there's so much stuff that's like nuanced, like, oh, you didn't say the right term, the right word, the right thing. And that's why I never get involved with politics. Like I literally rarely ever want to talk about politics with people because I just don't understand it. And I don't know if that's because I'm dumb, whatever. Like call me
it just hasn't
stupid.
been brought up to you in the right way. So
Yeah, I didn't
you
grow
could
up
think
in
you could
a
say
I
that
didn't
about
grow up in a
practically
privileged house where we
everything.
talked about politics. We were just trying
Everything
to
that
survive.
everything that is complicated to some degree, we have like this intuition where we don't want to engage with it because we don't quite understand it enough yet. And it's something that like part of that is like it's a hard process to go through because you don't quite understand how it's going to go. But as you learn more about the topic, that will happen. I used to respond the same way. I wasn't always this super hyper political person that engages in the topics that I engage in right now. I used to just be someone who didn't think about politics ever. Like genuinely. It
No,
never
for
even
sure.
crossed
Yeah.
my mind. I was completely non-political. That's the type of culture I grew up. I grew up in a
Like
conservative
the
Christian
way I
household.
read your
We never
question,
talked about politics. Hell, recently is the first time I've ever heard my grandma talk about politics. She told me that she was against Trump and that she didn't like how he acts and stuff like that. And that was the first time I've ever heard my grandma ever talk about politics in my life. That's just something that genuinely wasn't brought up. And
for
it was
sure.
almost that there
And
was
just
a
the people in
negative
chat, I
connotation
have a
with politics.
therapist, so
So,
I don't
and
need Parker to be my
listen
therapist.
to me. Don't read comments. Listen to me. Don't read comments. Again, look, what you have to realize is that we all have different experiences, and we cannot view other people through the connotation of these particular types of experiences because it limits you from living life.
No, for sure. But I don't know how to go like I can only live from my lived experience, right? Because I've gone through, all these different things. It makes me think like if I was aborted because I was in a situation where my mom had no money, she suffered from alcoholism, you know, I grew up with a lot of trauma, and if my parents would have aborted me, I would have never been on this earth, which some people probably would say, "Oh, that's for the best." But I
No,
believe
no, no,
everyone should
David.
have opportunity,
David, if
right?
your
Everyone
parents
should have
never went on
opportunity.
their first date, you wouldn't be here either. Would it be wrong for them not to go on that first date?
No, of course not. I mean, we can't predict that, right?
Right, so then here's my point. Here's my point is that, again, just because there would be an action that they've engaged in that meant you not existing today doesn't mean that that action that they engaged in was necessarily wrong. So just because you wouldn't want
Oh, I
specifically
don't think it's
yourself to have
wrong that
been
people
aborted,
abort. That's what I'm saying.
wait,
I
just
don't
because
believe
you
that
wouldn't have
people
want
abort is
yourself to
wrong.
be aborted doesn't mean that abortion should be limited for anyone else. And you already agree with that.
Oh, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I actually literally think people that need abortion should get abortion. And that's what I'm saying. I also think that we should give people more options so that they don't want to have abortion. I've had friends who had abortions and it literally destroyed their mental health because they were so distraught from doing it. And I want them to have more resource that if they want to, you know how many gay couples I know spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to have surrogate kids? We could literally give all the kids that want to be aborted to gay couples. I mean, shit.
Again, you don't want to force people against their will specifically to do this or to go through a pregnancy that they don't want to go through. You understand there are medical risks, medical complications that exist with going through pregnancy, and to say that someone shouldn't have a choice is
Oh, I
obviously
don't think
something
all
that
the
someone's
time
going to
people should go through
understand
that.
is going to have negative implications. You understand that our maternal mortality rate in the United States is multiple times higher than the maternal mortality rate of developed nations around the world?
For sure. If somebody's in a medical problem, of course they should have an abortion. If it's going to cause issues to their body, of course. I'm just saying that if we had the choice and they're a healthy person and that they like feel like they don't have the resource, that there should be other options before aborting. That's all I'm saying, that there should be other options before the abortion. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I think that does exist, and we're all advocating for options. That's a part of being pro-choice.
Oh, okay.
No
Then
one
I guess I'm
disputes you. No,
pro-choice.
Yeah, I mean, we already established this. You don't think abortion should be illegal, and you just want people to
But
have
here's
access
what
to
I'm
more
trying to
options,
explain.
and you want them to be educated on those options. Everyone
Yeah,
here agrees with you that there should be more options, that we should be taking care of people in these circumstances, right? Where no one's advocating against that. You
for
actually
sure.
totally agree with the pro-choice perspective.
But here's the thing I'm trying to explain. I struggle with politics. It was not something I grew up in. It was something that was very foreign to me until I was older. And because I had brain issues, it was hard to understand. I didn't feel like I was accepted and loved into the Democratic Party as much as the Republican Party. And that's just my personal experience. Do I agree with the Republican Party and Trump? No. Do I wish him ill? No. And that's why I read your question, why do you support him? It's just because I don't want ill things to happen to him. I don't want him to get killed. I don't want people to have this hostility. I feel like there's just too much fucking hostility.
I think that's created by Donald Trump because he called for the execution of some Democrats, and Democrats
And I would agree.
unequivocally condemn that.
But just like they say, it takes two to tango. You can't have like, if
I-
fire
the
meets
whole,
fire.
The whole both sides thing doesn't make sense because it's proportionally significantly more likely to happen in terms of Republicans, and not only just proportionally, it's supported by the president himself. He's literally called for it himself. So I don't see how they can be this both sides thing. I don't see how you can see
Okay.
it from that
Yeah, I can
perspective.
see your point of view.
Like, if you want to bring back this country to unification, Donald Trump's doing the complete opposite of that. Donald Trump is causing disunification. Donald Trump is causing there to be more hate. He's pulling us away from each other. And what would pull us together to a greater extent would be Democrats. I'm not saying that they're perfect. I'm not saying they're amazing in every single which way. What I'm saying is that they definitely would bring us to a significantly greater level of unity than having Donald Trump in the position of power. And I think
For
that's
sure,
very
especially if
obvious.
this is what it's creating. If Donald Trump is creating this much hostility, which is what you're saying, I agree with you. I'm starting to get to the point where I think it's too much. And if this is his creation, of course, this is crazy. Like, I just want this country to be more unified. I feel like it's become so absurd, and everybody wants everybody to speak so, like, you can't say the wrong word, you can't say the wrong thought. If you have a difference of opinion, it's like you're attacked. It's just too much for me. Like, as somebody who struggles already to get my thoughts out, like, I feel like I'm saying the wrong words now, and whatever. So it's like, for me, I just feel like I just want people to chill the fuck out. Like, it's too much. It's like we're gonna create a collapse in this country because we're so divided. You
You
know?
have to realize why it's happening and who's causing it in order to be able to identify the solution to it. And you're assuming that people should just stop responding this way rather than understanding that the circumstances necessitate that type of response. I
Yeah,
also
and I
want to
can see
wrap in
that point of
Santana
view.
because
So
I
maybe it's
actually
something I need to reflect on for sure. I actually didn't even know you clicked on me. I was brushing my teeth when you let me in the chat, and I was like, oh shit, I think I requested to join, like, for real. And that's why the first time you accepted me, I was like, oh shit, did I join the thing? So I appreciate you debating. I don't even think I fully support Donald Trump. I just don't want ill things to happen to conservative people because I think they should have the freedom to believe differently than I do.
okay.
And
I don't think
whether I
liberals
agree with
disagree
them or
with that.
not.
So I don't mean to cut you off here. I want to wrap in Santana because I do
Oh
have to
yeah,
get
sounds
off
good,
here.
dude. Good talking to you.
Yeah, hey, David, I just want to say this really quick because I've been
Oh,
listening for a while, and while I understand that a lot of people in the country, they're not really political and they don't really know the level of information like Parker or myself or whatever. I heard you talk about your friends, and I heard you talk about the fact that you are part of the queer community. The reason why your friends were so upset is because Donald Trump is actively harming people that are minorities. And when I say minorities, not only do I mean like, black people, people of color, but the queer community, people with disabilities, all of these things that the Trump administration and even more so conservatives have done has been actively harmful for people like myself, people like you, and voting for them and supporting them is something that's only going to hurt the marginalized people even more. So that's why, yes, women, I see someone in the chat say women, absolutely women as well. Like it's something that has been so negative across the country. But think about it. You said you don't like all the negativity. Well, I'm from South Carolina. I'm a Democrat or leftist, but I grew up around Republicans, and I spent a lot of time with Republicans. And I'm telling you, the actual issues, the back and forth, the negativity, that was something that came and was elevated when Donald Trump became, a candidate. So looking at the position that he brings and that party, if you're talking about the strife, it came from him and when he actually started running for office.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I'm Native American, I'm queer, I have disabilities. I understand it's not the best. I just want other people who are conservative to be able to think differently and not be attacked for thinking differently because I think differently. You know how many people don't agree with my gay lifestyle? You know how many people don't agree that my parents, one was Mexican and Native and one was white, like interracial couples? Like we have, and throughout history, the people that don't agree with other differencing opinions are the ones that are creating like the strife. And I'm just saying, it's
Well, and
okay. I'm
I'll
queer
just
and
say
have.
this. I'll say this because I know Parker has to run. I just want to leave you with this. Think about this and maybe go back and have a conversation with your friends. The reason why people are so upset is because your vote, your support is actively harming people. It's
For
stripping millions
sure.
of Americans off of healthcare. It's creating more food insecurity. It's literally costing people their jobs, their
But that's
livelihood.
I did not know that, and the general pop. I think most people, like I, as somebody who's not really highly engaged or educated in politics, I did not sign up for that. Like I don't want people to suffer. I don't want people to not have food stamps. I've been on food stamps. I've been on Medicaid. I want those
Same
programs.
here. Same here. I heard
But
you
but I
talking
didn't know
about
that
that, and I'm
that's
same
what
here.
Trump
So
was doing.
last question. So with that
Like
being
I
said,
didn't.
what do you do next? Like it's okay to talk about like, oh, I don't agree with this or I don't agree with that, blah blah blah. What's your next step? What's your next move?
I don't know, like having more conversations where I feel like I'm welcomed. Like I don't even want to talk about politics because it just feels so hostile that I feel like if I talk about politics, I'm going to be attacked. And so for me, it shuts me down. Like I'm conflict
Sure.
avoidant.
I I'll leave it here because again I know Parker has to go.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
the
Okay, see you
2026
guys. I don't know
election
how to
is
stop the
wait, hold on,
chat.
David. The
Oh, okay.
2026
How do I
election is
stop it?
right around the corner. You need to educate yourself. You need to be prepared and you need to actually be ready to vote for a change because we need everyone pushing back on Donald Trump in this administration. That's what you do next. That's how you make up for your vote. That's how you fight back. That's how you help those people that were harmed with your vote. Be ready for the 2026 midterm elections, educate yourself, and actually have a great conversation with your
Yeah, I'd
friends
love to
about
have a
it.
conversation with somebody who could like, maybe speak to me in a way that I could understand, and have some like love, because I didn't grow up talking politics. That was not my household. So for me, it's very foreign and uncomfortable. It feels very hostile. But I appreciate the
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
conversation and thanks for letting me pop on here accidentally. So I hope you guys have a good rest of your day. It's getting late
Yeah.
where I'm at. So
Yeah, have a good one.
Appreciate
okay,
it.
see
Have a
ya.
good night.
Parker, I appreciate you, bro.
Good seeing you. Good seeing you. Alrighty, everyone. I'm gonna get off for tonight. April, thank you so much for the $5. Gray, thank you so much for the $1. Lincoln with the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Lincoln in the comment section right now for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. If I missed your donation, I really apologize. I'm gonna get off for tonight. Thank you, everyone. I'll either be on tomorrow morning or later in the day. I'll keep y'all updated. It might be early tomorrow morning, like at 9 a.m. Pacific time, but I'll keep y'all updated. You can always watch the live later on as well on YouTube. But yeah, love y'all so much. Make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube if you haven't already. I mean, how many likes did we even get to today? I think we just got over 2,000. Perfect. All right. I love y'all. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see y'all later.